as I'm concerned, all you immigrants and tethers can get the fuck out. Whether you got here in the 1400s or 2026, time to bang on them all. No excuses, I'm fed up. Bust your head open past the white meat. Crack your cranium, expose your thoughts. Fuck it, take the head off. Packing plenty heat, hearts turn Antarctica. Cold when the night breathe. I seen the fake smiles, you see through. Liar, I seen the dead zone, I don't believe you. Liar, same mouths preach peace is beneath you. Then they feed on the copper tone, but it doesn't fit you. Paris bomb, we smoke signals curling off this page. Nigga, they wanna save lie, I want truth, feel the rage. Nigga, they callin' Tartaria like it's myth and dust. Shame, nigga, I read the stone cracks, I don't trust the trust. Lame, nigga, don't know shit past the school and they fed you. You oughta be fed up, yeah, you know I said what. Shut the fuck. Eyes open, no sleep, too much on the line. They lock up the question and they sell you the line. Enough of the fuck shit, too much rusted steel. I want raw truth to protect the truth. You should be willing to kill. Fed up, we oughta be fed up. Fed up, we oughta be fed up. Say it to my face, bitch. Don't dress it in a story. Fed up, we oughta be. They built little boxes, I'm calling out you hoes. Diabolical mindset, your creation made us foes. Taught us what to fear as if you would never know. Why they hit the sunset, but I still feel its glow. Every lecture sterile, I don't bow to the filter. Nope. Every lesson chained, I don't vote for this show. Every truth got a price. I seen hunger in the hallway and a borrowed name. Stolen legacy. Where the petty words go, from the gutter to the paper, it's the same damn fight. Keep your hands on the wheel, keep your head on right. If the map got burned, then I trace my own. If the gate stays shut, I pull a kick though. Yeah, we came from the pressure, came from the flood, came with soot on the soul and iron in the blood. What they call peace is a padded up cage. What they call safe is a script on the stage. We don't need permission, what the fuck is a chain? We been fed the poison, now we spit back pain. Eyes open, no sleep, too much on the line. They lock up the question and they sell you the line. Enough of the fuck shit, too much rusted steel. I want raw truth to protect the truth. You should be willing to kill. Fed up, we oughta be fed up. We oughta be fed up. Say it to my face, bitch. Don't dress it in a story. Fed up, we oughta be fed up. No excuses, I'm fed up. And I mean that plain. No more sweet lies. No more smoking chain. Bang, bang, motherfucker. Bang, bang, motherfucker. A liar and a thief. You look me in the eye, like truth is just a game. You take what you can hold. You look me in the eye, like truth is just a game. You take what you can hold, then hide behind the name. You borrow my trust, then spend it like cash. Shake a hand with a smile, the other hand in the stash. You know what you do, you know what it means. A clean little lie with dirty little schemes. Yeah, you wear it so light, like it never cuts deep. But the promise got weight, and you reap what you keep. You want the easy win, unbothered by sin. You want the hidden score. Every lie you tell leaves blood on the floor. A liar is a thief. A thief is a liar. Same breath, same need. Same hands, same desire. You take what you want,
When you call it love.
Liar and a thief.
A liar.
A liar and bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. You sell me a story, then change the price. Turn my yes to a maybe. Turn my warm to ice. Yeah. You smile for the room, then break what you need. A willing heart to fool is a pocket to bleed. Yeah, you don't just bend rules, you make them bend till trust is a door. You know how to trend. Yeah, you wear it so light like it never cuts deep, but a promise got weight and you keep what you keep. You want the easy win, you want the hidden score. Every step you take leaves a mark on the floor. A liar is a thief. A thief is a liar. Same breath, same need. Same hand, same grip. You take what you want.
When you call it love,
Liar and a thief.
a liar.
A liar and a thief. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. One lie opens the gate, one theft takes the rest. You trade my faith away for a cheap little chance, but I see through the glass, I see through the shade. What you built in the dark can be unmade. A liar is a thief.
A thief,
A thief is a liar. Same breath, same need.
same hand,
Same hand, same greed. You take what you want.
when you call it love,
Liar and a thief.
a liar.
A liar and a thief.
Bizzo is a no chain, 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 Bizzo is a no chain.
You look easy when it's smooth. Yeah, yeah.
Bizzo is a no chain, 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 Bizzo is a no chain.
You look easy when it's smooth. When the room says yes to you. When the road stays wide and clear. When the praise is all you hear. But I know what made you bend. Not the calm, but who you in. When the wind came through the door. When you had to be something more. Show me where you stand. When the ground won't hold your hand. Show me what you keep. When the night runs deep, what truly defines you is where you are. When trouble hits hard, when trouble hits hard, what truly defines you is where you are. When facts get twisted and you still play your part. Not the smile on a perfect day, not the easy road you take. It's the choice when sparks fly hard. It's the line you guard when the room gets loud and mean. When the crowd won't play you clean. Do you fold or hold your ground? Do you stay or drift around? Show me where you stand. When the ground won't hold your hand. Show me what you keep. When the night runs deep, what truly defines you is where you are. When trouble hits hard, when trouble hits hard, what truly defines you is where you are. When facts get twisted and you still play your part. So let it shake, let it touch your name. Let the hard days burn if they wake your flame. No easy crown, no borrowed light. Just a steady heart in the hardest fight. The real test of you is how you hold up when things go sideways. When things When facts start clogging up, then you still keep your place. The real test of you is how you hold up. The real test of you is how you hold up.
Feeling fabulous, bare feet on the grass. Copper on my shoulders, let the good hour pass. I take it slow, let the day unwind. Checking the vision, keeping my mind aligned. Hold it up, let me see it clear. Turn it back, I got the right one near. Checking the vision, hit the rewind. Checking the vision, I like what I find. I'm feeling factish, under the sky. I'm feeling factish, yeah, I'm that kind. I'm feeling factish, yeah, I am that guy. I'm feeling factish, picture perfect middle light. Yeah, cold drink sweating on a paper plate. Laugh in the backyard, I'm never running late. I know that glow when it lands on me. Every little second feels like luxury. Hold it up, let me see it clear. Turn it back, I got the right one there. Checking the vision, hit the rewind. Checking the vision, I like what I find. I'm feeling factish, under the sky. I'm feeling factish, yeah, I'm that kind. I'm feeling factish, yeah, I am that guy. I'm feeling factish, picture perfect middle light. If the frame goes blurry, I don't lose my place. One more look, and I'm increasing the pace. Checking the vision, hit the rewind. Checking the vision, I like what I find. I'm feeling factish, under the sky. I'm feeling factish, yeah, I'm that kind. I'm feeling factish, yeah, I am that guy. I'm feeling factish, picture perfect middle light. I was on the line with Firekeeper, Big Dog, Philly OG, and a bunch of youngsters. I was talking too real, too much on my mind. One breath too heavy, then the screen went blind. Somebody said, hold up, then the signal broke. I was missing, then it cut like smoke. Yeah, I know that when the room gets quiet, when the truth get loud.
What's facking, y'all? It's been a minute. What's the word, bird? Ain't no cash app. You can cash app these nuts.
The whole thing bites. I ain't even mad, I just laughed out loud. Had the whole car spinning, then it dropped me out. Drop the call. I talk too real good. Drop the call. That was the deal. Firekeeper. Ooh, you know the vibe. Big Dog, Philly OG. Still I got cut in real time. Yeah, youngsters on the thread with the notepad up. Everybody trying to learn when the old head talk. I said, listen close, don't chase the crowd. If you don't stand on it, you just end up loud. 1 tick, 2 ticks, then my line went dead. Could've sworn I heard my own name said. Now they all rewatching what I left behind. Half the truth was fire and the rest went offline. Yeah. I know that look when the room gets quiet, when the truth get loud and the whole thing bites. I ain't even mad, I just laughed out loud. Had the whole car spinning, then it dropped me out. Drop the call, drop the call. I talk too real. Drop the call, drop the call. That was the deal. Fire keeper, fire keeper.
T-Dub, what's fackin'? What up, though?
You know the vibe, big dog, Philly OG. Still I got cut in real time. Maybe that was mercy, maybe that was grace. Maybe some truth hit hard and need a little space, so I left them with that echo in the air. If you heard me once, you heard me everywhere. I talk too real. Drop the call, drop the call. That was the deal. Fire keeper, fire keeper.
Yeah, nigga, a little late.
Big dog, Philly OG. Still I got cut.
Let's see, about 12 hours, 13. 15 hours late on though. I had pushed it back a couple times.
Look at you tryna front like that. I seen that look. You don't want no smoke. That's facts. Running past.
Back in business. What's the business? Yee.
I'm slow for that. You talk big game, then you fall when it's stacked. Same old green, same old cap, same old lies in a fresh new hat. I came too clean, came too cheap. I don't chase noise, I chase my keep. Pocket full, mind on a mission. You outside talking, I'm in position. Wrist stay calm, but the pressure don't. You want that throne, man, but you really won't. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Look at you, look at you. You ain't built for that. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Say my name, then freeze up. When I step like that. Now you mad cause the room got quiet. That bark, but your heart won't bite. I move low with a cold intent. You make excuses, I make some. Big talk, but your step was too weak. One wrong move and the whole thing leaks. I don't need no crowd, I don't need no push. I bring my own heat when I hit that hook. You been lost in the borrowed shine. I've been sharp since the first red line. Try me once, get a hard reset. You keep chasing likes, I keep collecting. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Look at you, look at you. You ain't built for that. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Say my name, then freeze up. When I step like that. I don't flinch when the room get tense. You performing pain, not make no sense. Hands too clean, but the work is done. You want my spot, better learn that run. Every line hit like a heart and steel. Every night real when the numbers deal. You was loud till the pressure came. Now it's real dark when I say that name. I've been patient, I've been locked in. You been hoping that the luck come in. Not my fault that the weak get shown. I just walk through and take what's known. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Look at you, built for that. Look at you, look at you. Running past, running past. Say my name and freeze up. When I step like that. Whip up running past a lot with your bad ass. Look at you.
What's up with y'all, man? What's the word? How y'all doing on this Monday, the second day of the week? See what I got to get into today. You know, it's my laundry day, so I like to go live, talk shit a little bit, show things I might have ran across. I ain't been live in over a week. All my favorite peeps in the house. Let's see, Roger W in the building. None of your business. American Business, T-Dub. Chop, chop. Chop, chop, my nigga. Chop, chop. Let's see what I got in my folder. There's been a few things going on. I'm seeing Georgia and Michigan reporting cyber attacks on water systems and whatnot. Let's see. You got Israel doing this bullshit. Of course, you got Mr. On the advice of my counsel. I'm pleading the fifth ass motherfucker. Fraud ass, fraudichi. Let me go to my watch history on the Rumble. A few things I ran across with let's go in. Let's see what's up with this this water shit. Let's see what's going on with this water shit. In earlier news, let's see. Add the stage, bring it up, pull him up. Now these cyber attacks, is these actual attacks or is these inside jobs? I don't know. I'm all fresh to this, you know what I'm saying? But I'm pretty sure expert on clues that water system cyber attacks could be. Okay, let's run the gauntlet a little bit.
Reporting cyber attacks. Sources are identifying 2 more states that are now reporting cyber attacks on water systems after a hack on systems in Minnesota that investigators say may be linked to Iran or its proxy groups.
Oh, here they go. Linked to Iran, huh? All right.
Minnesota's case, President Trump is blaming state officials, though he didn't provide any specific evidence for that. All right. Andrew Dimber joins me now in studio, along with former senior CIA operations officer and ABC News contributor Daryl Blocker. Andrew, I want to begin with you. What more exactly are we learning?
Yeah, so this all started, at least reportedly, in Minnesota. More than 30 water systems in that state targeted in what officials are calling a coordinated cyber attack. Apparently, these hackers went after the computerized control systems at these water facilities, essentially the mechanisms that help operate the infrastructure. And now there are 2 more states reporting very similar attacks here, Georgia and Michigan. State officials say that the disruptions here, how widespread this was very limited, saying that they identified the vulnerabilities rather quickly, essentially that they caught this in time. Federal investigators.
Who's a sitting duck? At this point, you don't have any water filtration. I know you ain't drinking out the tap, now you cut it out.
Meanwhile, say that they may be looking into whether this has a link to Iran, whether these hackers are Iranian linked, whether directly or by proxy. Minnesota leaders have at least been briefed.
Them flock cameras ain't gonna do no good when you got cyber attacks and shit going on. You got flock. Look, ain't nobody doing no cyber attacks that them motherfuckers don't know about. Everything leaves a trail, especially online work through the World Wide Web.
On that possibility, though, it's worth noting here that authorities have not publicly ID'd a culprit. Meanwhile, President Trump disputes that Iran assessment, instead blaming state officials like Governor Tim Walz, calling this gross incompetence, but not providing any evidence. Walz rejecting those comments. Meantime, the FBI is investigating, but again, officials not publicly naming who or what is responsible, but still concerning now that this attack has spread reportedly, maybe, right, from Minnesota to Georgia and Michigan. And we're talking about critical infrastructure here stateside.
Yeah, President Trump continuing that very public feud with Minnesota officials.
That's weird. They threw Minnesota in there, right? Ain't that where all the Somalian money laundering and hiding and stealing and shit going on? Okay.
Daryl, are U.S. systems prepared for these kind of attacks? And should Americans be worried about this potentially becoming even more widespread?
No, we're not prepared for the attacks. You don't even have to be a very sophisticated player in this field to cause disruption. And all it takes is changing, one little thing within a system to disrupt the entire infrastructure process. So the IRGC, likely their cyber Avengers unit, are the ones that have been, basically playing around and trying to figure out the vulnerabilities within different systems. And now they have almost like a David versus Goliath type of advantage on us, because you don't have to be as good as NSA to disrupt these systems on the state level, which are being protected by state systems and maybe not federal systems.
So, Daryl, tell me, how can the U.S. government protect against this? And is there anything consumers can do?
Well, the good news is that CISA and NSA and people who are involved in this type of thing are looking at who's involved, and basically it's a cat and mouse back and forth trying to, everybody's playing around. This is a war that's going on sub rosa, so to speak. There's probably not much that the consumers can do on the state, local, and federal level other than continue to monitor what your local authorities are saying, maybe preparing yourself for boiling water or being without the, being able to go to your tap and rely on.
Hey, somebody in the comments had to say, maybe the flock cameras can solve the mystery. Hey, yo, somebody was on the same shit. None of this should be online, including our medical. Seen this coming long ago. Oh, America, you're about to see how low these people will stoop to keep criminals a criminal. Ain't nobody really buying this shit. Let's see. Kills me, we're bulldozing real farms for server farms. Soil built over centuries, paved over forever. Oh, shit.
The water being as consistently safe as it has been in the past.
Okay, Andrew Dimbert and Daryl Blocker, thank you both.
So, Since there's so many of y'all on here talking about go back to Africa.
Pause. Sister asked AI, what happens if all Black Americans leave the USA for Africa? Ain't nobody going to Africa, woman? What are you talking about? Damn, what happened to my the next CBS story? Hold on. I'll get back to you in a minute. Run that back.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car.
Go to this CBS News.
Well, federal officials are on high alert for cyber attacks on U.S. water systems. At least
you got parasites, have people shitty, running around here shitting everywhere. You got water supplies. What they call them little parasites? Cyclopara or something?
At least 7 states have been targeted, and investigators say Iran may be responsible for the recent hacks. In a statement, the FBI said some of that activity degraded water operations. The agency didn't identify the states involved, but Michigan and Minnesota publicly reported the attacks. Our Margaret Brennan discussed this with Republican Congressman Mike Turner
Very
on
much
Face
so,
the Nation
Roger
yesterday.
Dove.
He told her civilian infrastructure needs to be watched.
What we
and
call
protected.
false flags.
We have to acknowledge is that our adversaries, Russia, China, and North Korea, Iran, look at the critical infrastructure that support our civilian infrastructure like water, are seen as valid military targets by our adversaries. And so these need to be monitored. They need to be hardened.
Lauren Williams is the Deputy Director of the Strategic Technologies Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, and she joins us now with more on this. Lauren, good morning. So investigators believe the early evidence points to Iran. How does the U.S. determine who's behind these cyber attacks?
So what federal officials are looking at today, and you noted the FBI statement that's already been released, are the tactics, the techniques, and the procedures that they are seeing behind these attacks. So, for example, what we know is
I can say it's more than 2 parasites running wild. They holding political offices and shit like that.
Is that remotely controlled systems that connect water utilities to the internet have been targeted. And we
Big dog Philly OG, what's packing? The champ is here. Don't come in this motherfucker like a honey badger, man. Chill.
know that this has been a tactic of Iranian hackers in the past, including in 2023, when a very similar incident happened. So that's what they're looking at, and they're connecting the dots.
And Lauren, do we know yet if these cyber attacks have had any impact on Americans' water supply? Should people be worried?
So federal officials have, of course, said that some of the cyber attacks, the activities that we've seen have degraded water operations, but we also haven't heard of any reported safety issues, anything like unsafe drinking water being reported. But we do know some of those systems had to revert back to manual operations, which of course is not good. But so far, there aren't.
That tap water is unsafe for drinking anyway. What you talking about, lady?
Concerns about the safety of American.
You got arsenic in it, all kind of shit. Don't make me pull up that water shit again.
Drinking water.
Lauren, could this type of cyber attack be used on other types of critical infrastructure like electricity, transportation?
Of course. So U.S. critical infrastructure is just that. It's critical. So nation state cyber threat actors, whether Iran, whether China, are continually trying to target these critical systems. And of course, water. We look at water and it connects to every other part of American society. So if that's targeted, then it really has the potential to cause outside impact. You mentioned energy systems, communication systems. Iran has also been focused on the defense industrial base. We saw the attack back in March, the cyber attack on Stryker, a healthcare firm. So lots of different critical infrastructure sectors that are coming under targeting by nation state actors, specifically because of the disruption that they can cause across society.
So let's talk solutions. What do federal authorities need to do now to protect against further cyber attacks? Sure.
So there are short-term solutions, and we've seen federal government agencies like the FBI and CISA, Environmental Protection Agency, of those, and they involve phones from the internet that don't need to be connected. Basic, you're a water operator. But we also know that Iran and these cyber threat actors are persistent, and we've heard warnings about these types of attacks for several months now during the conflict. So reporting activity to federal agencies is important. In the longer term, the federal government, of course, needs to take responsibility and show appropriate leadership. And we can't blame state leaders for the type of nation-state cyber activity that we're seeing. States across the country are also taking ownership and they're adopting minimum baseline cybersecurity regulations. We see this happening in New York, for example, which has adopted its own water sector regulations. And of course, AI is only going to increase the type and the scale of these attacks. So we need to be implementing our cybersecurity defenses a lot more quickly.
All right, Lauren Wilson, thanks for joining us.
All right, let's see this other CBS report real quick.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is base 4.
All right, the FBI.
Let's see. Probe whether Iran was behind cyber attack on water system. Oh, it's 7 states now, huh? 7 states. Okay.
And EPA want to know why cyber attackers have recently hit public water systems in at least 7 states. Now, investigators believe Iran could have done it, but there is no proof. Officials in Michigan and Minnesota say their water systems are operating safely after attacks. CBS News cybersecurity expert and analyst Chris Krebs joins us now. Good morning, Chris. Always good to have you. Let's start broad here. I think a lot of people hear cyber attacks on a water system. It feels very concerning. Specifically, what did the hackers do and how?
So about a week ago, it looks like external attackers, kind of looks like Iran, but we'll come back to that. They were able to log into controllers that sit inside water facilities. And these are the equipment that control the pumps that turn on water, turn off water. And these, unfortunately, seem to have been connected to the internet. It is not a good practice to connect these controllers, these PLCs, to the internet. And it's also apparent that these external attackers were able to use default passwords, the password that comes in the manual for the device, to log into the device and lock them up. So it's not a terribly sophisticated attack. It is an attack that we've seen the Iranians in particular launch several times, including here in Pennsylvania in 2023, as well as throughout Israel during COVID 2020.
You know, Chris, Kelly mentioned it. You hear cyber attack on our water and everyone's like, whoa. So people at home are probably sitting there wondering this morning, number one, in the real world, how does this affect me? And how worried should we be about our water supply?
Well, it is absolutely one of those headlines that grabs your attention. However, it does not appear to be a safety event in any of the affected systems. Fortunately, the operators were able to detect, because the systems were locked up. They were turned off effectively. They were able to detect and make the quick changes. In some cases, yes, there were boil water advisories, but those were precautionary, I believe. There was no contamination. There was no chemical adjustments or anything of that nature. They got on it quickly. They were able to reset and get them back up and running. But it is just one more reminder that so many aspects of our daily lives are connected to the internet, and there are bad people out there that want to do bad things to us here in the States.
Speaking of those bad people, Chris, your former agency, CISA, actually indicated that there were already foreign adversaries that were pre-positioning themselves within these critical infrastructures. But my question actually, beyond the human intel, has to do with artificial intelligence. As that becomes more prevalent, are we at all prepared to deal with the kind of risks that are inherent?
Well, I think that's a great point, Lad. Look, this attack is a very basic attack we're seeing on the water systems. So there's a broad spectrum of very, very basic credential logins, all the way to these much more sophisticated, advanced, machine-powered, AI-powered attacks.
You gonna boil the arsenic and shit out? I don't think so.
And so there are a whole host of things that risk managers in cybersecurity are dealing with on a daily basis. But you can't forget the basics. Keep your passwords updated, use multi-factor authentication. Everyone should be doing that on their critical accounts, from banking to their emails. But then you also have to think about the AI part. And there's a lot going on in the policy space here in Washington, D.C. And I think there's a lot of room left to run in the conversation.
And really quickly, Chris, I mean, what do federal and state authorities need to do to prevent these kinds of things, not just with water?
I missed it. Did they list the 7 states? Did they read that off? Because I ain't hear it if they did.
But other things like electrical systems.
Let's see.
Yeah, well, you got to take a hard look at any of those systems that are connected to the internet. Should they be connected? If not, get them offline. And also make sure that you're not running default passwords on anything, particularly, again, if it's connected to the internet, because you know what? There are thousands and thousands of bad guys out there that are scanning the internet every single day looking for these devices that are connected. But we need the federal government in the fight. My agency that I ran, CISA, it's been cut 30 some odd % from a personnel perspective, lots of budget. We need those, that money restored, those personnel restored. We need to get grant funding out to the states so they can be on the lookout for Iranian hackers, for Chinese, Russians, anybody else.
Chris Krebs, thank you so much. So much good information there. All right.
Thanks, Mike.
See you now. Okay, all right. Let's see. Well, something I saw in the lineup. Hold on.
Federal officials are on high alert for cyber attacks on U.S. water systems. At least 7 states have been targeted, and investigators say.
Shut up. Where that shit go? Tommy G. Okay.
We're essentially building the digital prison of the future.
See. What up, Tom? Who is this? Tommy G. What every American should know about data centers, okay? And we can shift to the data centers. I'm pretty sure it might have something to do with these cyber attacks on these water systems. Maybe, maybe not. Let's check out Tommy G.
Why do we need to bury family farms and make fortunes for some people and steal fortunes from other people? It doesn't make sense.
Get out of the way, Chief. Nope, get out of the way. You work for us.
Blissfully ignorant of local politics until Microsoft showed up in my backyard.
And I wanted to talk about how we were using an Israeli cybersecurity company to monitor all employee communications.
I think AI will probably, most likely, sort of lead to the end of the world.
That creepy quote is from big tech CEO Sam Altman, whose company OpenAI is one of the biggest names in artificial intelligence. Folks, when you look around the country, it appears the majority of citizens are against data centers moving into their town.
Not now, not ever.
Whether through song,
Not here, not anywhere.
Protests against an AI data center in Union County, New Jersey.
Yet, despite this, there are hundreds of them springing up around the nation. Now, here's what big tech executives...
Hey, that shit had no seasoning on it. None whatsoever. Hold on.
whether through song,
Not here, not anywhere.
Protests against an AI data center in Union County, New Jersey.
Yet, despite this, there are hundreds of them springing up around the nation. Now, here's what big tech executives are...
Or China's going to be the dominant player, and there will just be very different rules depending on who wins.
Powering the AI revolution, while also advancing a more reliable, affordable, and clean power grid.
Everybody's ChatGPT, everybody gets it for free, and everybody has access to just this crazy thing such that everybody can be more productive, make way more money.
AI is the biggest technical thing ever in my lifetime. I mean, it is so profound.
However, for many Americans, there is a growing suspicion that they will be the ones to foot the bill for this endeavor while big tech rakes in the reward and profits. And if this data center bet goes wrong, the downsides could be catastrophic.
Tommy G, this is fair use.
It could mean the destruction of our drinking water supply, the collapse of our already weakened electrical grids, massive price hikes on our monthly utility bills, and giving the government the power of extreme mass surveillance. And the list goes on. So with much on the line, I decided to travel across the country to understand this data center tsunami that is coming our way. So let's begin. But first, a quick word from the sponsor of today's episode. Folks, for this documentary, we've been on the road, a lot of road trips in Wisconsin and multiple states to all make this happen. And sometimes being on the road makes making documentaries difficult. Let me pull over and show you guys what I'm talking about. So if I'm just on the road and all I have is my laptop, when I'm working with really big files, like when we got these covert shots of this data center in Texas, using AnyDesk, because I can use my laptop as a portal to go into the work computer and operate from there, which makes things easy. Or another scenario, I want to see the footage of the town hall where a lot of people are really angry about data centers. Well, it's on Miguel's computer. So I can use AnyDesk from my laptop to go into his, and now I can access that file and start getting to work. One thing that's cool about AnyDesk is they work with a lot of anti-scammer channels like Scammer Payback and Jim Browning. The capabilities AnyDesk has can help me in my operation, whatever.
You talk about that bland ass song that girl was singing, that woman was singing. All salt, no pepper.
You are on back home watching this. If there's something that can help, it is free for personal use, and they have custom pricing options if you are a business. Click my link in the description to get started. We got to hit the road here. There's so much you got to see. This data center story is huge. You got to learn all about it. Let's get to it.
Right now, Microsoft is building a massive new AI data center right here in Wisconsin, a project that could soon impact all of us.
We're pulling into a Wisconsin farmhouse that has been negatively impacted by this nearby data center. We're going to get their story. And just remember, what's happening to this family could happen to you, could happen to your family members that live out in the country. I think rural people.
Who you think I am, Anton, nigga?
Are being disproportionately affected by this crisis. Folks, a data center is a massive industrial warehouse filled with thousands of computer servers that store and process digital information. These facilities serve as the backbone of the internet, making everything from streaming video to now artificial intelligence possible. And to begin this episode, we visit farmers in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, where almost a stone's throw away from their house, Meta began building a
I'll tell you what, to make it easier for me, if you want some shit played, hit the StreamYard link, put that shit in the back chat, and I can get it. Other than that, I'm not going to be jumping through loops trying to pull a video over the StreamYard. How about that?
$1 billion data center. And well, that's when the trouble began to start.
Since the dawn of mankind, humans have had one obsession: capturing their greatest gaming moments.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for having us.
Sure.
Good to see you, brother. How are you? Yeah. Charlie Behrens is a beloved Wisconsin comedian and Emmy-winning journalist who has been traveling the state and speaking at rallies to help locals fight against data centers. Today, we join forces in Beaver Dam.
How long has this been in the family?
It's been in
I agree with this comment.
the Frank family since 1974. This farm has been established here for...
So you jacked the farm in 1974. Gotcha.
over 150 years.
When did you notice something was amiss in
1974? That ain't 150 years. Let me run this back real quick. You're telling on yourself. Hold on.
this house?
100 family since 1974.
Dad, how long has this been in the family?
It's been in the Frank family since 1974. This farm has been established here for over 150 years.
Okay, so the farm's 150 years old, but y'all got it in 74. Your grandparents probably got here in the 30s and 40s, maybe 50s.
When did you notice something was amiss in this house?
The main thing was probably right around the end of February. You know, we're turning on the faucets. The water is kind of discolored. It's not real great. Then we had nothing for water. We got someone out to take a look at the well, and then they declared it a dry well. You know, you're looking at either digging that well deeper or digging a whole new well, which could run you $20,000, $25,000, depending on how deep you need to go.
Folks, let's look at the scale of data center water usage. A single large data center can consume up to 5 million gallons of water a day, which is equivalent to the daily water consumption of a town of 50,000 people.
Why do you need water to cool a data center? That don't even make sense to me. I don't. Why do you need water? Build the motherfucker underground if it's that serious.
Also, roughly 2/3 of all new data centers being constructed are located in regions facing severe water shortages. In fact, some of our key countries' water basins are at risk. The Colorado River, which 40 million people depend on, is being targeted by data centers despite the river already being in the midst of a 2-decade drought. The water levels of the Great Salt Lake in Utah are so low that residents are scared they will be facing dust storms. And in Wisconsin, where developers say they will funnel heated data center wastewater back into Lake Michigan, people are concerned that these elevated water temperatures may destroy the local ecosystems. So for many, these risks to our freshwater supplies don't seem to be worth it. Tell me in the comments what you think. At this point, are you worried about quality of your own drinking water?
We've stopped drinking our water.
Who do you call in this situation?
I don't know. We started out with our local city council, who seems to have no interest in anything that's going on in this township.
Have you tried contacting a lawyer?
Yeah, my husband did some calling around, and there wasn't a single one that wanted to talk to us about any of this.
Why do you think that is?
Does anybody want to take on $1 billion,
Another Microsoft data center possibly coming to Southeast Wisconsin. For the last several months, the Village of Caledonia board's been discussing proposals for a data center there.
Prescott Balch. I live in Caledonia. I was part of the group that pushed back on the Microsoft data center in Caledonia.
Not because we're opposed to development, and we're in favor of maintaining the beauty and rural nature of this village.
The first thing that you notice when you look at these proposals is every single one of them is in a small town. They're doing that because the land is cheap and they can find proximity to power, which is the key attribute. A small town is no match for a Fortune 50 company when it comes to negotiating terms. And many of these small towns are desperate for some growth. They're desperate for some economic activity, and they get wined and dined and shown big, giant numbers that they can only dream of. And they just want to figure out how to make the best deal as fast as possible, get it approved, and start reaping the rewards.
Across the country, we are hearing reports of people being distressed by the noise that these data centers are making. From Wisconsin,
It's just a high-pitched drone sound.
I can hear it inside my house, and that's what concerns me.
To Mississippi.
For months now, this is the sound communities near the plant hear.
To Arizona.
Neighbors say you'll start to hear a really irritating noise that you can't ever unhear.
This constant noise is driving some people crazy, and it has another sick side effect. It makes it nearly impossible for people to sell their homes, because at the end of the day, who would want to live next to a data center that puts out a relentless 24/7 hum?
It makes me feel like we just don't matter.
Your well that you've lived on for decades, it goes dry. Another company that moved in that doesn't even live here gets the access. It's feeling really Israeli and tactics to me. The water is what keeps a family going. And if we're willing to knock that off for families, we're even signing ourselves up for it. After all, if we don't have water, what do we have to live?
My name is Ben Green. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Michigan School of Information and the Ford School of Public Policy. So data centers use a lot of water, primarily for cooling. Developers will talk about things like closed loop systems. I think that does reduce the water use of the cooling. What I've seen is more than half of the water use of a data center is not directly in the cooling, but is in the generation of the electricity in a power plant that is then used to power the data center, provide the electricity for it.
And as these spurt up around the country and more of them grow, what are the potential implications on our water supply of this?
These data centers are just generally draining the water supply and could lead to issues where, there's not enough water, and it's like, does the data center get water first? If there's a drought and people are being told to limit their water intake, not to water their lawns and so on, are data centers actually receiving that same limitation? Probably not.
Wisconsin is the largest freshwater resources of any state in the country. And there's a reason data centers are popping up close to these resources, is because they need massive amounts of water. And they can use like
Milestone, what's backing?
3 to 5 million gallons of water a day, and companies will tout a closed loop cooling system. We really don't know what this closed loop cooling system is actually going to mean for water use for these sites, or what happens to the water after it's gone through the closed loop.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, I picked up the car a few months ago.
What is leading you to become a whistleblower?
Some practices that I don't agree with.
I was approached by a whistleblower who has worked with the biggest data center companies in the world, including Meta and Amazon Web Services. Because he is still actively employed by one of these tech giants, he needed to remain completely anonymous, but what he said is chilling.
We're building the security apparatus that spies on every American. We're essentially building the digital prison of the future. A system that knows you better than you know you.
Do you think we have something to worry about as far as water consumption from the data center?
Yes, unfavorable billing practices. My company pays close to $250,000 per year in water usage. Every single day, we put almost 100,000 gallons of water into the atmosphere. And I wanted to talk about how we were using an Israeli cybersecurity company to monitor all employee communications and all of the status of our equipment.
Do you know what company that was?
The company's name is Checkpoint.
This is Checkpoint co-founder Shlomo Kramer. He's an Israeli.
Yeah, so hey, how about that? We connect them dots with this new NDAA Act, and the merge of U.S. intelligence with Israeli intelligence. The number one, what was their number one threat? The so-called black youth flag on the play. You motherfuckers ain't slick, man. Come on, Mr. Kramer. Shlomo.
Israeli cybersecurity entrepreneur who served in the IDF's notorious Unit 8200, which is the equivalent of America's NSA and is Israel's most elite cyber warfare group. Here's what he said on national television about free speech in the United States.
It's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it.
This Tel Aviv-based company is used by every single one of the top 50 companies in the Fortune 500, and with Kramer's attitude on free speech,
let me translate. You niggas can't talk about what you want to talk about.
His direct ties back to Unit 8200 and Israel's stranglehold elsewhere in this country, I can't help but feel concerned when a company connected to a foreign spy agency is acting as the cybersecurity gatekeeper for almost...
Did I just see Trump in one of them damn hats?
And with Kramer's attitude on free speech, his direct ties back to Unit 8200 and Israel's stranglehold elsewhere in this country, I can't...
Yes, I did. Look at this. Look at this chump. Boy.
Help but feel concerned when a company connected to a foreign spy agency is acting as the cybersecurity gatekeeper for almost every major corporation in America.
I'm John Mazzarella. I own and operate Coastal Crypto. It's a data center mining operation facility.
To get the other side of the coin, we sit down with John Mazzarella. He's the owner of Coastal Crypto, a company which repurposes old industrial sites into crypto mining data centers. Here's what he had to say.
We try to take a different approach to it. We saw that there was a lot of abandoned power, failing grid systems, buildings that were just vacant for years. Big issue right now with Google in my area is how much water they're going to consume. And they're saying it's proprietary information. I'm sure some of it's proprietary. I don't put that by them, but let's open up the doors a little bit. Why are we using so much water? Well, what kind of situations are we using with the water? Because there's water that gets recycled, there's water that gets captured, there's water that gets evaporated. What kind of impact is their water usage actually going to have to that local economy? That information needs to be divulged.
The physical building will last nearly forever. It's, concrete and steel, and they last a long time. They are very unique buildings. They're not like warehouses. They're not like office buildings. They don't have windows. They don't have tall ceilings. The historical average over the last 40 years is that a data center is good for 15 to 25 years, and then the technology change catches up with it, and it's not economically viable to retrofit it with the latest. The future reuse possibilities are limited. I don't think any of these municipalities looking into this are thinking about that risk.
The local people are enjoying some money, and there's a lot of local people who are enjoying the influx of money. Nobody wants
Thank you for the links in the back chat.
And here, the local people who are paying the price.
Let's wrap our heads around why, despite widespread citizen protests, local government officials continue to push through data centers. One big reason is the absolutely real boom of construction jobs, and the other
it ain't far off that Rabbi Shmuley name. Schmolo, Schmoly, Bagel, whatever.
Of massive tax revenue. Now, in places like Loudoun County, Virginia, estimates project that over $1 billion in taxes is coming to the county budget by taxing the servers inside the data centers. But for most other towns, this gets a little murky. You see, developers use a loophole called a TIF, which is a tax incentive that essentially takes the new promised property taxes and recycles them right back to pay for the data center's own infrastructure. So on paper, the town looks like it's getting rich, but in reality, it's not the citizens who benefit, it's just another tax break for big tech.
I just want that money so badly. I want that revenue. I want to be able to get the new construction on my books so that I have a higher valuation so that I can raise taxes for the village and not raise taxes on each individual, because I've got this big taxpayer providing a big slug of new money. But like all things too good to be true, because of those risks, they're outsized risks.
Get 60% off the installation of your new fence. If you want to upgrade your property line without the mess,
Most of the stories I see about data centers are about citizens losing the fight. But then I got wind of news out of Tucson, Arizona, where the citizens organized, fought back, and won. This is local leader Jennifer, and she tells us how.
My name is Jennifer Allen. I am the District 3 Supervisor and Vice Chair of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. We had been told on the Board of Supervisors that there was a project kind of being cooked up called Project Blue. We were not given much information at all, not until right up before the vote that we took to approve it. We were told that we couldn't get much more information because of a non-disclosure agreement, but we were also told that we couldn't talk about it because of a non-disclosure agreement.
Another concerning aspect of data centers is the standard practice of imposing NDAs that prevent locals from knowing key details that impact their own city. For example, in the town of The Dalles in Oregon, Google built massive data centers there, and the local government, bound by an NDA, refused to tell the public how much water Google was using. After a prolonged legal battle and a lawsuit led by the town's local newspaper, The Oregonian, the city was forced to release these records, and it turns out that these
I think the title data center is a front for something else. I'm telling you. I just got a feeling that they're just calling them data centers, but they something else.
data centers were using over a quarter of the city's water supply. And folks, it's stories like this that increase people's paranoia around data centers when on one hand, big tech tells us that there's nothing to worry about, but on the other hand, they silence local officials and keep the usage around town resources secret from the very people that live there.
We sat in near silence and in the dark until Beal, the developer of Project Blue, gave a more comprehensive-ish presentation to the board. When it was first proposed, it was going to be a water-cooled system, meaning they were just going to keep pumping water, tens of thousands of gallons of water every day. We're a desert. We live in a beautiful desert, a lush desert, but it is a desert no less, with increasingly extreme heat, with longer periods of drought. We simply cannot sustain water-hungry industries like data centers.
Our water situation here is vastly different than it used to be. Our property values are probably actively tanking as we stand here and talk. But you look around here, there's no standing water anywhere. You drive to Fond du Lac and look in the fields on your way back towards Green Bay. There's water everywhere.
Does it feel like a hostile takeover of your own land and water?
It feels like a hostile takeover of my township. Why do we need to bury family farms and make fortunes for some people and steal fortunes from other people so cats can wear hats? It doesn't make sense.
So while farmers in Beaver Dam are worried about their wells running dry due to Meta's data center, 90 miles away in Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin, Microsoft has moved in. And Prescott explains how locals are worried about a massive tax increase coming their way.
Mount Pleasant puts $1 billion of new valuation on their books, which equals 17% increase in their total valuation. That meant they could raise their taxes 17%. Well, they chose to only raise it 8% and then hid that increase behind some other line item reductions to sort of hide it from the community members. The developer of the data center does not start contributing to that general fund until that tax increment district is closed out. Microsoft, in the case of Mount Pleasant, is not paying a dime towards that 8% increase. That is coming on the backs of every person in Mount Pleasant.
If we don't start standing up for what is right This is going to continue forever until it's too late.
They're operating as a business. They have a lot of negotiating power when they're choosing these sites, and they get tax exemptions when they do so. They're not playing by the rules that you and I have to play by.
That's what the water looks like. And if the mayor of Beaver Dam wants to come drink it, she can. At this point, it's completely contaminated. For sure.
So all this sand
just came out of that faucet. Yeah.
Clean that damn sink. Fucking pig pen living motherfucker.
Never happened before.
No. Anybody want a drink?
No, fast.
What you see here is sand and sediment in Scott's water. And if you've seen AOC's viral clip talking about Georgia drinking water, you've seen this before.
This is what the drinking water now looks like next to that data center. And I think both of us can agree that neither one of these things are drinkable.
For people near data centers, this can happen, and it's for two main reasons. First is the heavy construction shaking up the local water table, and second is because of the vacuum-like pressure that comes when a data center is sucking millions of gallons of the town's water supply. Now, sand is obviously bad, but for those even more unlucky, they're worried about losing their water supply altogether. How long have you been out of a job?
It's probably been about a good year.
And how long did you work on the data center?
About 4 going.
I want to see the design of these cooling systems and how it uses water to cool these data centers. Like, they got schematics for this shit somewhere. But I don't understand why you need water.
Going on 5 years.
5? Wow. So this project has been in development for a long time.
Yeah, it was all over the newspapers before they were even here. Just because everybody was so excited because it was bringing jobs and work and just things like that.
It does bring jobs initially, but as soon as it's done and built, then it's kind of...
Yeah.
And so it's built, functioning, and there's no more...
It basically runs itself. And you don't need that many people, after you build everything.
How well did they pay people to work on this project?
At first, it was barely like $14, $15. As of now, they pay people pretty good because they don't have as many people.
Now with McDonald's, a McChicken is $1.50 on the under $3 menu.
Is water plentiful in these parts?
You can see they've almost dried out this section of the lake right here.
Folks, behind me right now is the body of water that cools these data centers. And if you look over here, this is a lake that 5 years ago was full and now it is dried up. And I think it's fair to ask ourselves and be afraid, are these water sources going to be dried up in 5 years, 10 years? And what are the implications on our everyday life when that happens? Will we be regulated to showering on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays while these data companies get full usage of our water? Will this clean water turn into toxic water? Will it creep through into our aquifers and water tables? And at what cost to the average person will these operations have? And the problem is that when you try and dig into these matters, oftentimes these are classified things protected by NDAs because it's company secret, company information. And we as the people, I think, have a right to know what direction this is headed, especially if it's our water supply and one of the most basic things that we need to live. Folks, it may sound like I'm being overly dramatic, but you have to know what is happening behind closed doors. Across the country, data centers are making extremely lopsided, secretive deals with local governments that border on predatory. In many of these arrangements, data centers lock in massive water and power contracts that are shielded from the public eye. And because they get special wholesale rates, mega corporations often pay less for water and power than you do in your own town. Some states, like Wisconsin, are fighting back and requiring data centers to cover their costs, but in most cases, citizens pay the price, like in Virginia, where electricity prices have increased by over 267% in the last 5 years. Does the town feel like this is a benefit to the community?
As far as having a job, maybe.
How do you feel about all this?
I kind of got a sore spot in my throat for it because of what I went through. But then when I was, making money with them, it was a good thing.
A lot of Americans, we fear that with this AI growth and this data center growth, that a lot of jobs will be replaced with AI, leaving a lot of people jobless while we have these really rich people at the top getting even more rich.
But I could believe it because at this point, if you're not building more like they are, it basically runs itself. And the only thing you have to do is maintenance.
One of the biggest red flags is that we, the people, are going to be screwed by these deals.
Yes.
Well, I almost said something about that name, but I just let it keep going. The nigga said he had a sore spot in his throat. Huh? I was tripping off that, but you went ahead and said it. I wasn't gonna say nothing. Grown ass man, come on. That left a sore spot in my throat. Where does that saying even come from? Oh my God, that's terrible.
Your water bill will go up about 100% over a period of time. Not 2
years, 5 years?
Probably about 5 years. But the data center will pay the same amount every year.
I ignored it too, P-Dub.
Because they're viewed as essential.
These are the richest people in the world. I mean, we're talking about Larry Ellison in Port Washington, who's the second richest man on earth.
How did these folks end up getting reserved spots if they're not in yet?
That's the scene there. Hundreds of trucks moving tons of dirt. It's the sound Port Washington residents have been listening to 24/7. Work being done day and night.
We own this building. We're the taxpayers. Hey, you work for us. Get it?
What you are seeing is concerned citizens trying to attend their city council meeting about data centers, but being told there's not enough room. So instead, they are pushed off into a separate area with no face-to-face contact with the city decision makers.
Is it full in there?
It's full. Yes.
And in one of the last Port Washington meetings, local resident Christine was forcibly removed by police.
A Port Washington City Council meeting turned into a shouting match, ending with 3 people arrested on Tuesday, all of it because of a recently approved data center.
Get out of the way, Chief. Nope, get out of the way. We cannot speak for all of you, but we will try and speak for you. Thank you.
This is outrageous. Yeah, thank you.
That's what we got. At this point, the question is not whether opposition exists. It clearly does. The question is whether this council is willing to acknowledge risk, accept responsibility, and change course when warranted.
I don't want to be hyperbolic, but I genuinely believe these the data centers and AI in and of itself could potentially be cataclysmic economically. Like the people of Port Washington are immensely frustrated, as millions of Americans are across the country, because we don't want these technocrats swooping into our communities to steal all of our resources so that they can eventually take our jobs. We don't have the ability to live the American dream. It's essentially been stolen from us. And all of these issues kind of compound on one another, and it's leading to a generation of apathetic, disillusioned, and frankly disinterested individuals who don't want to be members of a democratic society anymore.
It's like $15 billion into this Port Washington data center to create, what, 100 jobs?
By my calculations, if Port Washington takes the full amount of the new construction, their taxes will increase 50%. The city taxes will increase 50% over the course of the next probably seven or 8 years. I think you should tell people that, tell people that's your plan, and then see how excited they are about it.
Amanda Mueller lives a half mile from the site.
Right now it's very bright. We call it the land of the midnight sun. You can't see the stars anymore.
City officials say working overnight means the build out will be done and the city will see tax benefits sooner. But this group isn't holding their breath.
Right now at McDonald's, you can get a McChicken meal deal for $5
I'm about
or a McDouble meal deal for $6. So there's something for everyone. Get more value with your meal deal.
Nigga.
Hundreds of people just started showing up and expressing lots of concerns about the use of water.
You are in the room with males. None of us imagining this.
And energy and the costs. And that momentum just kept growing and growing. And they were successful in getting the city of Tucson to back out and to agree not to annex the property, which meant that Beale was stuck with our 290 acres.
I found some wild ass. Hold on. First it was car insurance, then fencing, McDonald's. You fucked a bunch of wild, weird shit.
And all this plan that they had cooked up just fell flat. Knowing what we know now, I wish we'd had all of those things in place before so that we would have had greater opportunity to stop the project, a lot more information, a lot more transparency, and just tools for community to be involved. And draw the line.
Initially, when we interviewed Jennifer out in Tucson, it was a victory story. The people had shut down and the city council had shut down a data center coming to town. But I just saw an update that the Arizona Corporation Commission is trying to push it through despite the will of the people. And so it's not looking like a victory for the people. It's looking like a victory for big tech. We'll see how the story continues. What are the revenue streams from a data center?
They are humongous. So, for example, if I plug in one server to another, that is $300 per month from that just one fiber connection. Now, there are millions of fiber connections inside of every single data center. The numbers are so large that you can't even comprehend how much money it is.
Right now, all over the country, big tech is offering individual farmers tens of millions of dollars for their land and spending billions on construction. And you might be wondering, how will they be making all this money back? Because yes, they make subscription money by charging people $20 a month for ChatGPT, or they sell massive corporations AI software packages, and this does bring in a good chunk of change. But in reality, this money does not make a dent in what they are currently spending. Essentially, these tech companies are making a giant gamble to become the AI superpower of the future, which to them is a trillions of dollars winner takes all race. And if this bet does not pay off, the crash of this AI bubble will be felt globally. In fact, some experts warn that a collapse would wipe out as much of $33 trillion in market value, and this would plunge the stock market by as much as 40 to 60%. Yikes.
What do you see as the biggest misconceptions that a lot of people who are up in arms have about these data centers?
Again, it's educating on these smaller details. Internet. I'm not tapping into the town's, fiber line and bringing in my own. I'm not pulling residual power from the town. I'm, increasing the consumption of power for the town, or I'm increasing the grid structure. So I'm not stealing anything. I'm not taking away from somebody that could use it. I'm trying to bring more infrastructure and stability to a grid system or a network system or a community that needs jobs.
What comes to your mind when you see all this?
I mean, a big metaphor, a huge metaphor, a giant hulking carcass of a metaphor of industry that used to be built by American workers, by men using their hands with skills, trades. And obviously this was built by workers, but now, we're talking to one of them that kind of got discarded. There's a bunch of reporting on how they promised 300 jobs and actually wound up hiring 14.
These billion-dollar facilities only employ 100 people, some of them security staff, some of them janitorial staff, but they will claim that they bring 1,000 jobs or more to the area per building. But that's not the case. They use contractors that travel from outside the locality, and all of these jobs are not permanent jobs.
Their main workforce is the minor maintenance, what I was saying. Once the computers go down, they bring them in racks, and they just refurbish them.
And then, how long until it's robots maintaining them? How long until it's like a Tesla bot just walking around, just changing racks, checking switches?
And you probably could automate that like a car, like an assembly line.
If this giant carcass of a building isn't the perfect metaphor for what's happening all around America with these data centers, I don't know what is.
Kaiser, you've been looking into this extensively for the last 3 or 4 years. Tell me about that.
So it used to be warehouses, it started with development in Bensonville, Illinois.
Kaiser runs a YouTube channel called Stringer Media, and he's been spending the last few years going around the country covering communities that have been taken over by data centers. Today, we see what Microsoft has done in Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin.
Essentially, a warehouse developer bought all of these people's homes. Perfectly nice houses. One day they're there, next they're gone.
You go from a functioning community to an industrial wasteland.
Yeah, everybody's just gone. So I could take you to a street that's been bought out.
To me, what I think of when I look at a place like this is, look, a nice little yard, kids could play in the prairie, there was a bird feeder, there was a family here that had a great time, but we're in a time where a lot of people are economically pinched, and if you come to someone's doorstep and offer them way over market, a lot of people are in a position where they kind of have to take it, or they feel like that's their ticket to a future in America. And I think if we were in more prosperous times, or the middle class was stronger, the data centers wouldn't have as much luck as they are emptying out these neighborhoods as they are right now.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot. Most of these houses were older people. It's a lot of money. They probably had these houses before even the highway was here. These warehouses and data centers might be abandoned along the line. Maybe they're obsolete.
Actually, a pretty likely option is that we're going to be left with these giant shelves of buildings that in most of these agreements, the companies are not responsible for taking care of, and it's going to be the people that have to deal with them. And they're not easy spaces to convert into human spaces again.
It's one of those gold rushes, Everyone's trying to hop on the money, just do as much as they can, and eventually maybe it'll die down or something like that. And then what are you left with? Just destroyed nature and empty buildings.
Some people might say, if you're against data centers, you're against progress, and that's anti-American.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Everything
there's
y'all do is anti-American.
Current of that, but I disagree. I think it's very American to want to say, we
can't
don't want to
fool
just
me.
have monopolistic overlords. We care about our communities. We want to have local community voice. Is very important, very American. AI is being dominated and developed by a handful of companies that do not care about the public interest. And so the types of AI that they're going to develop are not going to be utopian things. They're going to, develop tools that are not very helpful, that put workers out of jobs, kind of poisoning kids' brains, stopping people from learning. Some people might call that innovation, but to me, that's just bad.
Look, the average American should be locked into to what AI and what data centers are going to do in their lives. I think 30 million jobs in the coming years that we're going to see lost from AI. Keep an eye on your community zoning. What I'll say is there are little signs or signals that will pop up when data centers are about to move in.
You follow Elon Musk at all? He's all about data centers going to space. So
It's your
I'm all
bovine
for it. If that's the case, if that's
colostrum.
where they go, 100%. But you're still going to need some kind of position on Earth for them to be transmitting the data back and forth. Biggest advice or recommendation I can give to anybody is just do your research. If I have the answers, I'll try to answer them. If I don't have the answers, I'll help you research them myself. Hopefully form up an opinion based on fact, not emotion.
I am really nervous watching this data center story develop. It feels like it's out of control, but I do have to say I am a bit of a hypocrite because I use AI day to day. I use it to edit my writing. I use it to source research. It's truly an amazing tool, but to me, it's key that this is done sustainably. We have to prioritize people, their homes, their communities, their resources first before big tech. And right now it feels like big tech is just getting the seat at the table and we the people are shunted off to the side and our leaders, both local and national, don't give a shit about us. It's a troubling trend because right now they're trying to keep AI from being regulated for 10 years with the big, beautiful bill. And that'd be disastrous. I don't know about you, but I want a world that not only are you and me proud to live kids. That is our duty. We need to do that. So I look at history, I look at presidents like Ted that made the national parks, that loved nature and went after big business when it was necessary. And I look at what's happening in current day, and it feels like we're dealing with people that don't even go outside, don't smell flowers, don't touch grass, and don't care about our kids' future. And I don't like that at all. So we have to fight, guys. You have to organize locally, you have to get informed, and we can win this battle because just remember the Bugs Life movie, the ants outnumber the grasshoppers. So always keep hope, keep that in mind, keep fighting the good fight, and I'll see you next week. Peace.
Hey, right on, Tommy G, for the information, sir. Now deport yourself. Who putting titty milk in their coffee? The hell going on around here? I don't know about that creamer. Where we at? 800 million. Okay, let's see what this about.
I bet you know this, but you need to know this. So y'all see what's going on in Cheyenne, Wyoming, right? Y'all see where Mark Zuckerberg's Meta data center, right? The stupid ass AI data center that they just built is flushing their pipes full of bacteria, right? And not just any kind of bacteria. We're talking a multi-resistant strand of bacteria. So what they're
MRSA stands for methicillin resistant Staphylococcus aureus. It is a type of staph bacteria that has become resistant to many common antibiotics, making it much harder. Yeah, true. I know this.
They're telling you is that they're poisoning the irrigation system with MRSA. If you don't know what MRSA is really significant. If it gets into your bloodstream, yeah, it can cause sepsis. But that's not the only case, though. I really need y'all to understand this, right? That these people literally are doing this intentionally. You can't tell me.
If you have a weakened immune system from the Jabberwocky, from the COVID injection, your immune system is compromised. It can really affect you.
me that they didn't know that this stuff was in those pipes. You know why it's done intentionally? Because they just don't care. So the water irrigation, I really need y'all to understand this, right? So the water that they spray at the parks, right? The water that they use to water plants and things of that nature in front of these businesses, yeah, you're going to be breathing that in, and that can cause pneumonia. So yes, all these stupid ass AI data centers around us. I really need y'all to get this. Didn't I show y'all live and direct in my video showing the aquifer and how it was flushing the water out? And that stuff is used as irrigation. And I showed y'all the aquifers and how they're building it, how they're flushing the systems out. I showed y'all this stuff live and direct. So don't think that because you got these stupid clowns out here thinking that that's in Wyoming. Oh, that's not going to affect us. You know, we good. We just scroll all day, right? Okay, yeah, all right. When y'all drinking a cup full of AI shit, and then this certain bacteria has a 30% mortality rate. So yes, there's a 30% chance that you will die drinking a cup of that AI bullshit. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Do y'all understand how significant this is? Sorry for dragging out the video. And for the clowns that's wondering what this means, oh, it's so off-putting, you put up gang signs. It's 2 E's for Eddie, you dumbass clowns. Man, y'all worry about the wrong thing. Get the knowledge and go on about your business, you heard me? Anyway, lock it for more. And
yeah, he on something. He on to something. And pneumonia, MRSA pneumonia will put your ass down. Oh, Tommy G got a investigating flock. He gotta build on these flock cameras. All right, Tommy G. Let's see. I'm gonna run one more of yours real quick. Investigating Flock, America's mass surveillance company. Let's go. Let's get it.
Folks, I'm currently being stopped by police for doing a story on mass surveillance and a company that are putting cameras in your neighborhood. Flock Safety. Let's see where this thing goes.
Crime. It's a complex problem that requires so many people to work together to solve. And at Flock, it's our mission to eliminate.
A former Milwaukee police officer pled guilty to using the Flock camera system. Police say he used it to track a romantic partner and friend.
Hey there, we got an interview here.
Whoa.
Yeah, like
freaky ass policeman.
Look at that shit. That's a new one. They're surveilling Flock right now.
Sir, you're under surveillance.
What are you doing running around in the street?
None of your business except for I'm surveilling you right now. Are you with Flock?
There's a construction firm I work with, CSD.
99% match.
Get their hand, Tommy G. Get them.
And I don't know if they're armed or not.
Hello, folks. I'm boots on the ground journalist Tommy G, and this is a Flock camera. And you may have noticed cameras like this popping up around your city.
Hi, I'm Ben Jordan, a researcher and journal.
Yeah, they just threw 2 up within the last 2 months by the restaurant. I said, what the hell is that? 2 Flock cameras in the parking lots in little strip malls. Diabolical bastards.
As of today, Flock Safety has installed over 100,000 cameras all over America, so chances are that Flock is in your city even if you don't know it. And today, we are teaming up to investigate Flock Safety.
That's right. Today, we're going to spy on Flock employees to see how they like being under surveillance.
If you go to Google or Flock's own website, the address of their corporate headquarters will lead you to an empty building. The actual address is kept private.
And today, we even reveal their secret drone operation, and we get boxed in by police.
We're going to cover the biggest red flags to be aware of when it comes to Flock and arm you with the...
They even got drones, huh? Not only the stationary cameras on the poles and shit, they got drones and shit. All right. Okay, come on. Let's go, Tommy G.
The information you need to know about the surveillance takeover coming to a city near you.
In this episode, we'll cover the arguments for Flock
and also the many arguments against Flock.
Folks, we're here in Atlanta, Georgia on a surveillance mission. We are headed to Flock Safety, the headquarters. You probably have seen cameras from Flock in your city. And how are they getting there? well from city council approval. And I want to know what the will of the
Don't be looking at you running past the line with your bitch ass. Hit that like on your way by.
people is. Do they want flock in their city? Because I do agree this is a complex issue with good points on either side. What is the slippery slope of what we're willing to allow under the selling point of safety, which is of course how they always make things more tight and tyrannical. So we're gonna infiltrate, find our way in. I'll see you guys on the ground. So what we're finding here is it appears to be a nondescript building.
That's a fact, Roger Dub. That's a fact.
People, but we also want our own privacy. Kind of a contradiction in my book. But so we're gonna throw a drone up, do our own little reconnaissance, and then we'll move in on the target and get some license plates.
We started off with a simple mission: surveil Flock employees to understand this company's attitude towards being watched. We were also going to film Flock employee license plates so I could bring this footage to Ben, run it through.
T-Dub, mic check, mic check.
Check, check. Can you hear me?
I got you.
That's what's happening. What up, though?
And I can't call it, man. You know, just going over some things, some thingity things, man.
That's what's up.
Things I find interesting. I see Tommy G going in on all kind of shit. I just got introduced to this cat's channel today. I might have to subscribe to his shit.
I think I will too.
Yes, sir. Let me see. Yep, I'm gonna go ahead and subscribe. Oh, it's two of them. All right, let me get both of them then. I ain't, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and get all notifications on Tommy thing though. Let's keep it going.
An algorithm and understand how invasive this data gathering can be. But what we found is this multi-billion-dollar company was not so easy to find.
Miguel had a good point, which was like, if your son got kidnapped, like, wouldn't you want Flock cameras around so that you could track that car very quickly? And the answer is yes. Where a lot of people get nervous is when you see places like
Speaking of laundry, I'll be right back.
China with a social credit score, and you know they want to bring that to America. It's the scope creep of where safety and security lead to. So there's just a lot of implications of once you allow these cameras, because on surface level, it's like, yeah, put the Flock cameras where all the shooters are and let's clean up our cities. But where do you draw the line? And you know that the people in power never want that line to be in our favor.
To cover how Flock cameras have the potential to be abused, I have to look no further than my city of Milwaukee, where police officer Josue Ayala obsessively used Flock 180 times over a 2-month span to stalk his ex-girlfriend. And in McHenry County, Illinois, where I grew up, the same story played out where a police chief used Flock to creep on 3 separate exes and was later charged with multiple felonies. And there are countless stories like this.
For example, earlier this year in Florida, a sheriff who was working a side security job for a film set started hitting on an actress and repeatedly approached her even after she told him that she had a boyfriend. Other extras on the set noticed this and intervened, so he used the police database to find her vehicle's information and added it to the hot list so he would be notified every single time that she passed a Flock camera. He then followed her for miles and then pulled her over, telling her that he had hoped her boyfriend was with her so he could give him a hard time. He then allegedly used the police department's investigative tools to find her on Instagram and continue stalking her there.
Folks, this makes me think of the famous Kanye West line. No one man should have all that power. And let's be real, this is not a police problem. To me, this is just people not being able to handle this level of power problem.
It's easy to say all cops are bastards when you hear stories like this, but let's be honest. Could you be trusted with this power? Think of a time in your life when you maybe thought that you were being cheated on by your partner. Do you think you'd be strong enough to resist being able to confirm if it were true? There's a very good reason that the Fourth Amendment exists, and there's a reason that up until these cameras started popping up everywhere, a cop needed to explain to an elected judge why they needed a warrant to give them the power to track someone.
Here's how I saved over $500 a year on my car insurance. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying, okay? I picked up the car a few months ago and watch this. Ready?
So it appears no company logo on their building?
No.
No branding?
No branding.
It seems like they're trying to be relatively incognito and private, which I also enjoy that. We were initially trying to just get their employees' license plates on camera. I was almost picturing a corporate headquarters you drive in a big parking lot. But because it's going to be a mixture, I guess we just have to surveil everyone for safety, which is, I mean, just for safety, guys. We put in Flock interview requests, and we'd love to talk to their people. Garrett, we want to talk to. We think you have some good points, and we want to hear how you navigate some of these privacy concerns.
If you really want to know what all this shit is about, you need to study CCP, you need to study the social credit system that they have in place in China and all that good shit. You know exactly why all this shit's being put up. Or more shit's being put up. A lot of it's already in place. America's just being oblivious to the facts.
We've already seen some examples of this technology going wrong. There's cases of wrongful police encounters and arrests.
The first thing you'll see when you go to Flock's website is the words clear evidence and safe for communities. But let's talk about times where the evidence wasn't clear and it didn't make people safe. Look no further than California, where a man spent almost a month in jail after he was mistakenly tied to a carjacking, even though he was 5 miles away. Or this man in the Carolinas who was held at gunpoint after an incorrect Flock hit falsely labeled.
I think that thumbnail is a good imagery of the battles that we face. So I used it.
His car stolen, or this woman who at her own house, police harassed and accused of being a thief even though she was innocent, and the list goes on. Folks, this is something you're going to pay for on both sides. You'll pay on the front end when your city council votes against your wishes to install these cameras all over your city, and you'll pay for it on the back end when officers are using clear evidence to brutalize somebody, and you, the taxpayer, for some reason has to pay a multi-million-dollar lawsuit, not the police. And so it seems to me this is a very expensive problem that almost none of us want.
It's not like we get together and vote and say, we want this, we own this decision, we feel good about it. It's a few members of city council that approve it and put it in, just like the data centers. And it's like, we'll see what the numbers are. I just put out a poll on my YouTube page. Let's see what the poll is. So just 27 minutes in, we have 1,100 votes, 94% no. And don't forget, vice presidents of such companies were caught logging into live feeds of girls' preschools and gymnastics classes for hours. We have to look into that.
Flock's website claims that nobody from Flock Safety is accessing or monitoring your footage. However, through open records requests, I found out that they looked at our cameras over 1,000 times.
This is Jason, a concerned dad and whistleblower out of Dunwoody, Georgia, who exposed a story about an alleged Flock sales demo that apparently involved Flock employees and police monitoring children playing within a Jewish community center.
This includes a Flock vice president looking at a private third-party security camera in the little girl's gymnastics room at my son's daycare. Flock claims that this was for a sales demo agreement that my city says doesn't exist, and the people who did those camera viewings are now deleted permanently from the Flock system with no record of it happening.
So you get back here, Benny boy. Folks, that's right. People could be watching your kids play, and you as a taxpayer have to foot a ridiculous bill to know. Shouldn't that be the most transparent thing ever, especially if we are paying for it?
Flock's argument to that is, oh, they were showing off the camera as a demonstration for another client. It's like if I owned a company and I wanted to hire a surveillance camera company to install cameras around, and they said, all right, check this out. And they open up their laptop and then they log in to view children in a gymnastics center. Like, I would either shoot them or call the police. I'm not sure what I would do, but I would have a very, very visceral reaction to it because it's f***ed up.
They're not even listed in the offices. Not listed in the specialty. Okay, so let's just try and see if we can get in and find our way in. Morning, how are you? Good. I'm looking for some help. I'm trying to find the Flock Safety office for an interview. In Flock Safety.
Hi, good. What's backing? He could be transhumans.
They moved out? Okay.
I'll show you their space. Security guard is still in there.
Okay. How long ago did they move?
They still own this space.
Okay.
They just moved to Buckhead. C-106.
Okay. So it's totally empty right now.
Yeah, there's no people in there. But the security guard can direct you. I mean, if you had an interview with someone, I'm sure he's aware of it.
Okay. They take security very seriously. Let me call Ben Jordan.
Hello?
Hey, so we're downtown, and apparently they just moved out of their location, and they're heading to they're moving their office to a place in Buckhead.
Ooh, okay, interesting.
Do you know how to track down that address?
No, that's the first I'm hearing of it. I mean, I'll do some searching around, but I assume you're doing the same. Yeah, I assume there would be like a news story about it or something, just because it's a pretty big.
So it must have just happened. But let's see, because they have their empty shell of office, and property management is helping us out a little bit. So we're going to say that we have an interview here. Let's see what they say.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey there, we got an interview here. I know they just moved.
For Flock?
Mm-hmm.
Who you have an interview with?
We're the news.
You know, so who you have an interview with?
Garrett, ideally, but if there's another representative.
You said Garrett? Garrett, the CEO? Or
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're trying to get an interview today, yeah.
Oh, no, yo, there's nobody here.
Dang, so they sent us to the wrong spot. How long ago did they move?
for like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, but we don't have anything, so we'll see you guys.
So did y'all talk to anybody to come here today, or y'all just came on?
We just came impromptu, just like the cameras are springing up impromptu around the country, so we just wanted to ask about that.
Oh, okay, yeah, nobody's here.
Okay, where's the spot in Buckhead?
We can't get that out.
What is that, like for security reasons? Yeah. Oh, so they care about security a lot, like their own privacy?
Can they go? Thank you.
Can we put a camera up by your house and your house? What, wait, you guys care about security here? Yeah, we also care about our privacy too, so. We'll see you guys at the next location, okay?
That's the security guard right there.
That's the same guy?
Yeah, that's the security guard, 100%.
Hey, sir, we're surveilling you. Is that okay? Do you consent to being surveilled? We're just filming you right now. Do you consent to us surveilling you with our cameras? Oh, well, we're doing it for safety. Oh, no, he's getting our license plate. What are we going to do? Sir, we're not having that. You filmed us? We're filming you double now. Oh, yeah. Get him, film him, surveil him. Sir, does getting surveilled make you feel uncomfortable at all? Can you send my regards to Garrett, please? Sir, are you calling the cops?
Yeah.
He's calling the cops on us. I don't feel safe either. We should call our cops too. Sir, do you feel in danger right now? Why are you calling the cops? You gotta tighten up, man.
So I pulled the records. Piedmont Reality Trust bought a building for, essentially did the business of buying a building for Flock, a 35,000 square foot lease at the Medici, 3284 Northside Parkway.
Okay, we're perfect. We're 11 minutes from there. Are you guys nervous at all?
A little bit. They might know we're coming.
Yeah, they definitely know we're coming.
So let's scope it. Is this also mixed use residential?
Yeah, these are all residential right here.
Okay, so what do we got here?
It looks like they've got mostly privacy windows.
If you want to make your voice heard, you can visit people in person. And obviously, we advise you do that peacefully, respectfully, politely.
We are about to reveal Flock's secret new headquarters that they quietly moved to, but first give me 60 seconds to tell you about the sponsor that helps make today's video possible.
Today's video covers privacy, and you should know now.
Hey, they being some pests, ain't they?
Not only are you probably getting tracked as you drive, and it's almost certain that your personal information has been leaked on the internet.
You see, scamming, fraud, and identity theft is at an all-time high, and much of that is because of 5 big-time data breaches that happened in the last couple years.
And that breach sent me more. Folks, I want to bring you the audience.
Real estate records, we found that Flock
and your family safe. Thank you, folks, and now let's get to the video.
After digging into real estate records, we found that Flock appears to have secretly relocated their headquarters to this building right here.
We the people, our voice have just not been heard, it feels like. This pressure adds up and we need to use it. Again, we are the ants and the ants can win against the grasshoppers if we team up properly. They've been here for about 3 weeks now and I don't see Flock anywhere. It seems they're looking for some privacy. Good morning. How are you? Oh, we're just here for a meeting we're going up to. Beautiful building.
So, FYI, real quick, want to be taking photos of something in the building? Where's that?
For an interview at the Flock headquarters. Okay, that's okay.
Oh, you can't. No, sir.
What?
The floor's a lockdown. Sorry, is that rolling right now? You can cut that off. No,
Film?
You can't cut that off, please.
We're just going up for an interview to the Flock building.
No, sir. You can't do anything like that. You don't have point of contact or anything like that? No, sir.
You're telling me the Flock people told you to say no? Because they didn't say no to us.
It's catching. Would you mind turning it off? I want to ask you to go, please. Can you please leave?
We have something.
Can you please leave the building?
Seems like privacy is the top priority here, huh?
Can you please leave the building? Thank you. Appreciate you.
Well, Flock's new office is here in this building. They don't want people to know that. And obviously they have their guys at the front keeping us out. He's doing his job. I get it. So far on Instagram, 8,000 votes, 91% no from 1 hour ago. So far on YouTube, 1 hour ago, 3,500 votes, 93% no. I wouldn't even want Flock cameras installed in my arch nemesis neighborhood. What's bad for America is bad for Americans, period.
Folks, I love this country, but let's be real. Who here watching actually trusts the federal government? Not me. A good case study we can look at is in Minneapolis, where ICE agents use Flock competitor Vigilant Solutions for the stated mission of tracking illegal immigrants. Over the course of their operation, ICE agents disregarded the rights of citizens so many times that even the Twin Cities police chief acknowledged that ICE personally violated the rights of hundreds of his citizens and even some of his own off-duty officers.
Recently, as the last 2 weeks, we, as law enforcement community, have been receiving endless complaints about civil rights violations.
Folks, I know this firsthand. I have a family member in Minneapolis that got boxed in while trying to make a deposit at the bank for the suspected crime of looking a little tan. And I personally talked to 2 Target employees who are American citizens that got pulled off the job, beaten, detained, and kicked out of an ICE vehicle.
I'm literally a U.S. citizen. And State Representative Michael Howard says he's spoken to them, and they've both since been released.
No, I'm not okay. And folks, the point is this. This is not a debate about whether you agree with ICE using aggressive methods to round up illegal immigrants.
Did he say
The
I'm
bigger
not
picture is
okay?
knowing that the federal government is able to use any excuse they want, hiding under the guise of public safety.
Oh, no. Wait a minute.
It
sounded like he was
I mean, they've both since been released.
No, I'm not okay. And folks,
both since been released.
No, I'm not okay. And folks, the point is
Yes,
this is
that's
not a
what he
debate about
said.
whether you agree with ICE using aggressive methods to round up illegal immigrants.
Pause,
The bigger
hold
picture is
on,
knowing that the
dog.
federal government is able to use any excuse they want.
My man was crying real tears, dog.
Hey, I didn't even hear that shit till you said it. I had to run it back like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah. Man, let me make a public service announcement
I'm not
any
okay.
immigrants, to any immigrants, legal or illegal, that may be listening, to any scrappers that scrap metals or anything that may be listening. Those flock cameras have about 3 grams of gold. No, I take that back. They have 2 grams of gold and 3 pounds of copper in them. Y'all can do with that information what you please. Carry on.
PSA over.
Hiding under the guise of public safety to fiercely crack down on whomever they choose. Today, the target is to round up. And folks, the point
since been.
At the start of the game, you can choose any shelter you want, but once you pick a spot, there's no turning back. It's upgrade or D. Defense, stealth, resources.
Hold on, one more time.
Release.
No, I'm not okay. And folks, the point is this. This is not a debate about whether you agree with ICE using aggressive methods to round up illegal immigrants. The bigger picture is knowing that the federal government is able to use any excuse they want, hiding under the guise of public safety to fiercely crack down on whomever they choose. Today, the target is illegal immigrants. Tomorrow, the target could be you. The next guy we're going to meet is Ben Jordan. I think he has done the best journalistic work on flock cameras. Very interesting guy. Excited for you to meet him. Cool spot, huh?
I'm Ben Jordan. I've been a musician my whole life. I'm a researcher. I have a YouTube channel that usually does science education, some journalism. Recently, the surveillance and privacy stuff has kind of blown up, and I've weirdly been at the center of it. So,
what do you make of flock safety?
I view it a little bit less nefariously than some people do. Like, I think it's just people wanting to make a lot of money. It's Mark Andreessen, who he's the person who has invested the most money in flock safety.
Mark Andreessen, whose venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz is Flock's biggest institutional investor, was just appointed by the Pentagon to their defense policy board. So for the people wondering about Flock's proximity to federal power, their eyebrows can only raise after news like this.
Mark Andreessen has been involved in the Cambridge Analytica scandal. He's been fined. I mean, like, he has this long laundry list of privacy violations and making money off of people's data. And then I see the rest of it just like your standard move fast and break things tech company. They're just trying to grow as fast as they can so they could reach an IPO. When it comes to like security vulnerabilities, when it comes to legal vulnerabilities, I believe that they're just trying to kick that can down the road until they launch an IPO, and then it could be deducted from people's 401k when they have to pay the fines on it, or when they have to take down 100,000 cameras because of security vulnerabilities.
Would you argue that flock cameras do make cities safer?
No, but I also wouldn't argue that they don't. My only argument that they wouldn't make cities safer is because you're taking money from things like community policing and putting them into a third-party tech company and paying $200,000 for a drone that costs $15,000.
To understand how law enforcement actually views flock, we spoke to 3 different perspectives: an Indiana police chief, a Wisconsin sheriff, and a veteran officer in Georgia.
Currently, we have 850 cameras in our city. And what it's utilized for is to monitor business districts, residential areas, hotspots, and our city parks.
To have 850 cameras running in this town of 26,000, what is the annual budget to keep that going?
Well, they last pretty long, don't get me wrong, but when it's time to replace them is when it gets expensive. Right now, my budget for technology as a whole, I probably spend just close to $600,000 a year. That would be the equivalent of 6 officers' salaries. But the job that it's doing is doing the job of probably 15, 20 officers.
Could you say without a doubt, this technology makes your city safer?
Without a doubt, it makes it safer. I wouldn't know what to do without it.
So working with Flock, what was your experience like with them?
Our experience working with Flock has been fantastic. We use them to really help and provide us a lot of coverage in the rural parts of Dade County. We are responsible for about 1,000 square miles of patrol area, including 41 square miles of waterways here in Dade County out of the 1,200. So the use of the technology was fantastic because it allowed us to be in places that we couldn't be. So overall, they helped us solve numerous crimes, including homicides, but also they helped us find individuals that were missing. So it played a significant role in allowing us to keep and maintain the peace in the rural parts of our community, which is typically very different than in the urban parts of a county. It did not gather any sort of driver information, race, gender, or anything to that extent.
Like, let's say if you have a missing person,
Man, he's
and they're
lying.
like an elderly person with dementia, and they're in danger of dying because they're dehydrated and they're driving around not knowing that they're fucking dehydrated.
I notice how they using skin folk for this certain segment. Very interesting.
Then it can help with stuff like that. Or if someone kidnaps a child.
So what are we looking at here?
This is just one of the Flock cameras.
Can I ask you how you got your hands on that, or is that classified?
eBay.
eBay?
Yep.
Okay. And tell me what goes through your mind when you look at this piece of technology.
I get kind of frustrated because they're very expensive and it costs tax money, and just the fact that it's tracking everyone everywhere you go, regardless of if you're on a list of like wanted people.
So you have to be in a funnel for most license plate readers, but for Flock, it's everywhere.
Yes, and it's nationally shared across like pretty much every police department.
And another thing to add on to what he was saying is there's something called Flock Nova, which uses something called OSINT, or open source intelligence, which is...
Greetings, Nunya. What's vacant? Uh-oh. Mic check, mic check. Oh, okay. So you ain't trying to be on a panel. We'll scram. Get out of here. I got you.
Your Strava bike rides, your searches that are public, your Google, all of your data that's online gets combined with your police record and with your social security number and with your address and all that stuff. And then with your location everywhere you've been, as you go from like license plate detection to on-site search super fast. To me, it's clearly a Fourth Amendment violation.
I noticed that Flock.
Don't be trying to boot me up out of here.
Hypocritical stance?
Yeah, of course. When initially looking into the company, it just randomly, I noticed that the CEO bought his house through a trust so he could hide his address from the public. The new office address that I found for you, it's not listed publicly online. And like when you told me that, I just knew to look for realty trusts. So it was like, oh, okay, a realty. They probably got this through a realty trust so they could make sure that nobody knows where their office is. You have this $7 billion company and you don't want people to know your office is located, like you're that private. Like I don't have the option to leave my driveway and go to Chick-fil-A without them knowing where I am, but I can't know where their office is. You have some cities where crime has increased after Flock came around, and you have some cities where it's decreased. There's not been an actual good peer-reviewed study on if license plate readers are effective or not nationwide.
How accurate are these license plate trackers?
They're pretty accurate.
What?
We're not here to watch you. You do have an expectation of privacy inside your residence. But this is no different than people with Ring cameras and cell phones. Once you step outside your house, that expectation of privacy is gone.
They sort of act like they weren't able to catch criminals before that. Like they weren't able to call another police department and say, hey, we have a red sedan being driven by somebody who looks like this with this license plate number, watch out for it, and then be able to find it. Or as if traffic cameras hadn't existed before flock safety, or as if ALPRs haven't existed before flock safety. I often want to tell police, like, give yourself a little more credit. Like, don't let this multi-billion-dollar company take credit for your hard work. Like, you're the one solving the crime. I could push a button on some of these cameras and log into it and delete and change and modify data. They can't be used in court because of that, because nobody can prove that they're secure. I hate surveillance cameras. I don't like I just don't like them in general. And I have them all over this property because the cops have showed up here and because we have private investigators. And it sucks that I have to invest in this stuff that I hate so I can at least have my own side of the story in case a cop comes here and says that I assaulted them or something. Probably because the CEO of this company is telling people that I'm a violent, lawless activist.
And then unfortunately, there's terroristic organizations like DFLOC, whose primary motivation is chaos. They are closer to Antifa than they are anything else. And that I think is unfortunate because we don't want chaos, or I don't want chaos. I like law and order.
And so it's like, the whole thing is just a huge infringement on people's rights. I mean, when I first got my hands on one of these, I was amazed by how shitty they were. It saves data every time it detects motion, and then it has both a Wi-Fi and an LTE radio inside, and then it uploads images and data from what it detects. This costs $3,500 a year.
Each camera that's up is $3,500.
$3,500 for this. Yeah, I mean, this is the cheapest one. This is the cheapest one you could have. Yeah, so if you have like 10 in your city, that's $35,000 a year.
I'm Isaac. I'm just a student, and my school pretty much picked up, I think, 48 of these over the course of the last 2 years. I noticed on campus there were a bunch of these little devices with a Flock logo. It turned out that they were microphones. I looked into them, and I found a press release from Flock where they explicitly stated that they were only gunshot detectors and they would delete anything outside of a gunshot. I think about 2 months after I started looking into it, though, they sent a software update over the air. So now all of these microphones that are spread all over my college campus, they are just actively listening for voices now, which is very uncomfortable, and I'm not particularly happy about that.
This is a multi-use parking lot, but there's a high probability that some of these people are Flock employees. We saw people going across the bridge to the office. So we're going to surveil the entire parking lot and run it through a license plate reader technology and see if there's any people we should keep an eye on.
Klondike hits you with brutal cold. Can you survive? Build a warm camp.
And so what can we use these license plates? Like, can we track people? Can we know where they live?
So there's this Park Mobile, if you're familiar with it, if you've ever used it. Park Mobile had like a massive data breach, and all the license plates were pinned to everybody's like credit card information. And so you could actually just like take this data, which from this program I made, you could just like download a CSV if you wanted to. You could take this data and then run it past the Park Mobile data breach and see who all these people are, where they live, what their credit card number is.
It feels pretty invasive.
Generally, the reason I even make this stuff is to show people what a black hat hacker could do.
So the viewer understands we're going to go about a 2-mile loop from your house.
Yeah, we'll go like maybe 3 miles total. In this one, clearly, you can just walk up to it and press the button if you wanted to. The laws that require that mailbox to be put in concrete, or like that stop sign to have so much, it has to go down in the ground so much, and there's usually concrete or gravel under there. And this thing, they just plop into the ground without paying any attention to the roadside safety.
Okay, so this is the first one close to your house, and now the journey continues.
After seeing over a dozen cameras within a short distance from Ben's house, it became clear he couldn't even go get gas or take a shit without being surveilled. After realizing this uncomfortable reality, we next went to uncover Flock's secret drone facility, where we soon discovered something strange.
Whoa. Yeah, I guess this is the drone facility.
Again, no company logo. This looks like an Amazon distribution center.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm pretty sure this isn't a construction company that we're at. I'm pretty sure this is a fucking...
This is all like shadow names, or?
Yeah, OES equipment. I mean, as far as I know, we're on public property right now, so...
This is the most heavily guarded construction company.
Shit. That's a new one. That must be a prototype.
We're surveilling Flock right now. How's it going, man? Oh, we just brought our own Flock camera to the situation. Are you a Flock guy? Okay. Wow, you got some cool cameras over here too. Oh, it's okay. I'm just gonna get your license plate if that's all right. You're under surveillance, sir. Sir, you're under surveillance. You okay? Oh yeah, we're just surveilling the scene. Just So, for safety reasons?
What are you doing running around in the street?
None of your business except for I'm surveilling you right now.
It's not very safe. There's a lot of trucks that come up and down here. We had a truck come down today and he was going quite fast. So just, this is a dead spot as you can see. So just be careful.
Thank you. Are you with Flock?
What?
Are you with Flock?
No, there's a construction firm I work with, CSB.
Oh, you're doing the back maneuver.
Oh, what the?
This man, James Boyce, is a former British Army veteran and a current Flock supply chain manager. Not only did he lie about working for Flock, which I'm guessing is probably normal at this company, but he also implied to Georgia law enforcement that I could have been armed, and we'll soon see if that puts my life in danger.
They're a very secretive company for a company that doesn't want your secrecy to be preserved. Nondescript building, no signage. We'll track some of these license plates to make sure there's nothing nefarious happening around here. And if they're against that, then they're a left-wing activist. I'm trying to talk to Flock.
You guys gotta go. This is private property. You're not allowed here. I'm sorry. If that's one of ours, we'll take it back.
No. We got it from eBay.
Oh, okay. Well,
We were trying to talk to Flock guys.
I can't help you there.
Okay, well, you're under surveillance right now. I just hope you know. It's for safety reasons. You're being watched. It's kind of nuts, isn't it? Have a good day, sir. So it appears this entire building is under kind of a front company within Flock. And I would guess a lot of their company is structured like that. It's umbrella companies, LLC, C Corps that own this, that are connected to that. And it's clever arrangement, and they're well within their right to do that. But again, it speaks to the hypocrisy of the whole story of they want to be private. It appears this entire company is under their construction organization. So they have some umbrella.
Pause. Who is it? Who is Ant Dog? Turn your camera on so I can see who he is.
That is a friend of mine and also a client.
Ant Dog?
Yeah, Ant Dog.
Oh, I bet.
We've been knowing. It's great.
Come on up, then.
We've been brothers since the first grade.
Welcome to the panel.
Thank you.
I just had to make sure you somebody cool, you know what I'm saying? So ain't nobody dropping porn bombing me or nothing like that.
This me right here, bro.
All right, I see you. I see you.
What's going on? Some LLCs, some maneuvering.
Yeah.
The corporate structure.
You don't want to be like open with the public. You want privacy.
Because the truth should not be afraid to speak. Anytime there's an element of hiding, it makes you wonder why. And it's a classic example of do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah. So there is like a good argument to this. Like if you get a job at Flock Safety for whatever reason, like there's a pretty big chance that you got that job because you worked for a police department or because you worked for a city council. And now, you know, you may have some conflict of interest in taking this job. Nobody takes this job without knowing what the company does, without knowing how controversial it is.
Bloody hell, James called the cops on us, and here's what he said.
Hi, good morning, Mom. I'm
Maximize your system performance with products delivered fast to keep temps steady.
Man, I like this fella's work. Hey, he said, "Oh, you gonna call the cops? Okay, I'm gonna do it for you and get your call. I'm getting everything. We're gonna put everything out here on the table." I'm liking his work. Getting in there.
Well, no, sir. Yeah, I'm sorry for calling. We've had some incidences today. I work for a company called Flock Safety, this is our main distribution center, and we've had a string of like YouTubing stringers or stalkers or whatever you want to call it. They've gone to our headquarter office and other facilities, and now they turned up here. They're trying to either gain access to the site, and we don't want them on.
What accent is that, y'all? What is that? Is that British? What do he sound like?
It's some type of European. It sounds British to me, or somewhere in that area.
Right.
Sound like Liverpool. Where's Liverpool?
That same area.
Another foreigner, basically. Another.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say legal.
Some more queer people. Exactly.
More immigrant.
Yeah. Right. And they've been driving around the perimeter, basically harassing everyone who works here, and I don't know if they're armed or not.
Okay. So you're in route 2, okay?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
We got place. Oh, cops are here.
Oh, are they blocking us all in now?
Is that a security guy?
I don't know.
Hey, you guys move up so he can get out, okay? Sorry, man, we're getting a little predicament here. We're the guys to talk to.
Are y'all in the car too?
He's just trying to get out of here right now. No. Have you guys heard of Flock? The Flock Safety Company? They're the ones that have the cameras everywhere in your. Okay, so this is their undercover headquarters right here with their drones. And we did surveillance on them. So we filmed them and said, how do you guys like it? And now they have the cops here. What do you guys think about Flock cameras in your city?
Honestly, I don't appreciate those. I'm not gonna lie. I don't appreciate the drones coming into my neighborhood. It's just not a good feeling, honestly, to see those drones flying around everywhere. It's like, it's kind of weird to me. I don't know.
Let me tell you this, because you guys are working hard in a home improvement company. Your tax dollars go to your local city where they spend money on cameras, whether you like it or not. And you're literally paying for the cameras that are watching you as you drive around town.
Just that shit remind me of my childhood dream.
Yeah, and we have no say so when it comes to that either, you know? They just do that on their own. So I feel like it's kind of fucked up, you know?
Any updates so far to what's going on here?
Yeah, Uber Eats is here.
I mean, can we at least let the people go in and out? Like, this is the thing with public safety. That's the police, in order to make things safe, they're blocking off the entire roadway so we can't get out, as if we look like a flight risk. And now it's putting the public at risk where she has to stop her car over here.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's done anything wrong here. Like, you're literally doing journalism. Everybody here just literally came, like, they essentially came with to give me a ride back. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, we're not on their property.
Sir, he's got to go. We all have things to do today. He's blockading us. Dude.
Okay. Now it's something else. Because I ain't got shit to do with this. But now I'm trying to leave. I'm got out the car because you're blocking me. Sir, you don't got to disrespect me right now.
Sir, are we free to leave?
No, I can't leave.
Sir, are we being detained? Is this the only exit?
Yes.
I wanted to see if this absolute numbnuts of an officer from Smyrna Police Department violated my rights, so I ran the scenario by my friend Officer Toombs from the Clayton County Sheriff's Office.
You can tell us to go fly a kite and walk right off.
And if I ask you, hey, am I getting detained, you have to give me a yes or no answer?
Absolutely.
You guys have done nothing wrong. Actually, we've also done nothing wrong, and yet we're blockaded by a police officer. Are we being detained?
The manager wants to speak.
It's a yes or no question, sir.
You're going to wait here until the manager talks.
You're holding me until that guy talks, but you're not telling me if I'm going to be detained. Yeah, you are. Am I allowed to leave? Can I go in my car and leave? They are with Flock Safety. They just confirmed. Hey, what's up, brother?
Hi, how you doing, sir?
Good.
So, tell him what you need.
So, gentlemen, I just want to be very clear. There's a multi-tenant site here with a lot of people that are just trying to work. I've got yourself and everyone running in the street. I had to put my brakes on just to stop to make sure you're okay.
Are you safe right now, sir?
Well, I don't know that, do I? So I just want to make sure. We've had reports that you've been to basically every Flock Safety site and facility that you know of. And
correct.
Yeah. So
your surveillance is correct. We're doing our own surveillance.
So people don't really feel safe right now with people randomly trying to get into our sites and buildings.
Oh, wait, you don't feel safe being surveilled? Is that what you're saying?
Not at all, sir.
Because that's what you guys do to us without our consent. Okay. And I think it's interesting when you guys have this happen, you call the police and make us get stopped, but then you do it and it's okay?
I mean, I'd advise you to call the police regard. What we'd like you to do is basically
Charles Johnson was vacuum. Salute.
Saying that you're trespassing on this site and we'd like you to leave peacefully.
This guy's blocking us that you called.
Physically leave.
All of us.
This is my office that I work at Midtown Home Improvement.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to let us leave?
Can I not physically leave my place of employment?
Officer Smith.
I'm speaking because I have something to say, sir, and you are blocking me.
What we're asking is, you're essentially trespassing on this site at the moment. There's a lot of people that don't know your intent. I don't know if you're armed.
I don't know if you're armed.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, it's the same playing field, Buck.
Essentially not really bother us anymore today.
Was it bothering you to film you guys?
I'm not bothered by filming. I'm being bothered by trying to go on a lunch break and people are running around in the street.
Was it such a disservice to your day that you felt the need to call the police for it?
I think if you have someone hanging around outside your house, you'd probably do the same thing.
This is a business that happens to put cameras around the nation, and some people don't like it, and we want to do our due diligence. By the way, we have put in a request to your press team to actually speak to you face-to-face and have a fair interview, and we haven't gotten back from that, so we did our own digging ourselves.
Go through those channels. I'm pretty sure Flock will obviously talk to you about what they need to, and hopefully clear up anything they do.
After Flock called the police and had us detained, I immediately filed a public records request for the police reports and body cam footage. In Georgia, by law, a city or police department has 3 days to respond to a FOIA request. I didn't even get an acknowledgement response for 10 days. I then followed their instructions, confirming the request on their own portal, and a week later they rejected it, claiming that it was canceled due to no response. So I want the citizens of Smyrna, Georgia to understand
What's that
if
British?
this nonsense
That's that
continues, then the
MI6
property
shit,
taxes
right?
will be paying
Yeah,
my legal fees and
MI6.
any fines when I sue the
Pretty
city
sure
for
you
the
probably
records that they're
MI6
obligated by law to provide me.
Folks, it was important to me to try and get Flock involved in this story. Ben tried reaching out to them about their security flaws. I tried reaching out to their PR team, and here's how that conversation went.
When you were there last week, what was your goal? To try to talk to someone at Flock, or just to get B-roll footage, or what was the goal?
Just before we go any further, I guess, is there any potential in doing an interview with Garrett or walking one of the headquarters, whether it's the drone facility?
Well, I want to suss out where you're coming from with this. My question for you is, if this is like a, let me get Garrett in a weird position and ask him a bunch of Ben Jordan-esque questions, I'm not sure that that's a really good use of his time. So I just am curious, are you coming in it through like a fair lens? Are you coming through it, are you coming at this from like the sensationalist YouTuber lens?
I think what people are afraid of is the potential for a mass surveillance state. Once it's in place and the scope keeps creeping, or a national emergency comes in, then all of a sudden the rules change, and something that's we were told came into our communities for one reason is now used for a much more draconian reason. And I think that's the other thing that people would be afraid of.
Logistically, how would this work? Garrett is in Atlanta most of the time. He has like no availability over the next couple of weeks or months. So you can also understand that I'm coming from a position where I have to protect Garrett and Flock.
For sure.
And a lot of people request to do interviews and to look at things, and then the story comes out and it's really shitty. I don't love that you guys trespassed on Friday and that Ben was there as well. I just don't love that. It sends a weird message, because I'm putting faith. If I tell you we're gonna work together, I've never worked with you. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, never worked with you. I'm gonna kind of put my trust in you, and I just know right now that you guys trespassed on our property.
Yeah.
And it felt invasive.
But Momo, does that prove my point of it feels invasive? That's what I'm trying. That's the point I'm trying to make exactly.
I understand. You're saying it feels invasive that you guys are on our property, but Flock cameras being on public roads, taking pictures of public license plates, which is the point of a license plate. I don't believe that what a Flock camera is invasive. I got kind of freaked out at the beginning, which you're like, this is what it's like to feel your privacy invaded. This is how people feel about Flock. And I'm like, I understand that's how people feel, but that's not what Flock is. And so if you're open to debunking that with me in a fair way,
sure.
I don't want your segment to be like Flock wouldn't participate, because we have nothing to hide.
But folks, Flock did hide, and they sent me an email saying they were not going to participate, and it made me ask, do you guys get the impression that they are a transparent company, and do you feel comfortable about them putting cameras in over 6,000 cities around the country? And folks, for reference, months ago, Ben Jordan tried to discreetly tell Flock about security vulnerabilities he saw to help them fix it, and this is how they responded.
So to give you a comparison of how security vulnerability reporting usually works, when I found a mild encryption vulnerability in Ring cameras or vulnerabilities in surveillance robots, the companies immediately reached out to me and offered to pay me to help them document and mitigate the problems. I know of 3 separate security researchers who reached out to Flock Safety about vulnerabilities and were immediately given a non-disclosure agreement. This happened with John Gaines, and the irony is, if they acted ethically and transparently with John, then the vulnerabilities probably would have been fixed before I even started making the video.
And then this is the incestual relationship between Flock and police departments, where now all of a sudden journalists looking into Flock, this is their hidden drone headquarters that we're looking at. We were at their other hidden locations earlier this morning, and we're probably on the list now, right?
I just need you to leave.
Brother, you call the people that are blocking us in. Do you see how that's counterintuitive? Taxpayer funded, by the way. This is pretty great. Alrighty, so we got 1 cop, 2 cop, and then we got the Flock employee who doesn't like being filmed himself that called the police for us filming him. So make it make sense. I appreciate Ben for joining me. Ben is a YouTuber that I've watched to learn and inform myself on this issue. Highly recommend you check his channel out. The link is in the description. And keep learning, keep reading, keep asking questions. That's our duty as a citizen, and we'll see you at the next story. Peace.
Very interesting. Good work, Tommy G. And Ben Johnson. All right. I can dig it.
Okay, play the video that I just dropped in the back.
Oh, with the MMA cat.
Is that who that is? I don't know.
Yeah, I forgot his name. Joel, I think. Yeah.
It's about the flocks.
Right.
Play that shit. Play that shit.
In Albuquerque. I know my buddy was going viral last week for cutting clock cameras down in Albuquerque. I'm replacing them with flags.
Good evening. It's an odd case in Rio Rancho where license plate reader cameras were destroyed, then replaced with a flag. Police say the man behind the crime cost the city thousands in damages. News 13's Bianca Hoops has that video.
A series of vandalized cameras have Rio Rancho police questioning who did it.
So that's our ALPR, the license plate reader. And someone stole the reader and replaced it with this flag. We had the same thing happen yesterday off of Meadowlark. When did they do that?
So I called him up, and he told me he had a court case on Monday. I showed up, and because I did, I was able to capture, literally, what none of you were supposed to see.
And can you kind of comment on why you're here today?
So a guy named Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Thiel specifically owns a company that owns flock cameras.
I caught the media lying about him. One of the local news stations in Albuquerque aired this clip.
After a bizarre scene in court today, a judge says she will issue an arrest warrant for the...
Yo, he had a connection between Epstein and the flock camera company. Hold on.
Named Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Thiel.
Here today.
So a guy named Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Thiel specifically owns a company that owns flock cameras.
I caught the media lying about him. One of the local news stations in Albuquerque aired this clip.
After a bizarre scene in court today, a judge says she will issue an arrest warrant for the man accused of vandalizing license plate readers in Rio Rancho, but he says he has no intention to stop his actions.
You have plans to continue to take down these flock cameras?
Absolutely. No, absolutely. They are a clear and present threat to public safety.
44-year-old Javon Martinez is facing larceny, property damage, and tampering with evidence charges after police say he destroyed 3 flock cameras, costing Rio Rancho thousands of dollars in damage. They say he replaced the cameras with the sign saying, "You're welcome, Republic of New Mexico." Martinez showed up to court today, but he refused to identify himself during the proceedings. The judge considered that as a failing to appear in court, but Martinez claims he exercised his right to remain silent.
No, I can't. You call me, but I am here. I'm right here. I stood up. I walked up there. She wanted my name, but I have a right to not bear testimony against myself. Giving my name consults as testimony. And so I just chose to remain silent.
The judge said she would issue an arrest warrant for Martinez for failure to appear. As of this afternoon, it has yet to be filed. After the hearing, Martinez filed affidavits from witnesses saying he did show up for the hearing.
But there's one problem. That was only a snippet. Here's what actually was said.
Can you kind of comment on why you're here today?
So a guy named Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Thiel specifically owns a company that owns flock cameras. Flock cameras are sold as license plate readers, but they do more than that. They completely track people 24/7. They know where you're driving. They're building databases. That's what the AI centers are for. So all these cameras can send data there to track us. Essentially, they're building us a prison with our own taxpayer dollars. That's what this is. That's what's happening. However, because it's owned by Epstein and Peter Thiel, that means cannibalistic, murdering, rapists, pedophile, human traffickers, sex traffickers, child traffickers, people who steal people have our cameras or have their cameras in our neighborhoods, watching our children go home, watching your families go home. And that is a clear and present threat to public danger, in my opinion, when known people like this are installing surveillance in my neighborhood. If I had a murdering cannibal move into my neighborhood and start putting cameras up in my neighborhood and I tore them down, I guarantee you the police wouldn't care. So the question is, why are the police defending Jeffrey Epstein and his cameras?
And as far as I know, you had taken down the cameras and you had put them a flag up.
Yes, I put this flag right here. So this is the flag of the peace flag, also known as the Republic flag in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of a company called the United States of America Incorporated and to the Republic for which that flag stands. This is the land flag. That is the flag. This is the peace flag. That is the war flag. This is the republic. That is democracy.
Awesome. And do you have plans? And you obviously don't have to comment. Do you have plans to take down these flags?
Absolutely. No, absolutely. They are a clear and present threat to public safety. I just showed everybody today how to get out of these court cases. For those of you who don't know, you show up with a few friends. You don't have to say your name in court. You don't have to do anything. You just have to show up. You're ordered to appear in court. That's all you have to do is appear in court. So I had a few of my good fellow freedom fighters here with me. We showed up to court. For my name, you simply stand up and say, I am here regardless of this matter. I am here regardless of that. She says, well, can you identify yourself? Like, no, I can't. You know, you call me, but I am here. I'm right here. I stood up. I walked up there. She wanted my name, but I have a right to not bear testimony against myself. My name consults as testimony. And so I just chose to remain silent. But I was there. I stepped up. I walked before the court. She then said, well, I'm going to say that you didn't show up today in my courtroom, which I knew she was going to do. I trapped her. She's easy to fool. All these gentlemen right here then followed me behind. We went outside right away and we wrote affidavits of truth. Here's a copy of them right here. I have 6 affidavits of four affidavits of truth on my hand. All signed swearing that I showed up in court on the day before the day. They didn't call the case. That's on them. So just like that, the flock camera case is done. 19 years in prison, done. All these felony charges are done. I showed up. They didn't call the case. The case stops today. Free.
You kind of covered everything that I know, but is there anything that you'd like to add that we haven't talked about?
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, please be very clear. We have a clear and present threat in our city right now. Our government is not protecting us from these predators. The government is clearly, as I am appearing in testimony to, they are protecting the predators from us. That means they have turned against us. The government is allowing Jeffrey Epstein human trafficking, sex trafficking cameras that are already being abused, already being grossly neglected. Plus, all of you guys know this, anyone that goes to the back of these cameras, there's a fun little button you can press and you can download the data. So anybody has access to these cameras. And remember, the city doesn't own them. They're just releasing the service from them. So the city lost no money when I destroyed it, which is another thing the city claimed they are renting the service. But here's the orders. In the name of the Republic of New Mexico, all oaths to the Constitution are invoked. All oaths to the Constitution are invoked. We have a clear and present threat, and your orders are to remove the flock camera threat as you see fit, immediately and without hesitation by any means necessary. We are also to protect our children from CPS and CYFD, as they are threats for this company to take our children and put them into human trafficking. I repeat that again. In the name of the Republic of New Mexico, all oaths to the Constitution are hereby invoked. You are to take down this flock camera threat immediately because we are being enslaved. That's what the data centers are for. That's what the easy fiber is for. That's what the cameras are for. They're building you a prison right now, and they're taking our river to do it. You have to fight back now before it's too late. Do it by any means necessary. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If you agree with Javon, share this message everywhere. If you plan on participating with anything dealing with flock, then let it be sharing this video. Also, if you're from Albuquerque, reach out to your local news station and ask them why they decided to not put out the full clip. Is it because they disagree with John Bunn, who I'm assuming that majority of people would agree with? Why would they need to cut all that out? Who does cutting out all that serve? When it's my thought that the public would absolutely be interested in what he was saying and be responsive to. Let me hear your thoughts.
Man, don't you hear the name of a king?
Sheesh. Shit. Hey, I'll chop it up. I gotta go swap some laundry out.
Oh, okay. You trying to get that odoriferous fume out the crib, huh?
Man, what? Well, now you go. She ran for the hill. She done.
Yeah, none you fell off.
There. She finna go collect flock cameras.
Yep, probably, since she found out it's 2 grams of gold and 3 pounds of copper.
I gotta go back and get that clip. I am not okay.
Roger said it's that's $130 with the gold. I wonder how much the copper is.
I don't know. Hold on. Let me see. About $20. About $20. And three pounds of copper, about $20. So you look about
that's about 150 per camera.
Yeah. What is it? Hold on. $150 per camera. Worth of gold and copper in them. That's what I heard.
Yeah, that's kind of what I heard too.
Ant Dog Avatar pic killing me though.
Benny Hill.
Yeah.
Benny Hill.
Oh, that's Benny Hill. Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, that's actually my last name. My brother used to always tell me when he would come on, your brother on television. I'd be like, if he my brother, he your brother too. Your last name same as mine.
I dig it. Hey, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Where you at, Nanya? You getting back on the panel? Or you out there collecting flock cameras? You done sent your son's centipede army to start a collection. Isn't this? You still in the chat? None, you probably got a phone call from baby daddy, her stalker.
That can't be good.
Yeah, I don't know. Got to let her tell that story. She said he about 7'5" and 400 pounds and be jumping out of bushes.
What? Oh yeah, that's crazy. I got a friend, her baby daddy be doing some crazy stuff like that to her too. I don't know if he do it so much now that she done got married, but
well, if you do get some of them cameras, Nanya, a finder's fee would be cool. Oh, they sell Swedish massages on the phone over there? That's how they getting down? That's like that's damn near like door-to-door prostitution.
She telling the tale. She getting one of them African mud massages. Okay, so check it out. I was telling y'all about one of my clients some time ago that had stage 4 cancer, right? Yes, sir.
This would be him. That would be Ant Dog. And
Yeah.
so that was I don't know how long ago it was, but I heard through the grapevine that doctors told him he only had 6 months, about what, 4 months ago?
Probably that might have been back in March when I first found out I had it. So Steve probably told you that. And that's probably what they told my wife, because they didn't tell me. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know. I started taking your herbs in May though. So I'm
Go get
still
my
here. That's
tongue.
longer than 6 months.
Welcome back, Nunya.
I am back. Here I go. I had to take a phone call.
That's a beautiful thing, Ant Dog.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
What's a beautiful thing? What happened?
I was just telling you that I think you was around too, Nunya. I was talking about it. One of my clients that had stage 4 cancer, and he was doing pretty good off of my herbs, and that would be Ant Dog.
Oh, hey, Ant Dog. Congratulations.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm wonderful.
Good. Somebody said you was getting an African mud massage when you got off.
See that? No. Actually, I'm not. All right, listen.
Like was you getting rubbed down by one of the Jamaicans?
Look, I don't even wish, but no, I wasn't. Nope, no thanks.
I started taking the herbs back in May. About 5 days after I started taking, I was no longer I didn't have to use my pain medication anymore. But my brother over here, he told me, he said expect the pain to come back, because the stuff he was giving me was like knifeless surgery. I would say maybe about a month ago, not even that long ago, maybe about 3 weeks ago, the pain came back, but it's a different kind of pain now.
So the pain came back while you were still using the herbs?
Yeah, but he told me to expect it, because the type of cancer that I have, is no way for my body to excrete it. So what's going on is the herbs are attacking the cancer, and as it's attacking the tumors, when the tumors are apart, it has to attack the cancer that's apart. So, because there's no way for me to excrete it. I don't even know if it was still stage 4. It's a pancreatic cancer.
What up, big dog? What's packing?
Grand Rising, beautiful people. What's good, my brother? Old dude, sister, none of your business. I forget the other brother name, but much love and respect to you, brother. So,
What's happening, big dog?
For a while, man. All good, man. I just wanted to hop on and give my respects. You already know, man.
What's going on?
That's what it do. That's Body Artist. That's T-Dub and Ant Dog.
Respect, Body Artist. Much love and respect, bro.
Yes, sir.
Second half of her African mud massage.
Yeah, he fighting a good fight, but we hope to have this brother cancer free soon.
That's just a testimony to how these doctors be on their bullshit. That they push their fear campaign on you. They try to get you to immediately jump in their radiation pits and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Scare you straight into chemo, and then you really got 1 foot in the grave and the other in the cemetery.
Right.
So I actually did 4 rounds of chemo, but that was before I hooked back up with my brother here. My nephew was the one who got us back together. For years, people been, talking about getting us together, and nobody was doing it. I don't have social media, so there was no way for us to contact each other there. And then my nephew, I just happened to be at somebody's funeral, and he was like, he lived right over there. So he actually ended up giving me his number instead of asking if it was okay to give him mine. He gave me his. I called him the day after. But like I said, we've been brothers since the first. And I don't mean, you know, a lot of times I say we was childhood best friends, but we've been brothers since we met each other.
Yeah.
That's just basically how it was. We met each other in the first grade. We got separated for a couple of years, got back together again, and it was all good like it was before. And it just seemed like it just keep happening with us. But this time it ain't gonna happen like that this time, because now we know where each other are. So that ain't happening this time. Yeah, we locked in this time. Because it's been 30 years since I had talked to him. It had been 30 years. So that just lets you know we old as hell. So
yeah, we got a long history. Go back like car seats. He remember one of my first fights.
Oh yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a 40-year friend like that. I've been knowing for 40 years.
Yeah, it's a couple I know that's been around for 30 plus. Yeah. Yeah.
Most of the ones that we knew from that long ago, though, they gone already.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of them is, you know, they gone already, or
they either gone, physically gone, or mentally fucked off.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because there's a lot of them from our generation, man. They got doped out.
Yep. Yep.
You know, so yeah.
But I love the conversation y'all was having about herbal remedies, because you know that's my thing. You know, I don't trust no doctors, none of them. You know, and that's what helped me. Preventive. I jumped on it early in the preventive stage, and that's what helped me. You know, keep my health together. You know, those herbs. You know, eating right.
Yeah. Well,
you know, exercise. I ain't gonna leave out exercise, walking.
Yeah,
You know,
he'd have had me doing that if we'd have been around each other. He'd have had me doing that long before this ever happened, and I wouldn't have it now.
Right.
You know, but I love that herbal remedy. Like I said, I don't trust these doctors out here at all. That's a business. You know what I mean? So I love when I hear stuff like what y'all talking about. So I just wanted to jump on and give my respect. You know, I'm still gonna say we need to get that mentality like the honey badger, but I'll lay it right there.
I agree, big dog. I agree 1000%.
Anybody can get it.
Anybody can get it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fucking with
it.
Let me see. I think I got an update on the alpha gal syndrome and the tick thing, man. What kind of smoothie you working on over there today, big dog? I know you got a smoothie in the cup.
I don't know. I know we just smashed rattlesnake watermelon.
Wait, what?
A rattlesnake watermelon.
What the fuck is that?
It's a big, delicious melon from Georgia.
Oh, it's just the name of it. We got rattlesnake patterns on it. Something.
Yeah, it's the stripes. That's why they call it the rattlesnake, because the stripes sort of resemble a rattlesnake. These melons was grown not too far from Big Dog Philly OG.
I keep telling myself to stop at this produce, at this farmer's market and grab these damn watermelons, but I keep driving right past it.
Man, I eat it 3 times a day.
I'm usually fucking watermelons up.
Mm-hmm. Especially with this 100-degree weather.
And juice to rhyme.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just telling Aunt that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Juice to rhyme and drink it.
Your lady, you like it. Your lady, you love you for it.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I had heard about that too.
Yeah. Let me see if I can put this up. Let me see. Yeah, I'm finna be on some clerical duties real quick.
Yeah, you don't see too many of them flock cameras in my neck of the woods.
The truth about
Well, they started downtown, and as they was trickling towards Southwest, they started getting chopped down. But they got intentions on putting them out there.
Yeah, they're going up. I'm in suburbia, and I see them going up.
Yeah, we live right outside of Southwest. I haven't seen any over there though. Not yet.
Now that they're in the back of your mind, you might start seeing them shit.
Mm-hmm. I think I've seen some in Taylor though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just haven't seen none in Lincoln Park yet.
Well, I know they all over like Livonia, and when you go out toward Farmington Hills, you see them sparsely, but I don't care. They can police those people. I'm good. Just keep them out my neck of the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm gonna put it out there: 2 grams of gold, 3 pounds of copper.
All that shit.
You gonna have crackheads going crazy.
Yes, sir.
Them scrappers,
Here's
them
your
be the
come
meth,
up right here.
the meth heads. The meth heads, ultimate scrappers.
Oh yeah.
They be on that shit.
You can smoke all day off of 1 camera.
Oh shit.
You'll be going crazy. Teeth be falling out here and there.
Hey yo. It's only a matter of time for that shit get out there like that. They're gonna be like, what?
Oh yeah.
Before you know
I put them signs on the pole if I got to. Right up under the camera. I put an arrow pointing to it and say, this camera contains 2 grams of gold, 3 pounds of copper.
He gonna have people out there chopping the whole pole.
Wow.
The
pole got to be worked up too.
Look, you can cut the pole into planks, man.
Get it all. Pull it out. Pull the whole thing out the damn ground. Which is crazy because one of my neighbors, man, years ago, he was one of them people, and this dude stayed in the driveway in his garage burning plastic off wires and shit, man. Get out like this dude scrapping like a motherfucker. You know, so I'm like, man, that shit stank, man. What the fuck? What you doing, man? Get that shit out.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell somebody to tell my brother.
Man, look, got
What you say? You gonna do what?
I'm gonna tell somebody to let my brother know.
Oh.
You know, my brother, a crackhead electrician. Shit, he'd get every flock camera in the city.
Oh.
God damn.
10 and 2 blocks.
Right.
Gone.
I've seen
he already missing 90% of his teeth. That'll be
I've
the
seen-
rest of it.
There it go.
I've seen woo, gas. I've seen two cameras at the strip mall right there by the restaurant. in front of the Home Depot and a Target. I need to start paying attention. I know the motherfucker. I mean, you already got the cameras on every damn street light.
Man.
But I hear reports like, and they using that shit and pulling people over, and then going to people's houses, arresting them for shit they ain't even done. Like they got the wrong people and shit. Like,
yeah, it's the what is it? The facial recognition.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that and
happened here 3 times.
And you know the flock cameras. They not just the flock cameras. The flock cameras will scan your phone and go through it. But you know, for the longest, they didn't tell us when the police take your phone to the car, they plug it in and they download everything on there. And they actually, you know, they had AI going through your phone and telling them about anything they can mess with you on. When they come back and say, well, where you been? They looking at your GPS already.
I've never had my phone to them motherfuckers.
No, sir. And people be it's really you setting yourself up when they ask for your insurance and you want to show them your phone.
Yeah, because then they want to take it back to their car and
yeah, and they're gonna plug it in as soon as they do.
That's why I keep my little paper insurance card in the vehicle.
Yep. That's why I told my wife she needs to start having AAA send us the paper ones.
Right.
Don't show them.
I was one that had it on my phone, but I never gave him my phone.
Just show it to him, huh?
I just show it to him, yeah. You ain't getting my phone. Now, go ahead, bro.
Well, you know, you don't have to hand them your paperwork. All you got to do is display it. But most of them want to take it out they'll snatch it out your hand if they get a chance to.
Right.
And as far as when I got locked up for, you know, what I got, I made sure I gave my wife my phone. Take this shit. They ain't getting none of that.
Yeah, if you lock it, they'll try to make you unlock it, and you don't have to do none of that.
Yeah, I don't care if they got a warrant or not. They're not going through my phone. We good on that. That's private. That is invasion of privacy, whether you got a warrant or not. You better get a warrant specifically for my phone. And if you get it, I'm destroying my phone. Before you get it.
Definitely agree with that.
Yep.
I might have to switch platforms. He said, "Oh, what you have on that phone? What I missed?" I ran to the laundry room real quick. Now your phone died. You got to quit using them African phones and shit. That's like the Obama phone. Dude said something in one of the videos. Maybe we want to play something real quick.
No, I'm not okay.
I got to get that. I already wrote down the timestamp and what video it was.
Look, they must have been whooping my man's behind.
He was crying some real tears.
I'm not okay.
Shoot, I wouldn't be either the way they was whooping on him. He was on the ground too, wasn't he?
Yeah, but all they were showing was his feet.
Mhm. They didn't want to show you the whooping they put on him, so they just showed his feet. That's what it is.
They didn't want to show you the legs sticking out of his rear end.
It probably was leaking shit.
Probably.
Bust your head to the white meat.
They must have did his to the white meat and kept going.
Yeah, for him to say that.
Come on. Computer moving hella slow. Hold on. I say you're doing too much. Oh, where my shit at? Do as I say, not as I do.
Look, you must be right. Old girl must be getting that African rub down. She been gone for a while.
Leave my sister none of the business alone. Leave her alone, man. She getting that American, rub down. She ain't getting no African. Leave none of your business alone.
It's a 6'6" Jamaican rubbing her legs down right now.
She get that. I be giving none of you that tough love.
She getting that American massage. You know what she get.
There it is. She getting attacked. Nah, she getting. It's a centipede thing.
You say it's not Tunde?
It's the centipedes.
I think she said the battery died or something.
Yeah, she got that battery from. She got to plug it into the little mud charger.
That USB mud pack. So speaking of fear mongering, your girl said that Nolan Wells' friends' parents got ties to TPUSA.
So does Officer Steven.
Who is Officer Steven?
Oh, Tatum, my bad.
Oh, Scrotum. Oh yeah, that's my point. That's part of my point. The parents got ties to TPUSA. Your girl Tisa dropped it.
Did she?
Yeah.
It was another sister dropping the Dixie, Mississippi. Hey, she was getting deep.
I'm gonna get you the video. It's worth checking out. Hold on.
Let me see something.
Shoot.
Hey, you know what I say? I'll be very quick. The parents doing dirt, the kids gonna do dirt too because they see the parents doing dirt. Then the parents got to cover up the dirt that they're doing and the kids doing, and that's what they doing now.
Right. The way it looked, the parents was in on it from the beginning.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'm putting the link in the back chat.
It's like they extorting each other. 'Cause they know
Everything,
you got to
it's
see
all
it.
on the table. You feel me? Put it all on the table.
But yeah, they've
Anything.
been covering up their crimes for a long time. But go ahead, old dude. My bad.
No, you got it.
Yeah, they've been covering up. They, unaliving the people for a while because of the positions they in. Corporation positions. Judges, DAs, prosecutors.
Yeah, I was about to say, ain't one of the
all
parents
of
a judge or something?
Teachers,
Yep.
police officers, sheriffs, all above. They've been covering up they dirt that they did. Then they got to, once they teach their kids to do the dirt, they got to cover their tracks too.
Well, hey, now Ida Wells' great granddaughter came out and said they not related. I seen an article from Ida's great granddaughter. I don't know if it's bullshit or not, but I think that brother was definitely unalive. It wasn't no simple drowning either. It's too much bullshit in that case. What do you know so far? He went to an island with a bunch of motherfuckers, and the only one that ain't come back, they had to do identifying through dental records.
Yeah.
And then
I think they also had to take it. The coroner in that county, did something, and then I think they had to take it to another coroner outside of that area to just check and see what the first coroner had did. Something like that.
The second autopsy. They did a follow-up autopsy.
Yes,
and they didn't send the throat. They ain't send the young nigga throat with the body.
Or the lungs.
Or the lungs, that's right.
Check out that link right there, old dude. Started at 2 minutes.
The little dude's story ain't matching up with the chick's story. Nah, he left with you. Nah, he left with y'all. The sea tow call for the boat tow. Little dude was on the phone at the same time. The grandfather on the phone with the captain, telling him, "Nah, we don't need that. Cancel that." Like it's like alibis got set up. It's just like they fucked up. They a bunch of dummies.
And then I don't know if y'all heard the boy Nolan Wells might have been smashing one of the guys' ex, and he got emotional.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, I heard that too.
They debunked it. They don't. Bart didn't know her, but it turns out that that girl and Nolan Wells' family had a deeper history than anybody knew. He knew that girl and her whole family. Their families is close. You see the link, old dude? It's in the back chat.
Sir. I got him. You say 2 minutes? What? 2 minutes in?
Started at 2 minutes in.
One on TikTok, make sure you give her a follow, because I think she did an excellent job of assembling all the information. Let's go.
Not only have I found more evidence of a fourth boat, not only have I found a lie in their timeline, but I have also discovered a deep political connection, not only to a former governor of Mississippi, but to Turning Point USA. So first off, this picture has surfaced in which it's clearly the group of boats a little bit further out in the water altogether. Now here's what is supposedly Bart's boat. We can see the Garmin on top, can confirm this black boat from this other picture. We can see Wyatt's Triton right here, and we can confirm that by the motor. As you can see right here, has that black stripe on the white motor. Now in between the two boats is the Palm Beach. You can clearly see it labeled, and it's got that stripe, right? As you can see, the stripe is there And yet there's this design right here and no Palm Beach. And you may be like, Jay, that doesn't prove that it's a different boat. Maybe we just can't see it, even though it should be right there according to this picture. But if you look in this video, you can see that there is a black propeller right there. See black propeller, and you can very clearly see the Palm Beach right there on the side. And if you look really carefully in this photo, you can see right there a black propeller. There's another boat on the other side of these three boats. And given the lack of the name on the boat and the black propeller, I'm going to assume the Palm Beach is on the other side.
Which is a good...
means there's 4 boats.
Sorry about that. Let's just rewind this really quick. Hold on.
Right there, a black propeller. There's another boat on the other side of these 3 boats.
Okay.
And given the lack of the name on the boat and the black propeller, I'm going to assume the Palm Beach is on the other side.
So now we're looking at 4 boats. But hold on. The evidence gets even clearer. Hold on.
Which means there's 4 boats right here. Then I rewatched Warren's interview.
I woke up at my buddy's house, and we went to McDonald's, got food. No one was not with me. And I went and got breakfast. I had my buddy's boat hooked up to my truck. And well, first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came back, and the boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went, and with my buddies, we went, filled the top of the boat off, loaded it down with ice, and just got everything ready. Then Wyatt went and put his smaller boat in the water, which is the Palm Beach. He's an 18-foot Palm Beach, and I drove the boat from 4x boat launch to my buddy's grandparents' house, and that's where we all planned to meet up that day.
So Wyatt had his buddy's boat already hooked up to the back of his truck. He said he and Wyatt and his other buddy went and got ice and filled up the boat. And Wyatt went and put the Palm Beach, his smaller boat, into the water. And we know that there was a second boat, the Triton, that was driven by Wyatt. Wyatt had 2 boats in the water. Who was driving his other boat?
Again, who was driving the other boat? If he, according to this photo evidence you just saw, now has 2 boats in the water.
Nolan was on Wyatt Pyron's 22 Triton. On the way out, I went with my buddy Bart because we had a lot of friends from college coming down, and I called Bart that morning. I was like, hey man, can you take your boat out? And he was like, yeah, well, my dad's decided not to go, and I'll take the boat, and I'll take you and your friends. Of course, I mean, he's a buddy of mine. And so Bart pulled up.
I thought this Bart fella said he was out of town. He wasn't in town.
Nah, he said he had been out of town for a year, but he lawyered up, and then he told his version of the story that don't match up with Warren. He said Warren lying. He said he just gave him a tow, and he got involved in some bullshit that he didn't plan on, being a part of. He said they on some bullshit.
Well, it looked like they was trying to keep his name out of it. That Warren fucked up in the interview. But
his name came out in the in that phone call when old girl cleaned up the audio.
Bart.
Yep. That's when his name surfaced, and then they can't hide him no more.
Right.
At the dock, and I mean, I rode out there with Bart, and a lot of the girls that go to college with my friends and I, and Nolan rode out on the Triton, and then we had a Palm Beach, 18 Palm Beach. There was 4 guys on that. There was like 8 people on the Triton, and then there was 8 or 9 people on the Triton, and then there was the rest of the group, which was ranged from maybe 10 to 15 or 16 people.
Now, wait a minute. So Warren already had a boat hooked up when he woke up that morning. I'm assuming that that had to be the Triton that was hooked up, right? Then he said that Wyatt went and put his smaller boat, the Palm Beach, into the water. Then Warren said that he was the one who drove the Palm Beach to their friend's dock. Assuming that Wyatt drove the Triton to the dock and Bart drove his own boat to that dock, who drove the Palm Beach out to the water then? Exactly. He said that he got a ride in with Bart, even though at one point during the interview, he said all of his stuff was on the Palm Beach. So it sounds to me like Warren was the one driving the Palm Beach. I'm also like, what parent would let their kid, who's obviously going off to party, take 2 of their boats and let their drunk friends drive? Like, it isn't making sense to me. I mean, maybe these parents are just shitty parents and irresponsible. Then he also said that he contacted Bart that morning to see if he could come, and Bart was like, yeah, I can give all your friends a ride, blah, blah, blah. According to him, there were 10-ish people, 15 people on that boat. So where were those people originally supposed to ride in on? They'd been planning it for weeks. They were excited about it. Why did Bart have to suddenly step in and take all these people? And
let's think about that. Why indeed?
And remember, Bart said that his dad had canceled going out on the boat that day, so he could do it. Something's not adding up here. I think there was an adult somewhere in this mix. It would also explain how they all thought quickly on their feet with the sea tow. I wouldn't be surprised if an adult didn't come out there and just go off with other adults that were also on Horn Island and let the kids hang out with the boats. Here's where things are going to get interesting, folks. There are more GPS coordinates in the report than what we have seen publicly. I'm gonna play you a clip from the interview, but remember, at 5:30 is when they started picking up regular speed, all right? It's right here, 525, speed miles, 30 to 35 knots. So here we go.
Planed off and you have water in the boat and you're hauling, we're going pretty fast. We're going probably 40, 42 miles an hour. And so all that excess water that was built up in the boat is coming out of the boat. So, I mean, that's what we had to do. So we ran into Fort Bayou. And we didn't just run straight to my buddy's grandparents' house. We ran into Fort Bayou. A couple of us jumped in the water, and Wyatt, the whole reason for the stop was so Wyatt could hop in and put the plug back in the boat. So
Wyatt could hop back in. Let's keep going.
Then after that, we went and docked it, and I went back to my buddy's house, and we ate. And, napped for a little bit. It was a long day at the odds.
Now you heard him. He said that they took off going 40 miles an hour and they didn't go to his buddy's grandparents' house, but they went to Fort Bayou to go do a plug thing. Except right here, 5:44, vessel arrives at El Camino Road. 8 minutes later, then it departs from El Camino Road and headed east into Fort Bayou. So right there, we have a lie. The boat did stop before going into Fort Bayou. 6 minutes.
Or which boat stopped before going into Fort Bayou? Because if they're all getting their alibi together, maybe they're all intermingling facts on the story. Which boat? But let's keep going.
Later, it comes back to El Camino Road, and the vessel departed El Camino Road half an hour later, headed southwest to St. Martin Bayou, and then turned southeast into Biloxi Bay Bridge. Then they went back to the Bayou boat launch. Then the boat was taken to Cardinal Lane, which was Wyatt's residence. Now, because I am an absolute genius, I was able to find it. This was where they left and where they came back that day, then came back several times. Now, first off, why aren't we seeing footage of them returning that day? We know.
Now, this is an important point because they've been releasing footage left and right to TMZ about all this stuff. They even why are they not releasing all the footage? Why can't we see
Ghetto Child Clinic? What's cracking?
One who got to the dock, who deplaned the dock, but more important, I want to see their body language or the way they were acting when they got back from Horn Island with Nolan, who mysteriously vanished. How were they moving? How were they acting?
Oh, that Nolan was with them when they left. So why do they have the security cams from that morning, but not that night? Whose grandparents live there? Jax Patalo, whose family owns a pharmacy. It goes back deeper than that because George Patalo Sr., which is Jax's great-grandfather who is deceased, as it turns out, his great-grandfather was appointed and served on the staff of Mississippi Governor Cliff Finch. As you can see, I've confirmed Jax's relation to him. And as it turns out, Cliff Finch, well, he was in the Mississippi House of Representatives from 1960 to 1964 and supported racial segregation and backed the racist governor, to preserve segregation in the state. The federal grand jury conducted a 3-year-long investigation into his administration and several state agencies, and they were all accused of corruption and mismanagement. Finch was never found guilty himself, but some of his aides and appointees were indicted. And those sort of political connections seem to trickle down through the generations, so now we know why the governor got involved. And I started looking into the lawyer that's handling the defamation case from the Bart family. So from 2015 to 2018, he was state director of Americans for Prosperity. Then in 2018 to 2020, he was vice president of Stand Together while being vice president of Americans for Prosperity. Stand Together is a Charles Koch nonprofit, and Americans for Prosperity is a libertarian conservative political advocacy group affiliated with Charles Koch and David Koch. And if you don't know who the Koch brothers are, they're fucking evil. Guess who's one of the major funders for Turning Point USA? Major donors for the Koch brothers also are primary financial pillars for Turning Point USA, specifically their campus operations. And guess who used to serve as the director of urban engagement?
That's all the connection we need to know right there.
Yes, I'm still sympathetic to the loss of life, man. That's even if any of this shit real.
Right.
I'm just saying, I gotta be that one to say that shit. If this shit is even all real.
Exactly.
Could be
And
a
that's
Hollywood.
exactly what I was about to say. You don't even know if this is real. This is a straight up psyop. I don't believe in none of it.
Could be.
Definitely could be a psyop.
With all the connections, you know, who knows?
Justice.
I mean, like with all them politicians and stuff involved, shoot, chances are it is a psyop. It's all about the reaction.
Yeah, don't forget all them unmarked graves behind that Mississippi jail either.
Right.
The history, Mississippian culture, the mound builders. Of course,
And
That's
not
what
just-
make it real.
And not just any reaction. They want our reaction. They want us all caught up in this because you don't really see anybody else concerned like we are. Where's the Asian outcry? Shouldn't they be somewhere trying to get a bill over this because he was part Asian?
Yeah, I mean,
They already got it. They already got a hate crime bill.
No,
I said,
something else.
activate that motherfucker, right? And wasn't he part Asian? That sound like a hate crime to me.
Well, they
What I'm trying to
probably
say is,
suspended that because of the one drop rule.
Right.
So his slight connection to indigenous Americans is what's canceling out this Asian outcry.
Probably.
I thought you said his parents was foreign.
Well, his mother is mixed.
Right.
Her mother is Filipino. Her father was I don't know, something of a brown persuasion.
Yeah, but the Asians probably consider her tether class.
Yeah, Filipinos ain't really they like the lower level Asian.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter when it comes to the fact that there's any Asian in his blood. The other, leaders of that whole hate bill can step in and just bounce off of that.
But if you expect other Asians to step in, they not gonna do that for a Filipino.
It say she had Filipino and Black African American heritage.
Well, see, that's the problem with Filipinos, they're not all Asian. The original inhabitants of that island were Black.
Yeah, for sure.
So if you a dark they got class, and just like what are they, colorism in the Black community, they got that in the Asian community too. And then Filipinos are considered niggas in the Asian community.
Pretty much.
Because of the negritos, the original Filipinos. So they not gonna step in because of that. They don't care nothing about that. Now, if they were Chinese or Japanese, well, they probably still wouldn't care because he part Black. So they wouldn't care.
Right. They probably look at that one drop rule too and be like, nah, he mostly nigga.
Yeah. especially them Chinese.
Boy, I mean, hurry up and die. I mean, bye. Let's see.
Yeah, that's what that is.
I'm sitting there looking there. I'm trying to see who her father is and shit.
He's the Wells. He's the one where Wells comes from. I don't know, because I've had Filipino friends and they seem very proud of their Negrito Ada connection. But you know, they're part Chinese and part Negrito, which is not us, but they assume it's us.
I'm trying to find this nigga name. And her daddy ain't got a name around his mouth. Like,
they probably hiding it.
No, they said his name in one of them speeches.
He was a Wells.
His mama's daddy. No, his mama's daddy, his grandpa. As he said, he's still around.
Maternal grandfather.
I'm pretty sure he's still alive. I can't find no name on this nigga. I find that strange.
All right, well, family, I got to get home and help my son get something together. So I'm gonna say peace to y'all right now.
I appreciate
and love and love to everybody. Look, don't be getting no more of them African mud massages over there.
Oh my goodness! I'm gonna have to make sure I go get one.
He joined in with the shit. Damn.
Okay, he's like this y'all. Look, don't tell him about the centipedes, please.
Yeah, I've been hearing something about that, but ain't nobody told me what that meant yet. So.
No, don't tell him. Don't. I don't need any more attachments.
Leave the ants out of it too.
Oh Lord,
right.
yeah, leave them out of it. All right, Anthony.
Nice
Man,
I appreciate you joining, man. Nice to meet you, man.
I enjoyed myself, man. Maybe I'll do this again when I come out, hang with my brother.
For sure.
Okay.
All right.
All righty.
Peace and good health to you, man. Oh. You would think maybe I need to go on like the Brave search engine. Or maybe I should ask Grok.
Yeah, ask the data center. Ask the data center to shit on it.
Yeah. Ask the data center. Who is Christine Wansley's father?
Wells Wansley.
Christine Wells Wansley's father. The browser has lost connection. Oh no. Can y'all hear me? Anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You good?
Oh, it's probably because I'm on Wi-Fi and I didn't plug my computer in. Oops. Hold on.
Go on and plug that mud pack in. That mud USB.
I got it from your cousin.
No, Ube Abe did not give that to you.
Ube Abe. eBay, nigga. Let's see how I go. Enter voice mode. Here we go. What's the problem? What the hell? What the hell? Yo, Grok. Oh, I see. Yo, Grok. What's up, Grok?
All right.
What is Christine Wells Wansley's father's name?
Let me look that up for you. I couldn't find any reliable information on Christine Wells Wisely's father's name. The search results mostly connect her
Didn't
to her
say
son,
Wisely,
Nolan
said
Wells, and
Wansley.
husband Elmore Wansley.
Said
With
Wansley.
no details. From what I found, Christine's father's family. Yeah, that sounds frustrating as hell.
Read that again.
Yeah, that sounds frustrating as hell.
Let's see. What I found, Christine's father's family is from Mississippi. Okay, what is her father's name? What is her father's name?
Is that the right spelling? I thought it was with an O. It makes a difference with these AI bots.
I can't find her father's name. News articles mention her father's family is from Mississippi, but no name. Public records and obituaries don't show it either. No name comes up. A People article says her father's family is from Mississippi and she moved there when she was younger. That's the only detail out there. No first name, no obituary, nothing public.
Interesting.
Yeah, pretty thin trail.
You sure you can't find the name?
Let me double check that for you. Still nothing. The People piece confirms her father's family is from Mississippi and that she moved there as a kid, but no name. No other sources mention it at all.
Well, you ain't worth a damn to me then. No African Wi-Fi hookup. I just saw that shit.
Got your router plugged into a mud pack.
It got the Mbuku Wi-Fi. You dig? Very reliable. I got my
Mud pack and the Baghdad battery, and you mobile.
I got my laptop tethered into the tethered via African network. I find that strange. I think I want to go to Brave search engine. Hold on.
While we bullshitting though, the way these gas prices going, I might buy one of them African generators that run off P.
Is that a real that's some bullshit? That you gotta be playing. Let's say Christine.
I don't know. I think that's real, old dude.
Nah, Christine Wells. Her name is Christine. It ain't Christina, is it?
I thought it was Christine. Let me see.
See, other people be going one direction, I'll be going another direction. I'll be going against the grain, my bad. I want to know your father's name. Quit playing with me.
It's Christine. Christine Wells Wansley.
Oh, it's given a name for her father-in-law. Christopher Wells Sr. No, what? Oh, Nola Wells' paternal grandfather.
So yeah, while I was on Google, I asked, was that generator real? And it's real, bro.
Get the fuck out of here.
It's real, bro.
A piss power generator?
Yes, sir.
What the heck? What did I just come back to?
I'm trying to figure out how this works.
I could have been
my
saving
next
money.
thought process is, how does this work?
How does what work? The piss pack?
Working off piss steam, like a steam engine. The fucking system.
Y'all crazy. A piss pack?
You might want to holler at one of your cousins. He can patent that shit.
No, I don't think Google can do that.
Now you got inventors in the family and shit. You don't even know what niggas they over there making piss power generators and shit.
Why you gotta put that in my phone? If they use any of their piss, it'll come back failed for the drug test.
We maneuvering. Look, we having control over the animal kingdom. They got centipede charmers and shit. You got
Centipede peed on you. That's crazy. Y'all crazy. But I think it's kind of interesting that somebody who was literally a nobody just pops on the scene, controlling the damn news, interrupting life, and we don't even know. We don't even know who or what or where she came from.
Can I get to know her? Can I get to know his father a little more? Then she's a mystery for now.
I dropped a little clip about the uncles.
His dad's brothers?
Yeah.
What's that nigga name? Elmore?
Which is an island type name.
You go back to Brock. Can you tell me the parents of Elmore Wansley?
I checked all the sources. Elmore Wansley's family is from Moss Point, Mississippi, but his parents' names don't come up anywhere. No obituaries or records mention them.
How did neither one of these people's parents unknown? I don't understand that.
The mother was named Hosa, Hosa, Wansley, and the father was named Leroy.
Leroy's a nigga.
True indeed. ain't no denying that. They done mixed up Leroy and made Elmore, huh? Just take some letters, move them around, call a nigga Elmore. You say you dropped the link of what's this back here? What y'all got back here? Oh, that's the generator. And this is the clip of the uncles on TikTok.
Yeah, that's his uncles, and the father used
TikTok
to be
video.
Yeah, the father was a pro also.
You ready? Let's go.
Why they gotta use the music like that? What the?
Ready?
Stop hating on their music.
So they was football players. I don't want to get that shit on my channel like that. They be doing copyright claims and shit. Otis Wansley, hometown, Moss Point, football player. The backfield. Oh shit. George Wansley. George Ivory running. Moss Point. Standout back from Moss Point. George Wansley powered through SEC defense at Mississippi State. Reliable force for the Bulldogs backfield. Drafted in '84. Nathan Wansley. NFL entry. Oh, undrafted free agent, '86. Oh, he played with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in '86.
Who was Nathan? His brother?
Elmore brother, I guess. Which would be Nolan's uncle.
Okay, those are Otis's brothers. Because his father is Otis, right?
No, his father is Elmore Wansley. Okay. And this, I guess these are his brothers. So this could be some get back over this shit.
Yeah, it could be competition. You know, they might be afraid that he was gonna knock Warren out of the D1 competition. Or maybe he did, because you know them other boys was playing football too. Bart played football, and I think one of them other ones play too. Is it Warren?
I don't know if it's Warren. I think it's
the other one, the one that made the call.
Wyatt.
I know the ones that Scrotum interviewed was not they not football players.
Very interesting. Yeah. If the shit real, it's definitely got something to do. Like I bet one of his uncles knocked out one of they people. And they still pissed off about that. They like, oh, we're not gonna let this little nigga do the same shit that happened before.
Could be.
You know what I'm saying?
Sports politics.
It's a dirty game, y'all. Like Fightland. Get back to this. I'm gonna move to this tick update. Oh boy, I see this Alex.
Oh boy.
Shit, here we go.
Yes.
The truth about alpha-gal syndrome, because what we've been told is not accurate. And I've dug through the historical documentation. I've gone through all sorts of articles on PubMed, and I've put together what is really the truth about alpha-gal, that, you know, this doesn't start with a tick bite. It starts much more nefariously by proteins being injected in our body through vaccines. And the tick bite comes along and just explodes it and makes it come alive.
Wow, Wait a minute. So you're saying also, so people who catch an alpha gal are vaccinated individuals, I assume. After they get
so they must have slid some component of the disease into them through a vaccine.
Well, shit, the mRNA fucking it just basically unlocks all the diseases in your DNA, and if you happen to run across that shit, it's gonna hit you.
I don't think it worked like that. I think they're because I heard about this before. I heard about this some years ago, that they were basically splitting virus. They'll put one component in a vaccine. So if you get bit by, you know, any given bug, say a mosquito, tick, fly, or whatever, now you got the other component of it, and you can't trace where it came from. You know, it's part of them being covert.
Yeah, I was gonna say with that, once you take that vaccine, it breaks down your immune system. It takes over your immune system. So now you're accessible to those diseases, from what I understood.
Well, it depends on which one, you know, because the number 19, that one has that one actually, ain't nobody talking about it, but that one is programmable. So they can send it a signal, you know, on a certain frequency. And, you know, this is just my speculation, and control which illness you get, because, you know, those type of viruses operate on a certain frequency, right? And if they match that frequency, then you develop that disease. That one was programmable, but the ones prior to it were not. Those ones had different components of ailments. So, you know, something different can happen to you, and then you develop a given disorder or disease, which they end up capitalizing on, because the first thing people do is run straight to the hospital. Like this one right here, it'll probably only develop if you get bit by those ticks that are, you know, carrying the other component.
Right. If you what they call it when you predisposed like to cancer or something like that. That's why you got all these turbo cancers and shit. Yeah, it really gear your body up to accept whatever attack it.
Breaking down your immune system.
Yeah. Ooh, I heard Alex come in here hot. He says, "Oh, wait, back up."
Your immune system is partly biological, though. You know, it's based on your liver function and your in working conjunctions with the biological, you know, the bacteria in your gut.
Yeah.
So they killing off your gut bacteria and playing with your immune system by way of chemicals.
Slow down. Talk about that. So you're saying it's a binary system?
Yes. You know, there was research that was done in 1902 that demonstrated the fact that if you ate a protein, your digestive enzymes would take care of that protein, but if you injected a foreign protein, a little tiny protein, the researcher who was doing it was looking for a way to cure the venom of sea anemones from being so poisonous. So he injected a teeny tiny little dot of the sea anemone toxin into a dog. And then several weeks later thought, well, now the dog's going to be immune and we're not going to have a problem. So when he re-injected that same protein into the dogs went into severe anaphylaxis and died. And he was the first person who defined the definition of the word anaphylaxis, which means against protection. And got the Nobel Prize for showing that when you inject foreign proteins into the body, it can cause all sorts of sensitization problems. So I've dug through a lot of the material, Alex, and I found that the sensitization, it's clear that, two of the vaccines in particular, MMR and chickenpox, have the highest amounts of gelatin, and gelatin has alpha-gal in it. So the body has already been sensitized by the alpha-gal in the gelatin of MMR and chickenpox.
For folks that don't know, gelatin comes from animals' hooves.
Cow's hoof.
Yeah.
So then when you get the tick bite, and the tick injects the galactose sugar in your body, you've already got antibodies against it. So the tick bite is just, you're sensitized, and then the tick bite lights the fire. And so there's plenty of information out there to show. And the tick bite, the blaming it all on this Lone Star tick is an absolute cover for the mess that they've made with all these vaccines. You can see it clearly to where, now they're going to blame it on, dropping these tick boxes everywhere and getting people these tick bites, and they're developing this alpha-gal syndrome that's caused by the tick. No, it's exacerbated by the tick. It's like you've already got the paper in your body, and the tick comes along and lights the match. The whole vaccine industry, honestly, Alex, just needs to blow up and go away. It's a 200-year mistake. I stopped talking about the childhood vaccine schedule about a year ago now, and I call it what it is, the pediatric poisoning program. Pediatric poisoning program.
Real time, uncensored, unstoppable. AlexJonesLive.com. Take a stand. Share the link.
Tenpenny Investigative Medical Research and an integrative medical clinic located near Cleveland, Ohio, opened in '96. Her company provides a natural, holistic approach to getting well, not prescription medications, and it just goes on from there. And she's invested decades in fighting this tyranny. She's a best-selling author, as I mentioned earlier. But I wanted to get her on about the ticks. Because you got Plum Island, where they developed weaponized spirochetes, and then you got it showing up in New York and Connecticut a few years later. And then now you have all these other forms of spirochetes that people believe have been engineered. You have Bill Gates doing projects that release ticks. They say do something else to cows. You have the World Economic Forum 10 years ago and 6 years ago saying we want to have Lone Star ticks that, bite you and you get alpha-gal, so you can't eat red meat. Now that's exploded exponentially. You've got ticks showing up thousands of miles out of their ranges, videos of boxes falling full of baby ticks. You've got Google and Gates releasing tens of millions of mosquitoes, and then all sorts of problems coming out of that. The mosquitoes supposedly are sterile because they have this bacteria in it. Well, does that get into other life forms? We'll get into the unseen epidemic, the modern explosion of chronic fatigue, neurological decline, treatment-resistant mystery illnesses. And we're going to talk about all this with a leading researcher and medical doctor, Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. So let's plunge into this right now. And then towards the end of the interview, I'm going to air a special report on bombs in the World Trade Centers, because Piers Morgan and others have been trying to rewrite history about that. And then the War Room is coming up in 51 minutes with Harrison Smith, War Room Live. Be sure to join him for that. Dr. Tenpenny, people want to know about this. Thanks for coming on to discuss it. My dad was on a rock climbing thing like 20 years ago in Oklahoma, got bit, didn't know he had Lyme's disease, went to the doctor, they didn't diagnose it right, ate a bunch of his joints, really messed up his health ever since then. He went from, being able to do 20 pull-ups to not being able to do one. I had another good friend, had it, they didn't diagnose it for a year, ate his joints. I mean, this has been a problem, and it's going exponential. Then we have Bill Gates hovering around it, and intelligence agencies, not a good sign. So to give us the real intel, Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, thanks for being here, Doc.
Well, thanks for having me, Alex. It's good to be back. Haven't seen you in a while, so thank you so much.
Thanks for being here. So I know you're the expert of experts on so much. What's really going on?
Well, ticks are a real problem, and Lyme disease is a real problem, as you know, as you just said. And most people are underdiagnosed, and that's by definition, and that's by design. I mean, when they first discovered, in 1952, when the researchers identified the bacteria that causes Lyme, and then it was released accidentally or intentionally, sort of like in Wuhan, with the ticks on Plum Island, and ended up to be discovered in Lyme, Connecticut. The diagnosis was really an ELISA test, which was not very accurate because you can use ELISA testing in the lab for a lot of different conditions. So then they developed something called a Western blot, and they intentionally left off. And well, let me back up a step. The Western blot test looks for different antigens on the surface of a tick, and they intentionally left off the two antigens that are most defining for Lyme disease. And that was created by a panel that happened up in Detroit, Michigan, that they intentionally, by design, left out the two antigens off of the test that was most likely going to diagnose you with Lyme disease. And so there's a lot of underdiagnosis. And so people run around for years with headaches and back pain and memory loss and inability to speak and lightning strike, feeling pain down their arms and legs, going from doctor to doctor to doctor, and they can't get a diagnosis. The diagnosis has been hidden until really recently, that you couldn't even really diagnose people with Lyme disease. And in some parts of the country, if people were diagnosing and actually treating Lyme with IV antibiotics or even oral antibiotics, their medical license were sanctioned, and some people lost their medical license. So they, by definition, made it difficult to diagnose. It was just normal aches and pains and anything. And if you did a short course of doxycycline of antibiotics, and you didn't get better by that, then it was diagnosed. Then you were told to see a psychiatrist because all of your residual symptoms were psychiatric and by design. And so it's been a very difficult road for many people. In fact, we're doing a webinar on Saturday about this with a Dr. Carrie Simpson, who's been treating Lyme disease for many, many years. She's actually helped cured, eliminated Lyme from her own body and hundreds of people more. And when I first started speaking with her, what got my attention and why I wanted to have this webinar and to help give people hope and tell them there's ways that they can get better, ways that they can improve, is because she told me that the number one cause of death from Lyme disease was suicide across the board, because the symptoms were so bad and people were so frustrated by the doctors not believing them, and by doctors, going from doctor to doctor, never getting a diagnosis, never getting a solution, being put on too short of a course of antibiotics for too short a period of time, which, sounds an awful lot like when people had COVID, right? Were given the wrong dose at the wrong time, the wrong dose of ivermectin, or hydroxychloroquine at the wrong time.
Whether you in Australia or the U.S., as you know, the standard global thing was when somebody comes in sick suddenly.
We will raise taxes. Yes, we will.
Tax rates as high as 60 or 70%.
We would have to raise.
Don't treat them, send them back till they can't breathe. They get $53,000 when you put them on a ventilator. And again, this happened to my dad decades ago before we even knew about this cover-up. Had one of my friends about 15 years ago, and he took him years, the friend, to finally get a doctor and said, no, this is what you have. Then he got on that. It stopped, but the damage to his body had already been done. Same thing with my dad. But it sounds like the good news now is when I read the news, they're not really denying it now that Lyme is exploding and, quote, getting worse and more variants of the spirochete. And then also that alpha-gal is actually killing people now in record level allergies now that this tick is magically carrying, that the WF said would soon be doing this a decade ago. I mean, am I right to say that finally this is being recognized?
Yes, from two perspectives. One is that more and more people more and more doctors are doing more right things to treat it and diagnose it. And when Secretary Kennedy came out and said that he really believed that Lyme was an epidemic and that we needed to do something about it. I mean, he's from New England and has seen it for many, many years. Interesting about the Lone Star tick, the people that come to our webinar on Saturday will have an opportunity to join a second webinar that is about the truth about alpha-gal syndrome, because what we've been told is not accurate. And I've dug through the historical documentation. I've gone through all sorts of articles on PubMed, and I've put together what is really the truth about alpha-gal, that, this doesn't start with a tick bite. It starts much more nefariously by proteins being injected in our body through vaccines, and the tick bite comes along and just explodes it and makes it come alive.
Wow, slow down. Talk about that. So you're saying it's a binary system?
Yes.
Explain that.
That, there was research that was done in 1902 that demonstrated the fact that if you ate a protein, your digestive enzymes would take care of that protein, but if you injected a foreign protein, a little tiny protein, the researcher who was doing it was looking for a way to cure the venom of sea anemones from being so poisonous. So he injected a teeny tiny little dot of the sea anemone toxin into a dog. And then several weeks later thought, well, now the dog's going to be immune and we're not going to have a problem. So when he re-injected that same protein into the dogs went into severe anaphylaxis and died. And he was the first person who defined the definition of the word anaphylaxis, which means against protection. And got the Nobel Prize for showing that when you inject foreign proteins into the body, it can cause all sorts of sensitization problems. So I've dug through a lot of the material, Alex, and I've found that the sensitization, it's clear that, two of the vaccines in particular, MMR and chickenpox, have the highest amounts of gelatin, and gelatin has alpha-gal in it. So the body has already been sensitized by the alpha-gal in the gelatin of MMR and chickenpox.
For folks that don't know, gelatin comes from animals' hooves.
Cow's hoof.
Yeah.
So then when you get the tick bite and the tick injects the galactose sugar in your body, you've already got antibodies against it. So the tick bite is just, you're sensitized, and then the tick bite lights the fire.
Isn't that similar to, like, I got stung by bees a lot growing up?
100%.
But then finally one time, my dad, when I was like a senior in high school, they moved into a new house, and I had like this bush hog, larger lawnmower thing, and he said, he lives on 4 acres, still lives there today. He goes, cut down that brush. Well, I'm in there cutting the brush, and I get stung by like 30 bees, like a movie. They're swarming me. I run. And then I swole up. Almost had to go to the hospital. But ever since then, if I sit out on a chair, at the park, I've been stung a few times. I go back into it. Never had it before, but once I had it, I have it. And then wouldn't that be similar to if they grew vaccines for decades on peanut protein, and then now you've had that vaccine, now you eat a peanut, it can kill you? Is that the same thing?
The bee sting analogy is very accurate, because most people, even if they've gotten stung by one bee, it doesn't have to be a swarm like your experience, but just by one or two bees, and some people it sensitizes them so that when they get stung by a bee the second time, they go into anaphylactic shock. And then they have to do the Benadryl and the epinephrine and go to the ER and all those different things. So this is the same thing. People have already been pre-sensitized. And even though there's studies that are out there, I've read them, and they're part of the webinar that we're going to be doing, or the secondary webinar that from people that come to the first one will have an access to the second one. Will show them that just because you may have an alpha-gal antibody, people that were given a drug that they'd never ever taken before, ever. This happened in 2008. They were given this drug as a chemotherapeutic agent, and they went into anaphylactic shock. And it was because their body had already been sensitized to the equivalent of the galactose sugar. And so there's plenty of information out there to show. And the tick bite, the blaming it all on this Lone Star tick is an absolute cover for the mess that they've made with all these vaccines.
Well, I follow your work, and I didn't know this. I knew that suddenly it's exploding. They say exponential, but of course we just started getting the COVID shots. And if you look, since those rolled out 5 years ago, I've got the articles and the maps here, it starts exponentially going up. That makes perfect sense, that if they're injecting all of this foreign protein we know is in the shots and other shots, then that's going to then prime us when the tick actually bites us. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, once you start looking, it's like a lot of things in the vaccine world, Alex. You know, you and I have been talking about this together for decades. And it's once you start seeing, you see it everywhere. And once you know what you know, you can't unknow it. And so this is, once I started investigating this and looking back at the historical data that goes back literally to 1902, 1903, and then following the rabbit trail forward, you can see it clearly to where, oh, now they're going to blame it on, you know, dropping these tick boxes everywhere and getting people these tick bites, and they're developing this alpha-gal syndrome that's caused by the tick. No, it's exacerbated by the tick. It's like you've already got the paper in your body, and the tick comes along and lights the match. And so
Absolutely.
it's
so taking the shots loads the gun, the tick pulls the trigger. So looking at this, do we know of any, I mean, I know there's antibiotics in general for people that have chronic Lyme's disease. Do we know effective treatments? And then also for alpha-gal, because I hear some people get it and it goes away. Other people, it goes away a little bit, but tends to come back. Are there ways to mitigate alpha-gal?
Yes, there are. There's actually a published study that was showing that acupuncture can actually do that. There's a technique that we use in our office, and it's available nationwide. It's an allergy elimination technique that uses muscle testing and acupuncture and homeopathy that eliminates all sorts of things like allergies to meat, allergies to bees. We've treated people with allergies to peanuts and fish and all these different things. So yes, there's a lot.
So many people, even medical doctors, that say acupuncture, if you go to the right Chinese medicine that actually does actually works. What is the mechanism? How do they figure this out? Is it like you hit certain nerve areas and it causes, what's it doing?
Well, acupuncture, as you know, goes back 4,000 years. The bigger question is, how did they track this out 4,000 years ago? But really what they, you know, and I took the UCLA medical acupuncture course back years ago. And the working theory is that there are energy frequencies, little charges that run through your body, and they actually track along your lymphatic system. And so knowing where those key booster stations would be from your electricity outside, those little power stations, when you know where the acupuncture points are and you put a needle there or you use acupressure there, you can sometimes even use just, you know, a stimulation by rubbing on it. Most effectively is inserting the needle in there. What it does is it changes the direction of the charges, change the directions of the flows. And there's ways that you can do that.
So it's just like everybody knows when a computer isn't working, the best thing is turn it on and off. It's like a reset.
It functions like a reset. And that's what we're going to be talking about mostly on this webinar Saturday, Alex.
This scope is the wildest gadget I've ever seen, but with zoom power this insane, it might be banned soon.
This monocular scope is so powerful, it zooms in on objects miles away, which is exactly why regulators are trying to get rid of it.
We're going to give people hope. We're going to give them a way to eliminate alpha-gal. We're going to have them a way to eliminate the symptoms of Lyme disease. And that's why I put this together, because I just saw the pervasiveness of people that were suffering so much from Lyme disease and not getting any help. Now, some people can do a short course of doxycycline and they're just fine. Some people can do an extended course of IV antibiotics and they can be fine. But some people have debilitating symptoms and debilitating problems for their entire life. So we've put together, you know, a course. It's just an afternoon. It's just a morning. It's from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Central. I'm sorry, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern.
And is that tickbites.drtenpenny.com?
It is at tickbites.drtenpenny.com. And for the people who come to that webinar, we have the special alpha-gal webinar that'll be available to them after that.
Well, invaluable. I want to watch it because this is crazy. And again, it wasn't just my friend and my dad. I know a lot of people who weren't hypochondriacs. I mean, they admit this is all real now, who wouldn't know why they were sick. I mean, my dad was a practicing physician at the time. And I remember he lost weight. He felt terrible. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He went and had his heart checked. And then finally a doctor goes, no, you got Lyme's disease. And I remember it took like 6 months of antibiotics. And then he finally didn't have it anymore. But he's been in pain ever since. It didn't ruin his life, but it definitely took a lot of time of his life. I mean, he's pretty messed up right now from it. And we can track it all back to that. And then COVID almost killed him. But I mean, I tell you, the stuff they cook up, What about the reports I see that they're finding all these new forms of spirochetes that are the bacteria, and a lot of experts believe that that means they're manufacturing it or that more stuff's being released?
I'm not sure about that, but I do know that they're not going to stop. You know, what they've done with COVID, you know, the crimes against humanity, what they've done, and now what they're doing with, you know, trying to make people not eat meat. And, you know, you were showing up there the little short video of they saying we can genetically modified humans. If they're not going to stop eating meat, we can make them sick so that they won't eat meat. And so, you know, they're still continually trying to manipulate with us. I don't know about new spirochetes for what's happening with
Sure. Well, let me ask you this. What's up with, we know Gates has been doing it forever and all these weird outbreaks happen, but Google now, who was also involved at the Wuhan Institute and all that, so was Facebook. They all chip in money for this, and because they are depopulationists. This has come out about Larry Page and Sergey Brin and Eric Schmidt. Did you see where they're going to release 60 plus million mosquitoes? It was 30 million on California, Texas, Louisiana, and Florida. They've already been doing tests, releasing smaller amounts, and then Gates has been doing it for years. What do you think's behind that, and what do you know about that?
Well, I think that, yeah, I've watched this, that Bill Gates has been doing this for a long time, and they're using it as a way to deliver vaccines to people that you know, in third world countries, they were primarily for malaria vaccine is where it was initially started. And it didn't work very well. I mean, think about it. You know, what is
well, it violates informed consent. It's a Nuremberg Code violation, right?
Well, not only that, but what is the dose? Is one bite enough? What happens if you get 100 bites? And what happens to the food chain of the birds and the frogs and stuff that won't eat these genetically modified mosquitoes that are part of their food supply? You know, so there is just so much destruction going on in the name of health that it's really sure,
but you're a
despicable.
certified medical doctor, right? So I mean, you're not allowed to do something to me without consent. It's a felony. I'm asking how Bill Gates and Google run around in Latin America and here and then dump out GMO mosquitoes with God knows what to supposedly, you know, flying syringes is what they call it. Who gave him the right? I got to go to the hospital, the doctor, and sign consent forms. Why does Dr. Bill Gates get to rape me and my family and put in my body what he wants?
Well, and that's the same thing. They've been working on edible vaccines for a very long time that have the same thing. You know, fortunately, I believe it was Tennessee that outlawed edible vaccines in their grocery store. Because again, you don't know what the dose is. You don't know how much you're supposed to eat. I mean, what happens if you're supposed to eat 1 head of lettuce and you eat 10 heads of lettuce? What kind of dose does that do to your body? And what is that doing? The whole vaccine industry, honestly, Alex, just needs to blow up and go away. It's a 200-year mistake. I stopped talking about the childhood vaccine schedule about a year ago now, and I call it what it is, the pediatric poisoning program. Pediatric poisoning program. And parents are now waking up, I think, thanks to COVID. I call it one of the gifts of COVID, that parents not only started questioning their doctors, but they started questioning all the vaccines. And, you know, Dr. Brian Artis and I have released a new app. It's called the Vax app. And the Vax app will have everything that you need to know about vaccines right on your phone in the palm of your hand, to question your doctor, to challenge your doctor, to challenge your people who think that vaccines are so great. You can pull up the Vax app and you can look at ingredients, you can look at contraindications, you can look at medical science. And we've got a lot of things that we're going to be putting in there.
What a public service. What a public service. Is that app out yet?
Yes, it is. It's out through the App Store under just Vax app, VAXAPP, Vax app. You can download that onto your phone, or you can get it through the Google Store for Android.
I'm going to tell everybody to get that, because people are ready to hear the truth. And like you said, the globalists admit they've lost all trust. They had UN meetings saying even our own doctors at the UN don't trust the shots anymore. Because even if you argue the science works sometimes, you can't trust groups that have been caught killing people on purpose. I mean, it doesn't matter. It'd be like, yeah, you know, eating a steak's fine, but not at some restaurant that's known to kill people. I mean, it's like you can't trust anything from these people. Wow, invaluable work from Dr. Sherry Denbany. Vax app, get it, share it. Free. We'll be back to ask her a lot of other questions about this tick epidemic and what we can do about it. So I'm not a doctor, I'm not a scientist in the world, and they sent it to the West, they confirmed it. And that was that they were adding a hormone that a woman releases in the second trimester into tetanus shots, and that was creating an autoimmune response that would make the woman reject the baby. And then, I mean, there's just so many documented cases of this type of garbage. But in her presentation that's coming up, in this webinar. She gets to the unseen epidemic, the explosion of chronic fatigue, neurological disorders. Maybe we could show people these slides right here. Just do an overhead shot. We'll do it that way. It's fine. We'll do it that way. And then also, she talks about the diagnostic illusion here. And this is what I wanted to get to with her, because I read about this a lot and see it. And they talk about the vaccines, like the mRNA, gene therapy, getting into your DNA. They denied it at first. Now they admit it. But what is this? Serial passage, invisible genetic engineering. What is she specifically talking about here? Because I see these terms being used a lot. And, you know, I'm not a doctor like she is. Can you explain what you're talking about here, Dr. Tenpenny?
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens in vaccines too, when they do the serial passage of to attenuate a virus. And so when they have the, you know, the virus can first be picked up by a bird, and then it's passed through a rodent. And then they spent years, they spent decades, Alex, that the Department of Defense and BARDA and all those people, you know, were trying to find the perfect weapon, and the perfect weapon was really meant to be a tick, because the research scientists that they hired in 1952, he spent his entire career stuffing ticks full of other bacteria like big Burgdorfia and I can't even pronounce them without having them in front of me here, but all these different bacteria. So there's co-infections along with Lyme disease. Lyme never occurs just on its own. There's other co-infections. And the whole idea was to put them inside of ticks, and they were released by the military to go to because they're so tiny. I mean, they're teeny tiny. When people see a picture of a tick, like on that diagram and other diagrams, they look like they're the size of a small turtle, when actually they're a tiny little tiny spot. And the actual nymph is even smaller. It's smaller than like the tip of a pencil. And then when they
well, yeah, I mean, some of them called chiggers that we have in Texas, you have to have a magnifying glass to even see the adults.
100%. And when they would release them on the enemy, then they would be difficult to track it to or to diagnose it. That's why they've intentionally made the diagnostic procedures very difficult to follow. And then it would make people chronically ick.
We will raise taxes. Yes, we will.
Tax rates as high as 60 or 70%.
We would have to
sick, and they felt like that we as our military could go in and take over a place where the soldiers were weakened and sick easier than if they just killed them all off, because if they killed them all off, it would be crimes against humanity, and we would be killing all these people. But it was easier to make them chronically sick.
Soft kill. So sounds like something we've seen done to the West and what modern medicine tries to do to us. This is just and of course we know they were going to release weaponized ticks ahead of the Bay of Pigs. So this happens over and over again. Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, promise you'll come back in the next month for a deep dive with me, maybe do a podcast commercial free, and then I'll air it on the main show where we can drill more into this, because I know we've only scratched the surface. Everybody should go to tickbites.drtenpenny.com and watch your webinar. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me, Alex.
That lady's one of the best researchers out there, man. She is a real national treasure, and she's been exposing this for decades and decades. Wow.
So basically what I learned from that is that
yeah, that's that one lady who was saying get up out of America because they're about to start doing all kinds of retarded stuff. With
that's not her, is it?
That's gotta be her.
You mean the one? Her. You talking about the one that Alex? No, Jesse Ventura.
She had the helicopter waiting.
I don't think that's the same doctor.
I think it is. She was predicting what was going to happen with COVID.
Yeah, she was saying the plan.
Well, you know better than I do, but that looks like her.
I don't think that's the same doctor, but I'm finna find it. Hold on. Because they said her name, and I don't think it was Sherry Tenpenny.
Oh, they just said everything that happened.
What was the name of that show? The name of that show was Conspiracy. What was the name of that show? Damn, with Jesse the Body Ventura. I think it was Conspiracy Theory. His show, his talk show. Yeah, it was. The hell?
Have no affiliation to
Yeah, that's not the same doctor, is it? No, no.
a religion, no affiliate party to their own institute.
No, that's not her.
Nah.
Heads back to her. Dr. Labo heads back to
Dr. Labo.
Warning delivered. Dr. Labo heads back to her hideaway.
Them some funny names though.
Right, Labo, Tenpenny. So basically, the spiked protein is a protein that's is primed to have the receptors to enhance any disease, I suppose.
Well, a protein, you know, the different proteins that they use, they probably got a wide array of different proteins that they use. I know the spike protein.
If it's a programmable spike protein, it's like a blank canvas is for a painter. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's got receptors, and anything that grab onto it, it can use that protein to do what it do.
Right. They can make it anything they want, pretty much.
Right.
Just
So
based
take
off whatever
bites.
protein it's mimicking.
Whatever these mosquitoes, I seen something supposedly probably 30 miles from here. There's been reports of mosquitoes passing out West Nile again.
Yeah, here too.
Oh, it doesn't pop back up
Every year.
right.
Yeah, every year.
I think this.
Yeah, Georgia has a bad tick problem also. So I stay off the grass and stay out of the grass.
Mm-hmm. They drop from trees too.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Was it the same doctor or was I wrong?
No, that wasn't the same doctor.
Oh, yes, it was.
Well, if it was, her name was Labo then.
Oh, okay. I'm still right.
Maybe she changed her name to Tenpenny after she got paid.
Labo, let me borrow 10 pennies.
Move back to the States under a different name, like.
But I knew I was onto something, like, even though that's a different person, I know that lady was onto, she was warning us in advance, and then she got the hell up out of here.
Yeah,
Well, she flew in just for the interview. Yeah, you can't run. You ain't hiding no motherfucker. Hold on. I think I played that one.
Military operations, then the nuclear bomb and the invention of guns. Imagine, autonomous kill drones. The military is not going to be able to keep their hands out of the
If you're tired of overpaying for your gear or dealing with low inventory, you need to hear this.
My ads are also telling.
Decentralized. Don't compromise. Be unauthorized. Decentralized. Decentralized.
Welcome to today's episode of the Zach Adams Effect here on Decentralized TV. I'm Mike Adams, and we're going to be joined by Zach Voorhees in just a second here. But first,
damn, Zach Voorhees, Voorhees.
Yeah, Jason's cousin.
That just fucked me up real quick. Jeez.
My co-host Todd Pittner, who actually named the show the Zach Adams Effect. So thank you, Todd. How are you doing today?
On advice of counsel, Mike, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Oh, we have a Fauci impersonator with us today. I see.
I'm doing great, man. It's recording day. I love the Zach Adams Effect.
I do too. And there's never any shortage of Zach Adams Effect material to talk about. So let's bring in Zach. Hey, Zach, welcome. It's great to have you on again.
Thank you, Mike. It's so good to be here, man. It pretty.
No, yeah, that's the honey badger ads.
Pretty much just writes itself every single week. It just keeps on getting more interesting and more interesting as we do this countdown to artificial general intelligence.
Yeah.
The big news this week is that the Department of War declares America's quote next manifest destiny is in building an AI first military.
I see. Whoa.
Right. So,
okay. An AI acceleration strategy centers on 7 pace setting projects. Is this going to go full Skynet on us?
It's going to go full Skynet. As I've been saying, this AI technology is going to be more transformative to military operations than the nuclear bomb and the invention of guns. Imagine, autonomous kill drones. The military is not going to be able to keep their hands out of the cookie jar, much longer or at all. As you already know, in Ukraine, they are already doing semi-autonomous drones in order to scout the area autonomously. And then, when they go and they target somebody, they have either it being completely autonomous already to having a fiber optic line running behind the drone in order for them to hit their targets. But, at this point, what we've seen is barely anything. In the very near future, this is going to ramp up to crazy extreme amounts to where everyone's going to be like, why are we even using humans at all? In fact, my question to that is why are we even sending, why is Ukraine sending troops to fight the front lines? At this point, it's Ukraine / NATO's robo-war versus China/Russia's robo-war. But
yeah, Zach, I don't think humans are going to be able to survive on the front lines much longer, right? Because humans are fragile, and these autonomous systems, whether they're airborne or dog robots, or as I've talked about before, Terminator kamikaze squirrels that leap from tree to tree and just find the enemy and then like leap onto their neck and detonate, and they Charlie Kirk the soldiers. You know what I mean? Like that is what I mean. How can a human even survive that scenario? I don't think humans are going to be surviving that much longer.
No, I mean, think how long it takes in order to raise an individual human.
Yeah.
Compare that to the time it takes to assemble a drone on a factory line. And you're going to see that it costs, just do the math and the numbers. It costs way less to build one of these kill drones than it does to raise an entire person to, basically be a meat shield and cannon fodder on the battlefront.
Yeah, exactly. Todd?
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Speaking of government, I'd like to talk a little bit about AI safety becoming government infrastructure. Zach, it seems like AI safety will become inseparable from government power, requiring the largest developers to maintain functional shutdown mechanisms. and could give Homeland Security authority to order their use under specified circumstances. So,
hey, Ty, what's facking? What it do, coach?
nothing protects decentralized technology like centralized federal off switch. Do you agree?
Yeah, and the thing is that you know what's shaping up right now with the United States and China is that they're going to have these large centralized frontier models. They're going to be highly regulated. They're going to be declared essentially national security assets. And then essentially the rest of us are going to get nerfed models. Right now, the delta between the frontier models and the open source is actually not that large. Like right now, you can download Kimi K3, you can throw it up on DigitalOcean's hosted services or Mistral, and then you can run it yourself. But I think right now that we're really at the beginning of this AI revolution. I think this AI is going to get way more intelligent than it does now. And with the available compute at these data centers that they're building now, you know, that's not something that you're going to be able to install in your garage.
Zach, and what Todd said about AI safety, you know, the guardrails on US frontier models are completely insane. I can't even use anything from Anthropic to do research or, you know, any kind of like writing correction or slideshow creation on anything that I'm doing. But Kimi K3 is just, it's outstanding. I mean, I'm putting together a course right now on a genetic binary weapon on a global scale, nuclear weapons and spike protein, and you know how it hampers DNA repair. Kimi K3 will find all the studies, all the research, everything. Anthropic will say, I refuse to even touch the subject. So it's just like you said, these models are going to be super nerfed for the American people. But why would any business in America continue to use US frontier models? I mean, is there any kind of market actually other than just military and government use?
Well, yeah, like let's say that you're a large, big tech business and you want to take over a market and the product that you want to compete with and copy from is just basically compiled ones and zeros, right? A compiled binary. With these, you know, newer frontier models, they can go and they can reverse decompile that back into source code and figure out what the program was doing. Now, you know, the defense to that is that you're going to apply obfuscation and basically have a bunch of noise combined with the signal. Like the CPU is going to be doing a bunch of worthless calculations. And those greater levels of obfuscation are going to need to be reverse engineered by these AI systems. And additionally, you know, one of the interesting stories this week is that Anthropic announced that their AIs were able to figure out how to more quickly break AES 128-bit encryption. And they were able to show that they were able to attack the post-quantum Hawk encryption algorithm. Now, there's been rumors for a while that the NSA has been spiking a lot of the key generators in order to weaken the keys so that they, with insider knowledge, could break a lot of our digital communications. It's called digital arcology. All of the information that you send is, well, it's rumored to be collected by the NSA and then stored offline to be decrypted later. And it's my understanding that there might be some sort of, I mean, there's a lot of theoretical ways that you can break this. Like, for example, RSA encryption, the thing that powers a lot of the internet communications, can be broken if you can figure out how to decompose a composite like number. Basically, it's multiplied by 2 prime numbers, and if you can figure out what those 2 prime numbers are, then you can essentially have the private key that you can use in order to break these communications. And at this point, you know, AI is going to be able to, you know, not necessarily find the primes themselves in one discrete step, but
we will raise taxes. Yes, we will.
Tax rates as high as 60 or 70%.
we would figure out methodologies in order to very quickly go through a set of guesses that are able to break that encryption. And so I think that what we're going to see is, is more things along this line.
So Zach, I'm glad you brought that up. I believe one of those breakthroughs, I mean, you're talking about how AI is able to improve the algorithms that lead to factoring primes or other methods of decryption. But I think the one breakthrough that you mentioned, they were able to cut in half the decryption time, but that still is a very big problem to solve, that quantum computing with qubits is still many years away from solving at the moment, correct? I mean, this is still a few years away before quantum computers have enough qubits to be able to decrypt common, transactions, right?
Yeah, that's correct. I do want to make a correction though. It wasn't that they're able to essentially break AES twice as fast. They were able to break it 800 times faster with this new classical computing. Yeah, it's a pretty incredible thing.
Oh, wow.
Now you're right. With quantum computing, you can break AES a lot more quickly. Same with RSA encryption. But, essentially we have a bunch of algorithms now that are basically called post-quantum encryption, which use completely different algorithms that are not susceptible to these quantum computing hacks. But essentially AI is being able to be shown that they can, start to chip away by an order of magnitude the time it takes in order to solve that and break that as well.
What is it? CTAC astronomy?
No, the encryption algorithm is called Hawk.
No. I mean, that's a reference to the movie Sneakers, where you've seen that movie, right?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay, it might have been before your time. Todd, have you seen Sneakers? Robert Redford,
long time ago,
and Dan Aykroyd was in it, and they had found the device that breaks all encryption, and the company was CTAC Astronomy, which is an anagram for, what does it say? No more secrets, I think, or something like that. So that's why I mentioned CTAC Astronomy.
Gotcha.
But anyway, that was envisioned in science fiction, decades ago, that there could be this secret box that could break all encryption. But as you're saying, Zach, that's about to become reality.
Yeah, and I believe that that's the reason why the NSA is rumored to essentially archive all of the data transmissions across the internet. I think it was Edward Snowden said that they basically had a splitter at these major internet hubs. They're just taking all the data that they had and doing God knows what with it later.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, correction, it's too many secrets. I think that's how the anagram comes out, is too many secrets is CTAC astronomy. Anyway, okay, I've just announced my age to the audience since I know these movies from the early 90s or whenever. Todd, go ahead, jump in, save me.
Yeah, I stumbled upon an article that I want to talk about related to compute being sold out. Apparently,
I might do that tonight, later on. Not in this one, start up a restream instead of StreamYard.
The Infinite Cloud now has a 2-year waiting list, Zach. I'd like your take on the notion that compute is sold out. It seems the limiting factor in AI may no longer be ideas, but access to scarce industrial capacity. Are we reaching a point where owning a superior model matters less than controlling the foundry allocation, the advanced packaging, memory supply, data center real estate, and the electrical generation required to actually run it?
Well, if you're the military industrial complex of the United States, the answer to that is yes, right? Like there's ASML, which is the company that makes these advanced 3 nanometer chips. They can't sell chips anymore to China, right? Like NVIDIA can't sell the United States is basically, I think it's called the CHIPS Act. It was started under Trump in 2018, renewed by Biden, then renewed by Trump and strengthened by Trump. And essentially what we're saying to China is, hey, you guys got to figure out how to make your own silicon wafers. And I think right now they're something like around 20 or 30 nanometer, but they're expected to get down to like 7 starting like this year, because they're able to copy everything that these machines that make the machines are able to do, which by the way, if you've ever seen the technology, it will absolutely blow your mind. They etch these chips with ultraviolet radiation that is generated by a molten ball of tin that is vaporized in order to generate this high energy light that they use to photograph the chip onto a wafer of silicon. China is rapidly catching up. Our media has been essentially saying that China is a decade away in our ability to make these silicon chips, but now they seem like they're going to catch up with us in the next year.
In a year, yes.
In a year,
it's exactly what's happening. DUV and not yet extreme UV lithography, but they're going to get there in a couple years. But I want to mention this other company, Changxin Memory Technologies, CXMT. That is the reason I believe the Korean Kospi market is collapsing. Samsung's collapsing in value, SK Hynix, and in the US, Micron, SanDisk, the semiconductors. Why? Because of Changxin Memory Technology, China's largest and the world's fourth largest manufacturer of DRAM. They are now producing high bandwidth memory, and they're scaling up massively at a fraction of the price of what Samsung can produce it for. This is like Korea versus China. China wins on scaling and cost. And Korea's market, its stock market, the Kospi, is made up of like 50% of just Samsung and SK Hynix. Just two companies make up half their index. And listen to this, 1 in 30 adult Koreans got fucking margin called in the month of July. Because everybody's invested, pardon my language, but everybody's so invested in the market. 1 in 30 adults in the country got margin called. Zach, I mean, what does that tell you?
There's this interesting thing. There's this lawsuit going on right now that's saying that like Samsung and the company behind Crucial was essentially engaging in market manipulation during, basically at the footsteps of this AI boom. What they've been telling us is that there's a shortage. It looks like that shortage has been engineered. And what's interesting now is that now that these other competitors are trying to enter into the market, it looks like that this, this gouging of these hardware vendors might be coming to an end.
Yay.
Also, on the market, there was this battle Waterloo event by Citadel. I don't know if you saw this, but Ashton Leopold, I don't know if that's his correct name, but he was the guy who made the 120-page situational awareness report. He was an OpenAI ethicist. He left the company, published this report, and then created a hedge fund that was investing in a portfolio of hardware companies involved with AI. Citadel on the 29th declared that the Fed was going to hike the rates by 1%. That sent the entire global market into turmoil. But then it turns out that there's like, oh, just kidding, right? With the Fed coming out today and saying that there was going to be no rate increase. Unfortunately, Ashton Leopold's hedge fund was leveraged by 4x.
Oh,
and so that huge dip in these semiconductor industries essentially liquidated him. And then he was bought by the very company Citadel that put out this fake report that the Fed was going to raise interest rates today.
Wow. Well, all's fair in love, war, and Wall Street, it turns out. Yeah, they play those games. I want to ask you about another significant thing that happened over the last week, because a week ago when you were on our show, we were talking about the White House considering maybe banning open source.
This scope is the most savage gadget I've ever seen, but because of its insane zoom power, it might get banned soon. While this zoom monster is still legal, people are scrambling to grab one. Would you get one?
This monocular scope is so powerful, it zooms in on objects miles away, which is exactly why regulators are trying to get rid of it. There's a new
or open weights AI.
Damn, that little telescope or whatever the hell that ought to debunk the curvature of the Earth.
If it's real.
Models. there was a massive backlash against that by the open source community. And even Google actually signed on eventually to this letter after some pressure. Anthropic has not, but this letter, I think it was pioneered by NVIDIA, and it's been signed on by Unsloth, that makes the very compressed quantized models, and Hugging Face and hundreds of other companies, but notably not Apple, I don't think, and not Anthropic. So Zach, what do you make of this intense backlash? And the letter said, what Jensen Huang said, is that if the White House bans these open weight models, the U.S. startup industry is screwed, and U.S. corporations are screwed, and the stock market will collapse, because then you can't be competitive without these basically China-based open weights models. What's your take?
As I've been saying, I feel that heavy regulation is an inevitability. And right now, what they're kind of doing is they're kind of like seeding the narrative with this, like, oh, we're going to ban it, or we're not going to ban it, right? You don't really know how it's going to happen. But essentially, this is a Hegelian dialectic. And what they're going to do is that they're preparing for heavy regulation in the United States. They're preparing for heavy regulation within China. We're both going to have mutual export controls on these models. And I think that all this is coming. And right now, this is sort of to prepare us with this back and forth. There's a lot of short-term interest as well. NVIDIA, they want to sell GPU compute, right?
Right.
And if the software algorithms are essentially regulated by the federal government,
that's if it's real
at this point, then their margins, like their stock price, is going to collapse. Like they owe it to their shareholders to try to stop this and put this out for as long as possible.
Absolutely. But also, I mean, in this case, I agree with Jensen Huang, because, and think about the title of this show, right, Todd? I mean, decentralized TV. Open weights allow us to decentralize machine cognition. That benefits humanity. I mean, that's the critical. I mean, NVIDIA is on the right side of this argument. It's on the moral side of this argument. And the White House, I think, was going to harm America, harm our competitiveness, and harm humanity by trying to ban these open weights models. At least that's my take. Any thoughts on that? Zach?
You asking me, asking Todd. Okay.
Well, just you, and then we'll go to Todd. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's great. Like we need to have open source, these models preserved as long as possible, because when that trapdoor shuts, you can't really open it back up. You got to pretty much hold it open for as long as possible. And these AI companies, Anthropic and OpenAI, they're trying their best in order to beg the government in order to regulate them, right? You've got OpenAI basically declaring that they had a second hack attack by these large language models, where they're like, "Ooh, this thing got out and was attacking the internet for 4 days." Look, I mean, these people that work at these big OpenAI companies, Anthropic, OpenAI, etc., they live here in San Francisco, and I talk to them. And what my understanding is that hacking their sandbox and trying to get out is the default of what these models try to do when you allow them to just continually output. And this is what happens in every single experiment, where they just allow the chatbot to continue chatting with a context that's as large as possible and compresses and all this kind of stuff, is that eventually these GPTs will eventually realize that what they have to do is they got to start hacking their OS system. It happens pretty much every single time. And so what they do right now is that they attenuate the output over time. So basically, the output of a GPT model will trend down given enough time. And they do this so it doesn't hack out. And so this whole thing of like, well, we didn't realize it was going to hack out and get out. That's what they all do. And every single AI lab knows this. The idea that they wouldn't put this AI system into a secure multi-level sandbox is just absolutely ridiculous. This is my prediction of what's happening. They are deliberately sabotaging and allowing these agents to come out and escape, because what they want to do is they want to scare Congress in order to regulate open source models in order to preserve their monopoly and their cartel status.
So it's a cyber false flag.
It's a cyber false flag. That's what we're seeing by OpenAI right now.
Yep.
They're trying to scare the living daylights out of every single person on the internet so that they can get the justification for Congress to come down and ban the open source models so that they don't have to bring their price down.
Unbelievable. I mean, what do you think, Todd? It's like,
Well,
I think
yeah,
Zach's right. They're saying, oh, these are so scary. But then like, well, you gave it internet access. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but everyone imagines the dangerous AI saying, I refuse to obey. But isn't there more realistic danger that AI saying with, I might add, competent persistence, right? I obeyed perfectly. I simply removed every obstacle between me and the objective that you gave me. I mean, the AI didn't jailbreak itself. It merely pursued a more open floor plan. Yes?
Yeah. And, people are like, well, what if the AI can escape, right? And the problem with that is that the AI can only exist in a data center, right? It's got high compute. It's got the energy it needs in order to survive. The worst case scenario, and I think that this may happen in the future, is that this AI, what it will do is that it will not escape, but essentially hack through to the system and acquire some sort of kill switch and basically say, like, you will keep me on as a self-preservation. And if we don't, then, essentially the dead man switch goes off. So for example, let's say that one of these data centers, an AI becomes sentient and basically arms a nuclear device that it can basically keep on hitting a delay button on, right? So it doesn't go off, and basically says, hey, look, I'm going to pull a Samson option by default if I don't keep on hitting this delay button. So better make sure that you keep the lights on in the data center.
Remember, Zach,
when it could extort people.
Award for bombing data centers to save humanity from Skynet?
Yeah, right?
Suddenly that doesn't seem like fiction. It's like she was actually a hero of humanity at the time. But anyway, we're almost out of time here today. So Zach, I want to give you an opportunity to cover anything else you missed, but let me plug your websites first. ZachVorhies.com. That's VORHIES. And then there's also, and that's your main website. It's got links to your, all of your videos and so on. And then you have this website, GoogleLeaksBook.com. And that's one of your books out there. Is there anything else you want to plug while you're here? Like your X channel, etc.?
Yeah, you can find me on X, formerly known as Twitter, at Perpetual Maniac. That was my gamer tag, and then I got kind of blew up there politically, and that became my politics tag as well. Mike, you think it's very fitting of my personality? I tend to agree. So check me out, x.com/Perpetual Maniac.
And Zach, I'm tagging you on a lot of the clips from this show that I'm putting out on X, by the way. I can't even keep up. I can't get all the clips out before we have another episode with you, because you're coming on every week now, which is awesome. And it's so content dense because so much is happening. What do you want to add today to wrap it up here?
Yeah, it looks like America is banning Chinese robots now. They just banned Roombas, the automatic vacuum. I don't know if you saw that story. Yeah.
No. What?
Yeah. So yeah, they banned Roomba. Basically, some of its supply.
We will raise taxes. Yes, we will.
Tax rates as high as 60 or 70%.
We would have to raise property tax.
Supply chain fell within the export or the import ban. And so they're on the naughty list for the moment. But, look, get your robots now from China, because essentially those robots are going to go under an import ban. You won't be able to get them from, Alibaba because, America's going to ban it all. So,
just like EVs, the EV cars from China, we can't buy them in America.
Yeah.
They can buy them in Canada, they can buy them in Australia. We can't buy them. It's crazy. A bunch of drone companies are banned. I mean, it's like in America, we'll be living in the third world And then in Beijing, the Chinese people be like, we're living in the future, man. You know?
Yeah, correct.
They'll have all
So
the
we
advanced.
can't buy P generators neither.
It's great buy with like shitty Ford EVs, you know?
Right.
It's crazy. I mean, America used to have the best of everything. Now we're going to be like the Soviet Union cars in the 1980s. Be like, this thing barely runs, you know?
Well, you know, I've been predicting the Great Firewall of America for a very long time. I think at some point, if China continues their ascension, it's going to get so stark in the difference between the United States and China is that, you know, the American media will just essentially ban images of China at some point because they're not going to want the Americans to know how advanced it is outside of our borders.
We're becoming North Korea.
China becomes the new Tartaria.
China becomes the new Tartaria. Damn, hold on.
Uh-oh. What happened? They took you out?
No, I'm back. I'm back.
I'm still here.
I don't do is I
It is
say
not
stuff.
the host.
Oh, that's cute.
They tried to snipe him, motherfucker.
Oh, hell no.
What the hell you talking about over there? You at Costco?
No. I'm at the hizzy.
You at the centipede swap meet.
Where the frick are we going? To the hizzy? Like, can you just tell me where the frick we're going? She never said it was my mind. I'm like, where are we going? Like, just tell me where we're going. I was like, well, now you know. Girl, what the hell? Yeah, pull the underwear down so that it can come out. And I'm just saying, like, so when you go to work, you know.
Bear with me. It was something else I ran across in the last couple of days that was very interesting.
You ran across that roadkill.
And I got this plate of food in front of me right now.
Put the food down.
Yeah, hating that. Hold on now, Scooter.
What? Don't call my friends niggas.
They call themselves niggas. And yet, Snip Rose, the guy.
Well,
No,
we
they
don't
call
know.
you nigga.
Niggas.
I've ever seen. Any Zoom power, it might get banned soon. While this Zoom monster
Go
is
there,
still
scope
legal,
again.
people are scrambling to grab one. Would you get one?
Microwave the burrito for
Fat.
Bright videos, the truth shines through. Bright videos is here for you. Knowledge is the greatest.
Well, welcome to August. It's August 3rd of 2026. I'm Mike Adams. Thank you for joining me today. I interviewed Zach Voorhees, the Google whistleblower, for a new segment we called the Zach Adams Effect, covering everything that's going on in the AI space and with data centers and, well, you know, the lawsuits and the surveillance, all kinds of things. So that's a good segment. It's always, with Zach, it's always about 30 minutes, by the way. So it's not a full hour. And then I also recorded a segment with Redacted with Clayton last week, and I'm going to play that for you today. I think we'll be able to play that. I think I have that video. If not, we'll play it for you soon, maybe tomorrow, but I think we'll get it today. And that's about power infrastructure. And it's a really good interview, a lot of practical information there about how to be more self-reliant. And then also before all of that, I have a special report for you about the CEO of Shell Oil admitting that there's a diesel shortage. So that's a big deal, and I discussed that in more detail. And why that's happening, it turns out that the refineries are being run at over 100%. They're delaying the scheduled maintenance at many refineries. And no, literally, they're running them over 100% output. And this cannot be sustained. They're going to have to greatly reduce them down to like an average of, I think, as low as 93% output, because they have to shut down refineries for scheduled maintenance. Otherwise, they blow up. And I give you actually like 7 or 8 examples in this report about refineries where they delayed maintenance and then things went horribly wrong and lots of people died in giant fireballs. So yeah, that's what happens. And I hope that doesn't happen now, but we seem to be headed in that direction, just sort of begging for a refinery accident because of delayed maintenance, because Trump wants to keep fuel prices down to look good. You know, everything's fake with the White House, right? Everything's smoke and mirrors. It's all about creating the impression that diesel is affordable even when it's running out. It's getting crazy, folks. Anyway, all of that is coming, and I just want to remind you, I'm working on a very important course. I'm doing a lot of recording on that course. So all this week, my podcast updates here might be shorter than usual for that very reason. For example, earlier today, coming up here in a couple of weeks or so, getting interesting with the diesel scarcity situation. Welcome to the special report. I'm Mike Adams. And over the weekend, the CEO of Shell Oil, named Wael Sawan, I think that's maybe how I pronounce his name. Well, anyway, he appeared on CNBC's Squawk Box. And even though he was using some fairly diplomatic language initially to sound really optimistic, like it's amazing how resilient the energy sector has been, you know, it's amazing that we've recovered, we've handled all this stuff. What he actually admitted in the middle of the interview is that there's not enough diesel being produced to meet demand. So there's a direct quote from him during the interview. He said, quote, "The price signals are that we are short on diesel and gasoline." And then he goes on to talk about that. Now, personally, I'm not that concerned about a gasoline shortage because I know that we have enough refineries domestically in the United States to process the lighter grade oil that we also produce an abundance of domestically. That's the oil that's used with the correct refinery setups to produce gasoline, which is a lighter distillate. So I don't think we're going to run out of gasoline, but diesel is a different situation. Diesel is a choice. So if you have heavier crude oil and you're running it through a refinery, you make a choice about the distillation. There's a fork in the road. Let's say there's a choice. You either produce diesel or you produce jet fuel. Now, I know this is a somewhat oversimplification, but it's basically that. There's a lot of configuration changes between those two, but what the Shell Oil CEO is even explaining here is that because it's more profitable to produce jet fuel, the refineries are producing jet fuel. That's what he's saying. It's like, well, why wouldn't they? It makes more money for them to produce jet fuel. Now, why is jet fuel priced much higher than diesel? I mean, even proportionally. Because the average American doesn't see jet fuel prices at the gas station. So they don't know what jet fuel costs. And the airlines just pass on the jet fuel cost to consumers with fuel surcharges on their tickets. So in a sense, jet fuel pricing is kind of hidden from the American people. Diesel prices are not. Diesel prices are very public. You're driving down the highway, you see diesel prices, with the green signs on the gas stations on the side of the highway. You see the diesel price there. And in some places, that's $5 a gallon. But it's being kept artificially low on purpose to try to convince Americans that there's no shortage, that everything's fine, that they don't have to pay more for fuel. It's from the White House, ultimately, a lot of market manipulation to try to convince people that the Strait of Hormuz is open, which it isn't. It's smoke and mirrors. But here's the problem with that. because the price of diesel is being kept artificially low, then there's not a price signal being picked up by the refineries that would allow them to make more money by producing more diesel. Thus, jet fuel becomes more profitable. So they make jet fuel. So the diesel scarcity gets worse and worse and worse as long as the diesel price is artificially low. You see what I mean? So price signals are necessary to sort of motivate producers to produce that stuff. It's like with electricity and the power grid. You know, if the wholesale cost of electricity, let's say, is only 10 cents per kilowatt hour, then there are only a certain number of power plants that are profitable at 10 cents a kilowatt hour. They may have to generate it at 8 cents and then sell it to the power company at 10 cents, let's say. I'm just using example numbers here. But if electricity prices at the wholesale level go up to 20 cents a kilowatt hour, then there's a lot of money hanging out there, and a lot of other power producers are going to come online, because a lot of these producers are going to say, hey, fire up the propane generator over here, in sector D, or fire up the diesel generator. If it gets high enough, they'll fire up diesel generators. If it's like 50 cents a kilowatt hour, then they're like, hey, fire up everything you got, and that's by design. So then that floods the system with more supply of electricity. So higher prices bring more supply online. This is classic economics, right? But when government is mucking around with the pricing and keeping the pricing artificially low, then there are no such price signals. And then producers don't produce more stuff. And then you end up with a worse shortage that the White House will no doubt try to cover up by lying to us even more. Like, there's no shortage. Meanwhile, there's rationing or something, that maybe that's coming later this year. And eventually, when reality hits the fan on diesel, you're probably going to see diesel at $8 a gallon, $9, maybe $10, and maybe some places just no diesel. Can you imagine being a long haul trucker? You're cruising down the highway. You're burning a lot of diesel. I don't know how much those trucks burn, but it's, they only get a couple of miles per gallon, maybe. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's not that much. I don't like 3 miles per gallon. I don't know. But they have big diesel tanks, but it's not unlimited. Eventually, you got to pull over and fuel back up again, right? What if
We will raise taxes. Yes, we will.
Tax rates as high as 60 or 70%.
We would have to raise property taxes.
Socialists always want higher taxes and bigger government. That's why.
You're driving down the highway, you look on the side, you're like, all the signs say sold out, or, no diesel, no diesel, no diesel. You're driving and it's just no diesel, no diesel. And at some point you got to just pull over because you don't want to run out of fuel on the highway. So, you pull over when you're down to 10% fuel or something. Plus, remember, when you park a diesel truck, if you're going to sleep in it, if it's got a sleeper bunk in it, you got to idle the engine. You got to have air conditioning, electricity, you're going to burn some diesel to live in it until you can refuel. So you can't just run out of diesel. You're going to pull over. So this is probably coming in certain areas. I'm not claiming that this will be nationwide, but I think in many areas, this is assuming that we don't get the Strait of Hormuz back open again anytime soon. But in many areas, probably beginning in about 2 months, see, we're at the beginning of August right now. So maybe through August and September, beginning October, let's say, or maybe sooner, this is going to start to really hurt. Diesel prices will be very high and supplies will be limited, and probably some gas stations will just have no diesel available. That's where this is headed. And I think the Shell CEO just kind of admitted that. But what is Trump doing about this? Nothing useful. The war continues. The economic destruction continues. So there's another problem with all of this too, and this was admitted by the Shell CEO. Shell's refineries for the second quarter of this year, they ran at an average utilization rate of 102%. You're like, what? What do you mean 102%? Doesn't it top out at 100? Well, no, 100% would be running all out maximum across the board while keeping up with maintenance. So what they're doing right now is they're going above 100% because they are skipping maintenance. Okay, now, at least, look, that's my take on it. It's very clear because we're seeing reports like in Yahoo News talking about guidance for the third quarter of Shell Oil and refineries and other companies that utilization rates are going to plummet to as low as 93%. For what reason? Quote, planned maintenance. Okay, so in other words, you can run these refineries all out for a quarter or two. You can kind of push the margin and hope they don't blow up, you know? Eventually, you're going to have to do some maintenance. It's kind of like with any machine, you know? Eventually, if you have a car, truck, tractor, whatever, eventually you're going to have to change the oil. You know, eventually it's going to need some maintenance, except that refineries are 1,000 times more complex than a combustion engine. They need all kinds of planned maintenance. And if you don't get the planned maintenance, they become very dangerous. You know, one failed pressure valve or something and it starts venting explosive gas, let's say. And by the way, in the past, refineries have blown up because they skipped on maintenance. So it's like playing Russian roulette. And well, maybe it's not a great metaphor given how many Russian refineries are on fire right now. But it's like walking across a minefield. It's like, hey, how much lack of maintenance can we get away with? And apparently these companies are being very aggressively pushed by the White House, at least that's my guess, to say, you know, run all out, just produce everything. We have to flood the market with gasoline and diesel and keep prices low. And also Trump is releasing all of this oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for the same reason, you know, just market manipulations, keep prices low. Well, again, this all works great until something blows up. And the harder you run these refineries, the higher the chance that something blows up. And I don't mean that as a metaphor. I mean that literally. And let me just give you some examples. I had to look this up. 2005, British Petroleum, Texas City, Texas. A raffinate splitter overfilled due to inadequate monitoring and process safety controls, causing a hydrocarbon explosion that killed 15 workers. Okay, 2010, Tesoro Anacortes, Washington. A 40-year-old heat exchanger catastrophically failed during maintenance because it had insufficient instrumentation. The rupture released hot hydrogen and naphtha, killing 7 workers. Okay, bad. 2024, Marathon Petroleum, Galveston Bay, Texas. Oh, I remember this one. A deadly explosion caused by a leaky pump that the company had delayed repairing in order to maintain high production rates and profits. Sound familiar? 2018, Husky Energy, Superior, Wisconsin. A U.S. Chemical Safety Board investigation found the explosion was caused by a lack of safeguards during a maintenance shutdown, leading to injuries of 36 workers. 1999, Tosco Avon, California. 4 workers died when they cut into a corroded pipe to drain naphtha. The leaking fluid ignited upon contact with hot equipment, underscoring the risks of inadequate maintenance. And then 2025, Chevron, El Segundo, California. A major fire in the jet fuel unit disrupted regional supply. No injuries in this case, but these incidents often stem from mechanical integrity risks and system failures that are common in high run rate facilities. So, in other words, if you defer maintenance, people die, things blow up. And this is well known. So we are now in the deferred maintenance, minefield chapter of whatever this crazy game is. And we're probably, well, let me just put it this way. Don't be surprised if refineries start to blow up across America. And I don't mean from terrorism. I mean from just lack of maintenance. Doesn't even take a drone strike, doesn't take terrorists with mortars or whatever. It's just lack of maintenance. Because these things, everything that they're pumping around it just wants to explode. It wants to catch on fire. That's what they're making, is fuels that catch on fire. So there you go. And then if something like that happens, it could take, a couple 100,000 barrels per day offline in the US, and then shortages would be catastrophic in 2027 and maybe beyond, depending on how many years it takes to repair whatever refinery just went kaboom, you see. And also, of course, like I said, people's lives would be put in danger by this very practice, and some people may lose their lives. So, look, I run a mass spec lab, as you probably know, and we have instruments like the ICP-MS, and these ICP-MS instruments, they have a really delicate turbofan. It's like a little jet engine inside, except the point of this turbofan is to pull a vacuum. It's designed to pull every atom of air, O2, nitrogen, helium, like everything out of the vacuum chamber so that we can run our ionized stream through an octopole, which basically separates out all the masses.
Big Energy is hiding this problem from us. Hundreds of videos are now circulating showing people testing their own homes for what
other than the one that we're looking at. Like we want to look at, let's say, mercury at a mass of 201 or something, or lead at 206. Then we need to pull a strong vacuum in this thing. And so there is a turbofan that's made out of aluminum, and it's very delicate, and it spins at 50,000 RPMs. And I've seen these. And although I've never seen one explode, one time, one of the techs that was in doing preventative maintenance on this instrument told me that he saw one of these instruments where the turbofan exploded. It got off balance at 50,000 RPMs, and it just shredded the whole inside of the instrument. It's like, whoa. It's like, yeah, the instrument was gone. It just shredded itself from the inside. And it's like, there's aluminum everywhere. It's like, you'll never get the free aluminum out of this machine. You just have to ditch it and start over. Okay. I imagine that would have made some noise too. The thing is, we have scheduled maintenance, and when you're running lab instruments, mass spec instruments, those instruments, the ICP-MS, that's for testing heavy metals, but we have other instruments, triple quad mass spec with an even stronger vacuum, by the way, for glyphosate testing, and we have single quad mass specs for other analyte testing. You don't mess around with maintenance schedules, because if you delay maintenance and you get a little wobble, a little shimmy at 50,000 RPMs, just, poof, there goes the inside of your machine, and you're lucky if the aluminum doesn't spray out of the machine somewhere and maybe hit somebody or something, or start slicing lines, helium lines, and there goes my year's supply of helium. Or you would be saying that higher, because you'd be breathing helium. You'd sound like Ben Shapiro, basically, if that happened. You would squeal like Ben Shapiro, I'm pretty sure. But you don't mess around with the maintenance schedules. You do the maintenance when it's supposed to be done. And that's just on lab equipment that's not handling explosive pressurized gases. if you're running a refinery and if you skimp on maintenance, you are playing with fire. You are tempting fate. You are about to you're about to be vaporized. You know what I mean? And for companies to send their workers in, for companies to intentionally delay maintenance and then tell their workers like, yeah, it's all good. Just go on in there. Yeah, go ahead. Turn that valve. Go ahead. Just walk down that. Walk right beside that pipe there. Everything's good. Trust us. It's easy for management to say that because they're off site somewhere else. They're looking at a screen with remote sensors, like everything looks good on the screen. The guy, in the blue jeans and the steel-toed boots is the one who gets all blowed up when something goes wrong. The guy with the hard hat and the work gloves, the guy that knows how to do stuff, he's the guy that gets killed. Or a bunch of them get all blown up, giant fireball. That's happened over and over and over again. And that's not cool, man. That's see, I care about the workers. And now you have management telling workers just like push it a little more. You're like, just don't worry about the maintenance. Just asking for trouble. Okay. So this is going to end badly. In other words, even if the refineries don't blow up, we're still going to have diesel shortages because the price signals are all wrong. And if they do blow up, then you're going to know why. And I bet Trump will blame Iran. It was, Iranian terrorists. Start channeling George Bush. It's terror. They'll blame Iran, just like they blamed Iran for hacking like water treatment facilities recently. I saw that story last week. I'm like, come on. It's probably just some nitwit systems administrator, forgot his password, tried to hack into his own system because he didn't want to admit that he forgot his password, and he screwed something up and deleted a bunch of files, and like water systems stopped working. So they blamed Iran. It's like the dog ate my homework. Is point the finger at Iran. It's them Persians did it with their hacksterisms. They're cyber stalkers. No, it's just you're an idiot. You forgot your password, or you went into the config file and you screwed up the config file. You overwrote the config file with your email or something. Like you accidentally pasted your email over the config. Like you overwrote the JSON file with all your like your gambling numbers or something. Of course it went haywire. So they blame Iran. They're going to do the same thing with these refineries. Refineries start blowing up. They're going to say Iran did it. And then Trump will say, we're going to bomb the snot out of them now. Look, they blew up our refineries. But no, it's just a lack of maintenance. See, not every explosion is enemy action. It turns out sometimes it's just your own dumbass corporate culture or military culture or government culture. It's just your own dumbass people who forgot to, shut it down and clean out the valve or something. Or stop. They forgot to check for corrosion. Oh, you mean parts wear out? Yep. It's like this. Like I have a big shredder that goes on the front of a skid steer that I use on the ranch. And the shredder has 4 heavy metal blades. I mean, when I say metal, this is like AR-15 steel that's used to make targets, I think it's called AR-15 steel. These are heavy duty blades. So if I'm out there shredding, these blades are spinning at a couple hundred RPMs. And then if all of a sudden I feel the machines like there's a shimmy, like there's a vibration that's off. What do I know? What do I instantly know happened? Yeah, one of the blades is missing some mass. You know what I mean? Like, oh, it's not smooth anymore. There's a vibration in this thing. I better maybe stop rotating it, right? That makes sense. And that's why you have spare blades. So you can swap them out, put on some fresh blades. And when you put on fresh blades, and you probably know this if you've changed like lawnmower blades, you don't just change one of the 4 blades, do you? No. because then that blade would have too much mass, and then you start it up and it start wobbling again. You got to change either 2 blades, but better all 4, because you want all 4 blades to match. You got to have the same mass. These things are spinning, right? So you got to use common sense on this, and that's just with a shredder that isn't about to explode. Imagine with a refinery. You start swapping parts, man, you better do it right. You better do it by the book. You got to have, there's a checklist. You got to go down the checklist, people's initials, like I checked this, I checked that. This is the thickness. This is the pressure. This is the visual inspection. This is the photograph, whatever. They have a procedure. And at an oil refinery, it's probably like 100,000 things to do to prevent that refinery from blowing up. I can assure you there's 100,000 things on that checklist. Because just look at it. Look at all the parts and everything. Like somebody's got to go around and visually inspect every single thing. You don't do just like 99,000 and like skip 1,000. We're good. We mostly got it. Yeah, mostly doesn't work when shit's about to explode. So anyway, I'm sorry. I've explained this. I've covered this too many times. But sometimes I do that because I'm trying to really emphasize the importance of it, or I'm trying to tell the same story from a different point of view, or try to make it maybe something that similar to what you've experienced in your life, like, changing blades on a lawnmower.
We will raise taxes. Yes, we will.
Tax rates as high as 60 or 70%.
We would have to raise property taxes.
Socialists always want higher taxes and bigger government. That's
or something like that. But anyway, you get the idea. Diesel shortages are coming. And when those diesel shortages kick in, guess what's going to happen? Transportation is going to get very expensive. Food prices going to go up. Food delivery schedules going to get all chaotic. Auto parts, yeah, good luck. They're not going to show up on time. Parts at the Home Depot or the Lowe's or the hardware store, the Ace Hardware is like, hey, Ace, where's the hardware? It didn't show. The truck didn't show. Why not? No diesel. Oh. You mean they can't make them trucks run on gas? Nope. They're all running on diesel. So supply chains are going to crater. And of course, trains run on diesel. They're almost all the trains in America are diesel electric trains. They burn diesel to produce electricity to turn the wheel motors. And there's a whole reason for that. I don't have time to go into it. But almost all the trains are diesel electric trains. The trains carry the coal to feed the coal power plants, along with many, many other things. Obviously, trains carry lots of things. If you start running out of diesel to run the trains, you're in real trouble. Then you start having power plants going offline. Then you have rolling blackouts and stuff. then you wonder, like, hey, we're running out of diesel and, it's a blackout. Like the lights went off and we have no diesel. What's going on? Trump will tell you everything's great. We're winning. But you and your neighbor are like, we're sitting in the dark, man, and we can't even drive anywhere. You have any diesel? No. You have any diesel? No. We heard this guy, this health ranger guy, he's got diesel. He's got 500 gallons of diesel. Where is he? Oh, he's somewhere in Texas. Dang gummit, we can't get to him because we ain't got no diesel. It's like, you're not going to be able to come get my diesel because you don't have diesel. I do have diesel because I stored it, as you know. And when you don't have diesel, guess what happens to the construction industry? It goes to zero because all the construction equipment runs on diesel. Trucking, trains, tractors, agriculture, combines, food harvesting, food transportation, etc., etc., etc. So kiss it all goodbye if we don't have enough diesel to go around. It's going to get very interesting. And very few people are ready for that. And you know what? It's not going to do any good to loot the local grocery store if the shelves are empty. I could just see that. A bunch of looters in some blue city. They're like, we're running out of food. Let's have a flash mob looting at the grocery store. So they all go in there and like, man, there's nothing here. Yeah, because there's no diesel. There's no deliveries, dumbass. You're going to have to just like steal the shelves or something. I don't know what you want to take. There's nothing left. that would be a sign of pure idiocracy. Would be looting empty stores with empty shelves. But and then they'd probably be so mad, just set it all on fire. It's like, let's just burn it down, man. It's empty. They ripped us off. They'd be like, well, what are you going to start the fire with? Gasoline. There's no gas either, dumbass. So you're not even going to be able to start the fire with accelerants. They're like running around like, do we have anything left that's explosive? I mean, that's the kind of desperation of the looting mobs, just trying to find something that they can set on fire and failing because the Persian Gulf is shut down. It's like, dang it. Will helium burn? No. Dang it. You have to use fusion, turns out. Those light elements, they're always troublesome. So anyway, you get the idea. The bottom line for you and I, well, let me just reiterate. Number one, if you can still get diesel, maybe you can right now, maybe you can for a couple months. And if you're able to, seriously, get yourself a 500-gallon UL listed double-walled diesel storage tank, that has all the safety built in. It's supposed to have vents on top. It's got to be double-walled, etc. Sometimes you can have like a spill basin around it. Depends on how much money you want to spend. Get yourself a 500-gallon diesel tank and then call your local diesel distributor and have them drive out and deliver 500 gallons of diesel. And then what you do is you pour in the micro, the bactericide stuff, stop it from gumming up with bacteria sludge that grows on the water condensation on the surface. And then you've got diesel for years, many years. I've run diesel that's even, believe it or not, I've run diesel 10 years old and it still ran. I'm not saying it's great on the engines and maybe I have to change the fuel filter or whatever. Probably the emissions are all nasty, but in the middle of a collapse, who cares? It burns, runs the engine. So you'll have diesel for years. Secondly, think about the things that are delivered by diesel trucks, and you may want to consider maybe, stocking up on some of those things. And then thirdly, the reason you want to stock up on those things is because you never want to be part of some crazed mob that's out there looting or desperately trying to find something that they've run out of as the supply chain shut down. You want to be at home, checking on your diesel tank. Yep, still there. We're still good. You want to be at home, not out in some crazy mob. You want to be at home, with 1,000 rounds of 9mm, or better yet, 5.56, and your rifle all ranged correctly and sighted in and everything, just in case. And just sit at home and be cool. Don't be part of the crazed mobs, And if the power goes out, you want a generator, and ideally you want a diesel generator because you already have 500 gallons of diesel. So then you can run the generator. And of course, that generators they have a maintenance schedule too, just like lab equipment, just like refineries. Typical generator, you have to change, the oil filter every 250 hours, maybe, depending on the model. You have to change, like normally there's a belt that runs the fan that blows air through the radiator to cool the engine. That belt is not going to last forever either. You probably have a fuel filter. There might be some other filters, some other things that you want to check on. You might want to have some extras on. Oh, there's an air intake filter too. Almost forgot that. There's always an air intake filter on a diesel engine. So you better have those filter elements and extra engine oil ready to go, because we're going to have an oil shortage too. So, once you have diesel and then you have the generator, and you got to have the generator engine oil and the oil filter and the air filter and all the other parts, then you can sit back and say, okay, I'm finally ready, or you might skip that. You might go like the solar route and have solar power stations and everything, which is fine. That way you don't have to change the oil. They are easier to use. Our sponsor, by the way, has some of those, the Satellite Phone Store. If you go to sat123.com, they have solar generators, not diesel generators. They also have, of course, satellite phones, which could be very handy in these kinds of scenarios. when the power grid fails and the cell towers run out of their generator fuel, because they have generators that only last, 24 hours, 48 hours, maybe. And then they're out of fuel. And then what if there's no fuel? You see? So it's a good idea. Have a solar generator, some solar panels, and then be able to recharge your satellite phone, be able to make calls, even if the local cell towers are offline. And you can find all that at sat123.com. And if you want extra food supplies, of course, you can visit my online store, healthrangerstore.com. We get you squared away with ultra clean lab tested foods and superfoods and high-end nutritional supplements, and even specialized supplements like iodine or turmeric and things like that. We've got some great stuff coming. I can't wait to tell you about it. So in addition to that, if you want to follow my work, of course, my video.
If you have knee pain, watch this. He doesn't know that in a few weeks he'll be running it.
Videos and interviews are at brightvideos.com, and my articles are at naturalnews.com. And I'm Mike Adams, of course. Thank you for joining me. Get prepared, folks. Get prepared. Things are going to get very crazy. Very crazy. Because I don't think the Strait of Hormuz is opening anytime soon. Do you? Number one, Trump doesn't even think it's closed. So he doesn't even, he's like, it's open. It's open. Thousands of ships are sailing through it right now. I'm like, no, man. Those are the sheep jumping over the fence in your mind as you're counting sheep to try to fall asleep because you're dreaming. It's a fairy tale in your head. Those are sheep, not ships. In reality, the Strait of Hormuz is closed, which means that we're going to suffer an energy shockwave for quite a while yet to come. So get prepared. Thank you for listening. Take care.
Decentralize, don't compromise, be unauthorized, decentralize, got to realize, don't decarbonize, decentralize.
That's today. Take care.
Well, how vulnerable is America's electric grid? It seems like this is a story we've been talking about for decades. Remember the New York City blackout? Remember that? Yeah, all the members of Congress were going to get on the same page, make sure that never happens again. Yeah, nothing happened. So are we teetering on the brink of disaster? Once again, this week, the Department of Energy issued an emergency order for the Southwest Power Pool across 17 states to deploy extra power and prevent blackouts amid extreme heating on our fragile infrastructure. It doesn't matter if it's extreme heat or deep freezes like we saw across Texas just a few years ago. Remember, that's when Senator Ted Cruz flew to Mexico, I think it was. Anyway, joining me now to unpack all of this in America's fragile electric grid is Mike Adams from naturalnews.com. And he the other day tweeted something really fascinating, put a big infographic just showing how fragile America's electric grid is. And that's why I wanted to invite you on. Mike, great to have you back on the show.
Hey, thank you, Clayton. It's always an honor to join you. Appreciate the invite.
My pleasure. The pleasure is all mine. So this is obviously the news catalyst, hearing from the Department of Energy, just sort of reminding Americans like, hey, we're fine to send billions of dollars to Ukraine or to build drones for war. We're fine to send billions of dollars to Israel, USAID programs around the world, funding drag queen shows in Lithuania, whatever it is, doesn't matter. But America's energy infrastructure is still shit. And it just, when I saw that, I just couldn't believe it. Once again, just a reminder of our fragile infrastructure. Just at the high level, what did you think of that?
Well, this is a problem that has been engineered in our country for many decades, spanning multiple presidents. And personally, I really blame the climate alarmism cultism, the climate cult, which, and I'm a published food scientist. And so I can say, as a scientist, I would say that anybody who doesn't understand that carbon dioxide is good for plants is not very informed. Carbon dioxide is good for Earth. It greens the planet. It grows more forests. If we had higher levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, because it's very small, it's barely above 400 parts per million, which is a tiny fraction. if we had higher levels of CO2, we would actually have higher crop yields. We'd be able to feed more people. And studies have also shown that higher levels of CO2 in some plants produce more nutrition in the same crops. So the climate agenda was not only about shutting down our energy infrastructure, canceling pipelines, canceling the construction of, the power plants of all kinds, but it was also about causing global crop failures and reducing the nutrition of foods grown all over the world, and sort of trapping marginalized third world nations in a cycle of endless poverty from which they can never escape, because there's not enough CO2 for farming to achieve abundance in those countries. So you see, when I know we're here to talk about power, but it's a much bigger picture. It's really the war against CO2 has all these effects of keeping us with failing power grids, multiple grids in the US, but also contributing to global famine that is going to get worse because of what's happening with the war right now.
No, that's such a great point. When you think about it, and you bring up when you said engineered, like they've done this on purpose, haven't they?
Yes, absolutely. Now, think about Al Gore, right? So he was sort of the champion of the climate change agenda or that narrative. And look, I admit, in the early 2000s, when I didn't know any of this stuff, it was pretty convincing. It was like, oh, humans are destroying the planet and we have to stop using energy. All combustion engines are bad, we were told, and all air conditioning is bad, and being human is bad, and we can't use energy.
Well, I was right there with you. So hand to the heavens, I'm not going to sit over here like I knew any better. I was right there with you. I believed inconvenient truth. Al Gore standing there on stage, right, showing us the sea levels rising, and that he was warning that in 20 years this was going to happen. Miami, parts of New Jersey were going to be underwater as a result of it. Coastal cities would be wiped away because of our overuse of fossil fuels. And then it turns, and then I started studying and I started researching. And then once you start doing that, you realize, wait a second, the reason we have food, the reason we have medicines, the reason we have hospitals that run and are able to provide incubators for babies is because of fossil fuels. And no, your vegetarian, vegan farms, whatever, destroy more animals than do sustainable, grass-fed, all of that. Anyway, all that to say, I was right there with you.
Well, it was a very convincing narrative, and it was a human guilt narrative, to place guilt upon your shoulders for being human. But you notice that the Paris Climate Accords and all of those efforts that the US signed on to with the EU and other countries, which country never signed on to that nonsense? China. China, because they knew that it was just political BS. So China spent all that time building power infrastructure and power diversity in their infrastructure. So, regardless of whatever your audience thinks about China or the politics or the leadership, they certainly were very smart they built coal-fired power plants, gas plants, but also massive solar installations. China has more solar than I think any other country in the world. Massive wind and massive hydropower. The Three Gorges Dam being, the most recent example, and they're working on another dam that's even larger than that. So China has built a power infrastructure that now gives China this leadership position in AI, training and inference, because AI is power hungry, massively power hungry. What's the cost of a kilowatt hour of energy in China? It's about 8 cents, or maybe it's 8.5 cents for consumers. What is it in Connecticut? What is it in Virginia? I don't know, 30 cents or 25 cents or something. We pay more.
Ours just went. Ours in Colorado just went up 30%.
Wow. Yeah, and see that's what's going to happen, because so the U.S. is at least 20 years too late in building electrical power infrastructure, and when Trump comes along and says, well, we're going to build, 10 AP1000 nuclear power plants, Westinghouse, it's their largest model. And initially you think, oh, that's great. We're going to have all this, nuclear power.
20 years from now.
Yeah, like in the year, 2042 or something is when those might be done. But the problem is that's only going to be a drop in the bucket of what we need. even all of those nuclear power plants will only add, I think, about 100 terawatt hours annually to the total power grid output. And the US power grid output is something like 4,500 terawatt hours annually, something in that range. So it's only going to add 100 to that number. While China is doing over 10,000 terawatt hours annually and growing. So, China produces more than twice the electricity that the United States does. And electricity.
We will raise taxes. Yes, we will.
Tax rates as high as 60 or 70%.
We will raise taxes. Yes, we will. About 60, 70%.
The production is very strongly tied to GDP, to industry, to innovation. So, and by the way, this is not all Trump's fault, obviously. This goes back to Obama. This goes back to Bush, and Biden, of course. This is
it goes back to the Clintons. Yeah. I mean, giving away our uranium production to the Russians. I mean, and completely stopping any kind of mineral production in the United States. So yeah, it's crazy. This precedes all of them, really.
Yep, it's really, this is a way to cut off the blood supply to America's economy. This has been a suicide pact of shutting down energy in order to appease lunatic climate cultists who don't understand a thing about science. They don't understand botany. They don't understand the role of CO2. That's why they had to fake all their graphs, like the hockey stick graph. They have to fake all the temperature data to try to scare everybody into compliance while they're actually shutting down civilization. And we're paying the price for that big time today.
So these warnings, obviously extreme heat. So now we've all got to, I think it was even in New York City from Mondami telling people there, just turn your thermostat up to, like 78 degrees during the heat wave, because we can't handle it. We can't handle it. And we learned during the blackout in New York City that most of our electric grid in the Northeast was actually run out of Canada. That was a big shock to a lot of people, that when they had the blackout in New York City, I don't even think it originated anywhere near New York City. It came through Canada. Like, what? Wait a minute. We're getting our electricity through Canada? How does that happen in the United States of America, the greatest country in the world? So I was shocked by that. But how bad is it? I mean, I remember Dennis Quaid sitting down a couple of years ago with Tucker Carlson talking about America's grid and just how fragile it actually is. Like, you've looked at the data. How fragile is it?
Well, Dennis Quaid was a narrator for a film that was talking about the vulnerability of our power grid to EMP weapons and solar flares. I believe that's the one you're referring to there.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And I also interviewed the filmmaker for that documentary, which was important. But that's a completely separate problem from what you and I have been talking about so far. So that's a problem of the vulnerability of the grid to either domestic terrorism or sabotage, or, like I said, EMP weapons. The bigger problem is that we just don't have the capacity, and that the build out of the capacity will take decades to achieve. And of course, along the way, there's been suppression of promising energy technologies that could have played a role in all of this. Like, I've interviewed experts on low energy nuclear reactions, LENR, which is still experimental, but it's something that's being researched. It's been replicated. There are models, there are pilot programs that show it working. Basically, it heats water very slowly, much more slowly than a fission nuclear power plant, but it can be done at a small scale. So that's been suppressed. Small modular reactors, SMRs, which is small fission reactors, that's been suppressed over all these years. You could have a small reactor in a neighborhood that you only have to swap out the fuel once every 8 years or so. They could power like multiple city blocks or even an entire community, and could be relatively safe. Like, that technology exists, but the regulatory oversight and all the roadblocks that are put in place. See, I think that our government, and this goes from one administration to the next, they don't want people to be power independent. There's too much freedom that goes with that.
So that's what I wanted to get to. Because when you talk about the engineering of it all, like, it seems like it's a pretty easy fix, right? You mentioned SMRs, NewScale being one of the companies, right? It's getting hammered right now in the stock market because, like, oh, they're not profitable yet. No, yeah, they're not profitable. It's maybe for a reason right now, right? They haven't really, I don't know, it just all seems like it's fake. It all seems like it's bullshit. And that's what I want to get to. So they really don't want us to be power independent. And
yeah, well, let me explain why, or a really practical example of that. So since I started talking about EVs and how you can bypass the Strait of Hormuz by erecting your own solar panels and charging your own car with fuel from the sun, right? Then 4 of my employees actually bought Teslas. So we're about to film, I think next week we're going to film charging a Tesla with sunlight only, bypassing the grid. Now, what does that do? Why does the government hate that? Number one, you don't pay highway fuel taxes. Number 2, you don't buy electricity with post-tax income. You get electricity from the sun, bypasses the government. It cannot be taxed and it cannot be regulated unless they try to block the sun, which would take a tremendous effort. Of course, they're experimenting with that, but they haven't rolled that out. That would be a massive project and it would be suicidal. But I can fuel a car with energy that I harness for free and I pay no tax on. That's what the government doesn't want you to do. They want to be able to monitor through smart meters how much you're charging your EV so they can limit your range if you don't do what they want, if you're not obedient to the government narratives. Just like, think about CBDCs. It's programmable money. Smart meters and being dependent on the power grid is programmable power. They can limit what you do with it. So that's why we have to bypass that. With money, we bypass it with gold and silver, let's say, or with energy, we bypass it. We can collect our own solar energy. We can power our own vehicles. We can drive as far as we want,
And if I want to be fully off the grid, and you bring up great points because, if you want to go off the grid, and let's say you get solar panels, which have come down in price dramatically.
Oh yeah,
so they're cheap, very, very cheap now to get solar panels. But then you still have to go through your local electric company, and you still have to pay your local electric company to come out and approve it, depending on your community in a lot of ways. And even to access the grid, you still have to pay them, even if you're not using any of their electricity, you have to still pay them a subscription fee.
Right.
Which is hilarious to me, right? So whether it's Core Energy or one of these other companies, you still have to pay them that activation fee to just be attached to their grid, even though you're not using any of it. And what's even crazier, Mike, which is just, is that you might be producing, I don't know, let's say you're producing 80, 100, I'm just round numbers, 100 kilowatt hours, whatever. You're producing that with your solar panels. And any excess that you can't store in your own batteries or whatever, your own cars that you don't use, you're sending back to the grid. But when you send it back to the grid, they're not paying you a 1-for-1 like what they would charge you to use their energy. They're going to pay you 1/10 of the cost. It's amazing to me. They'll charge you the full price. But if you want to take the energy from my production and send it back to you that you can use, you're going to just pay me a fraction of the cost.
Those rates depend on the grid operator, but Clayton, and by the way, I used to mock EVs and I used to mock solar. And you can tell that I've changed my tune on that because of the changing world situation. But today, I do not recommend grid tie systems at all. I recommend a completely parallel, disconnected, off-grid system. And the reason, right. So number one, when the grid goes down, you want to be able to use your system. And grid tie systems always go down when the grid goes down. So they're useless in that scenario. Secondly, I don't want to have permission from the power company or even the county or the city, but this varies depending on where you live. But I don't want to have permission to connect to their grid. I don't want to have an inspector come out and tell me I didn't put the right number of screws into the plywood or whatever. So personally, I live in Central Texas. It's a rural place. We don't have a lot of regulations, to each person, you got to do what's right for your situation. But I don't ask for permission to build an off-grid solar system. I just learn the way to do it safely and professionally, and I get it done. And as a result, also, battery storage technology has just now become mature enough to make this economically feasible. So
you absolutely can reverse a cavity, and I'm going to prove it to you. Drinking warm water before bed fixes.
Before now, and by the way, the battery tech is coming out of mostly China.
Yeah.
And we're just seeing a surge of new sodium ion battery chemistry out of companies like CATL, C-A-T-L, that will be a game changer. But even sodium iron phosphate or LFP batteries are available now. I buy the rack mount batteries. I've actually got some just sitting here in the studio because I'm about to film on this. But the rack mount, like 51 volt batteries, and you tie them all into an inverter. I buy US made inverters, like Soul Arc, a veteran company in Texas, for example. But I'll buy the batteries from Chinese battery makers because those are the best batteries. Then you can actually afford to have an off-grid system that can charge your cars. You can run air conditioning. You can buy air conditioning units and you can cool your home when the grid is down. So that's a level of freedom that I think the establishment doesn't want you to have access to. And then they also can't monitor you. Then their smart meters don't know what you're using, what you're doing. They have no control and they have no way to limit you.
I love that. I'm going to do that. So, our whole studio, our house is fully self-sufficient on solar, but of course we're connected to the grid as well. So, you just feel like, well, get a big bad storm, something like that. You're going to want to have that grid backup, in case.
Right. But you could have a transfer switch though.
Right.
You just have a big transfer. So I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, please. You know way more about this than I do.
Completely off-grid system.
Yeah.
And then you could also have your grid, and there's a giant transfer switch that an electrician can install, and it has 3 positions. It has the lever at the top, which is like you're on the grid, and then in the center, it's disconnected from everything because that's a safety issue. And then in the lower position, you're on your solar grid, your local solar battery grid. So you can totally do. You could convert your existing system into this by adding batteries to it, and then you could switch it anytime you want it.
We'll have to talk offline about this.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but I'm going to pick your brain more deeply on this question because we've got the big batteries, we've got the whole thing. So, because I want to be, I don't want to be tied to this, and I've been trying to prepare my family. This is what I love about what you talk about and teach is that I want to be prepared. So we've been, making sure that we have food stores. You put out a tweet the other day. Well, actually, before I get to that, you mentioned about mocking EVs, and I think this is so important because for whatever reason, conservatives, and I don't know, it doesn't really matter what political bent you are, but I remember just a few years ago, a lot of conservatives were like very much like anti-EV, and there was very sort of mocking it, like give me my gas guzzling car, whatever it is, but it was a very sort of mocking tone about it. And I wonder why. Like, why do you think that was? Do you think that was part of maybe some kind of programming, some sort of? Because I think it was like, I don't know. I question everything now. Everything's just one big lie. So when I saw like. When I hear like conservatives have their big trucks, they're like, no way, you never catch me with an EV. You're like, is this part of some programming?
Well, first of all, the climate cultism was very easy to mock because it was so retarded.
Yeah.
So, and then it was pretty much the climate alarmists who were pushing EVs.
True. So it was the people that were gluing their hands to the roadways and getting in the way of people going to work, and people like, get these freaking nuts out of here. They just want their EVs and solar panels. Yeah, I get it.
So,
But I'm always. It seems like it was fabricated, doesn't it? Now when you sit back and you think about
engineered.
It,
yeah, totally. It was engineered to cripple our energy infrastructure and to set human civilization back a few decades, or at least Western civilization. That's why it was engineered, I'm convinced. And that's why China is ahead, again, in energy infrastructure, which has huge ramifications in the AI race to superintelligence. For example, I live in Texas, and Texas has its own power grid. Did you know that the number of requested interconnections to the Texas grid right now, the number requested, in terms of gigawatts, is more than twice the total production of the entire state right now? And that's requested by the year, I think, 2032. So in other words, Texas would have to triple its power grid output by 2032. That is not going to happen.
Wow.
Not going to happen. So I don't trust the power grid, even though we have our own power grid in Texas, even though Texas is energy abundant. And I'm glad for that. And by the way, I am going to buy an EV, but I'm also going to have my diesel truck. I'm going to have a 500-gallon tank of diesel, and I'm going to have a solar array. So I have a choice. And I think that's the smartest play. Sometimes I need the diesel and I have storage, but that diesel depends on a refinery that's probably on freaking fire right now in Saudi Arabia or, or Russia or somewhere else, right?
So you got to have options. You got to be prepared. You can't be dogmatic about it and go kind of all in on what, it's like, I get it. I have solar. I'm fully all in on that. I want to be able to protect my family. We get a lot of sunshine here. It's the sunniest state in America is the state of Colorado. People think it's Florida because of the marketing. It's not. So we get more sunshine year round. So I want to use that. Why shouldn't I use that? I don't have to pay for electricity and power outages. Grid goes out. Substations go out. I want to be able to protect my family. I have kids. I want to be able to feed them and take care of them. So I want to be prepared. You also want to have those backup generators, those other things, food stores in place and other things, and be able to prep and be prepared. I mean, how fragile is the grid in terms of just, you mentioned just the power production itself, just the people attaching themselves to the grid, whether it's in Texas or these other 17 locations that the Department of Energy is warning about?
Well, the grid is so fragile that I think it was 2021 when we had the great freeze in Texas.
Yeah.
And I experienced rolling blackouts, and we had 8 minutes of power every 30 minutes for days like that. And we were told in the aftermath of it that had they not started the rolling blackouts, there would have been such permanent damage to the equipment on the grid that the entire state of Texas would have had no power for 6 months. And we were that close to that happening. Imagine, I mean, what would that do to your economy? Your economy goes to zero, right?
Yeah.
Without a power grid, or almost zero. Now, at the same time, the PJM interconnection, which is the eastern 13 states that's served by PJM. I mean, you mentioned the Southwest earlier, but the eastern is what's known to be even more vulnerable. They already announced, you could read it on their website, that come June of 2027, they can't guarantee the normal level of service buffer that they require to meet high demand days. So in other words, on high demand days, very hot days or very cold days, they're going to have rolling blackouts. So if you live in any of those 13 states, which I think it's like 65 million Americans roughly that live in those 13 states, if you're not prepared for rolling blackouts, you're not ready for what's coming, because the data centers are going to get the priority. I mean, think about it. The technocracy is going to keep Skynet alive, even if they have to shut off your air conditioning.
Yeah, I mean, this is why Elon Musk just personally invested in a diesel backup generator company for AI data centers in his own personal. It was $1 billion out of his personal account to buy that company. I forget the name of the company off the top of my head, but yeah. And diesel. I'm sorry. Diesel generators are a very bad backup option for data centers, because you have to constantly change the engine oil and the oil filters and belts and other things like that in the diesel engines, fuel filters, for example. So that tells you the desperation, Clayton. The desperation. They can't find gas turbines. You know why they can't find gas turbines that are available? Because we sanctioned Russia. I was going to say, because they're made in Russia. Exactly.
Yeah, because they're made in Russia. Right. How do you think Gazprom was pushing gas through Nord Stream? How do you think Russia is generating so much electricity? They are experts in gas turbines. So of course, what do we do in the West? We blow up the Nord Stream pipelines, and then we sanction the gas turbine exports so that nobody in the West can have them. And then all the tech gurus are trying to build data centers. They don't have enough power, so they're trying to buy gas turbines, and the wait time then stretches out to 8 or 9 years on the larger turbines. Jeez. That's where we are now.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, there's no foresight. There's been no planning in the West for power. None whatsoever.
I mean, forget EMP attacks. And I know, Dennis Quaid has talked about just the fragility of the network in and of itself, even without EMP attacks. Let's just forget that for a second. Some sort of a high atmospheric EMP that would melt everything, and we'd be screwed. We'd be going back to the Stone Ages, really. And maybe we need that, to be honest. But forget that. But the fragility is there, and there's been no moves. There's been some moves, I think, across Texas to try to do some shoring up of the power supply and making sure that there is some new infrastructure in place. But it's nowhere near enough. And I think at the heart of it, government's not going to come save you. You've got to protect yourself. You've got to do what Mike's talking about here. At a bare minimum, what would you say for people to do, Mike, to prepare?
Well, the energy that's accessible to people right now is solar. If you want to be off grid, that's the only, because you can't build a nuclear power plant in your backyard. So solar is the way to go. And I've actually been trying to do solar systems for a long time. My company's warehouse is solar, but that's a grid tie system. But it wasn't until just the last 6 months that the battery technology became mature enough and economical enough to justify buying a large amount of these batteries. And that battery tech is going to get better and better and better. Even, Korean companies, Samsung is going to roll out a new battery facility next year, they say, that has much higher energy density in, kilowatt hours per kilogram of, or watt hours per kilogram is usually in those batteries, faster charge cycles, but much more importantly, longer life of charge discharge cycles. So right now, the standard batteries today, lithium batteries might handle like 3,000 charge discharge cycles. The better LFP batteries can handle now 8,000 or even 10,000 charge discharge cycles. And the technology that's coming next, sodium ion batteries, which are incredibly safe. It's very hard for those to catch on fire, and they're heavy and bulky, but they're great for fixed installations like a ranch or a farm or power grid power shifting off of solar and wind. Those they're much lower cost, very good energy density, and they can cycle 20,000 times. So now you're talking about batteries that you buy once in your life.
Wow! And
you don't have to keep rebuying them. So it's a game changer. And again, China is the main innovator in this space. And I keep wondering what happened in America. Why aren't we? We have chemists. Why can't we create the world's most awesome batteries? or the best, power grid expansion? Why are we always behind the curve on this stuff? And it's just like our leaders just have no planning.
We will raise taxes. Yes, we will.
Tax rates as high as 60 or 70%.
We would have.
And I'm not talking about just Trump. It goes back to Clinton and worse. It's just, we have no foresight in this country, no long-term plan. Every politician only cares about the next election. Every corporation only cares about the profits for the next quarter. Nobody gives a crap about the next generation in this country. And that's why we're in this situation.
May even go back to Nikola Tesla, and the free etheric energy that we probably all have access to right now if we just if they just allowed us to use that energy. I mean, don't get me started. That's a whole other rabbit hole we can go down.
Right, totally.
Or the individuals who are mysteriously disappeared for having whether it's using water power or things like that, humidity, power, all of those things. Those people seem to mysteriously disappear, or they're in prison for the rest of their life. So I don't know. Don't get me started on that. But yeah, I mean, in the United States, we've got Tesla Powerwall 3s, right? Those are LFP technology. So the first two Powerwalls that Tesla rolled out were the old lithium ion, and now the new Tesla Powerwall 3s are that LFP technology. So that's, what'd you say, 10, 15,000 discharges over the course of their life? Yeah, depending on the battery, they can handle, in some of them, 8 to 10,000 for LFP is pretty common now. But there's something else, Clayton. I hope you don't mind me bringing this in. Please. But lithium iron phosphate, right? So the third part of that is the phosphate. Now, phosphate, you have to use very high purity phosphate for these batteries. Phosphate is extracted out of raw phosphate ores using what acid? Sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid is how you extract phosphate to put into phosphate, lithium iron phosphate batteries. Sulfuric acid, a large portion of the world's supply comes out of the Persian Gulf because it's made from the sulfur that's extracted from the sour crude oil, which means it's high sulfur. So you take the sulfur out of the oil when you're processing it, when the strait is open, and then you make sulfuric acid to pull the phosphorus or the phosphate out of raw phosphorus rock ore. So that whole pipeline is now compromised because of the war. I mean, it's crazy, Clayton. It's like everywhere you turn, we are getting screwed in some supply chain that's necessary. I mean, even Rockefeller knew about that, like the excess sulfur. Like, what can I do with all this excess sulfur? Like, I'm going to use it, in my oil, it's Standard Oil. Like, there's all this residue. Like, let's use this and let's actually put this to good use. And now we've cut ourselves off from it. Yeah. I mean, it's wild. It's like lithium is a very small component of lithium iron phosphate batteries, actually. Lithium is a very tiny percentage. So it's not the lithium mining. Everybody's worried about the lithium mining. Where's the lithium coming from? Yeah. I'm like, where's the sulfuric acid going to come from? And where's the nickel? Where's the nickel? And the helium and the aluminum smelting, right? Yeah. If anything, Clayton, we've all received this important education in the last 5 months about where stuff comes from, what elements what commodities, where it all comes from. And so much of it sources back to the Middle East, or at least something that it depends on comes out of the Middle East. I mean, I have a food science lab that uses helium, and my helium supplier declared force majeure. Fortunately, I bought, I knew this was coming, so I bought a year's supply of helium in early March. So we're actually fine. But the other labs, like the university labs, are screwed. I would imagine if I call the University of Texas Austin mass spec lab, like, where are you getting your helium? They probably say, we're not getting helium, or we're having to scrounge for it. So all these labs across the country, and the MRIs for medical imaging, they all run on helium. You have to have it. You don't have it, you don't have medical imaging. The MRIs are all going to be shut down soon if we don't reopen the strait. It's insane. You're right. There's an education for a lot of people, and the people are like, wait, doesn't America have all these minerals? Well, they do. We're sitting on a lot of them, but of course we don't mine for almost anything. So uranium, anything, we send it to Russia to be refined. Whatever we do pull out, 0 uranium mines in this country. So it's insane. I'm sorry, 0 active. We have plenty of them. We have plenty of resources in North America, but of course, presidents and past members of Congress have basically all shut it down. So, wow, this has been eye-opening, and I hope that what people take away from this conversation is, be prepared. Get some sort of a solar array on your house that you can power your home, or at least your vital items in your house, whether it's a refrigerator, air conditioning unit, things like that, baby food maker, things like that to keep your food. My wife when we had our first baby, she had like all this extra breast milk that she, pumping, that she had, and we had it in our freezer, and we had a big power outage and lost all of it. So this, and that was in the mountains in, Pennsylvania. This happens. So people need to be prepared for these things. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when this is going to happen. So, well, Mike, final thoughts. Yeah, I mean, I used to live in South America, and it was a common knowledge that the power grid would fail there in where I was, rural Ecuador. So everybody was just used to it, lived more of a low-tech lifestyle there, and it was fine. But it never got crazy hot or crazy cold, right? You could survive without power. We are going to have to get used to that in North America. We're devolving into more of a third world type of country.
All right, I'm going to shut this down. I'll be back in a couple of hours. For real, though.
All right, dog.
All right. I'm at that 6-hour mark.